Alright guys, this is my Xbox 360 collection video. It's been requested so much. Operation Darkness. I played the demo for this game and man, it was pretty terrible, but I figured I'd pick it up for $10 brand new. Because I think this is probably going to become, 10 years down the road, this is going to be one of those future rarities, especially because it is based off of an existing franchise. So fans will be looking for this despite how bad it is. Because I actually rented it and beat it, but I liked it so much that when I had the chance to get a sealed copy for under $10, I snagged it. Picked this one up, how long ago did this come out? I don't know, 3 weeks ago? I've been looking forward to this since the second it was announced. What's up guys, and welcome to my awards for the best Xbox 360 game of 2008. Welcome to my review for Lord of the Rings Conquest. Now, don't hate me too much for this, but it's not really my cup of tea. I'm actually highly thinking of selling this one very soon and getting rid of it. The second thing that they showed off that was really impressive from it was Milo, and this is a side project where Peter Molyneux is basically, he's crafted an artificial intelligence young boy where he can basically supposedly sense your feelings and everything. Alright, so coming in at number 1 for my favorite game of 2010, it is Final Fantasy 13. The first game here is the one that I would recommend probably the most if you've never played an RPG before. And that's Blue Dragon. So if you see near and you're a fan of action games, RPGs, or just quirky games in general, a light bulb just went out. But this title in particular is probably going to go by pretty unnoticed, and I do want to bring some attention to it. I actually bought the Kinect. Yes, I bought the Kinect to go along with this, but let me tell you, I'm going to be returning the Kinect because I can't do it. Alright, hey guys, today I'm going to be giving you my impressions for my most anticipated game this year that is finally in my hands. And that is the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. This is another one of my most anticipated games, and that's Star Wars 1313. Steel Battalion Heavy Armor. And this is a game that had a really long wait because the demo itself is like a half an hour. So really, really dirty language in this game, so do not play this around your kids. I'm talking words that you typically never hear in video games are in this game. Next is an import game on the Xbox 360, and that's Ginga Force. I'll just say I got really attached to those characters, and yeah, I got really emotional with that scene. Nothing is top Ridge Racer 6 for me. I put so much time into that game, over 120 hours. So the Xbox 360 right now, you can get games so cheap. This is the perfect time to do it before stuff starts to rise in price, because we all know it's inevitable, it's going to come, but this is when to do it. Why? Because GameStop is like liquidating and trying to get rid of all this stuff.
Number of games played. So I've played 621 unique games. That's not too bad, right? Alright, hey guys, quick intro before you jump into this nearly 8-hour marathon video compilation where I compiled every single time that I've talked about the Xbox 360 or Xbox 360 games, whether that's a review, my impressions, what I'm looking forward to, the console in general, collecting. I've compiled 15 years plus worth of content into this single video. So for those of you out there that are fans of 360, and you want to hear my impressions on games, and especially as my impressions on certain games evolve over the years, you might really enjoy this video. So what I did was I went through all of my content, spliced up everything. It's going to be in chronological order. So beginning back in 2008, when I first talked about the first ever 360 game on my channel, going all the way up into more recent times, just not spanning the entirety of some of my most recent videos, but there's little sneak peeks of them in there as well. So just a heads up though, I did want to let you know that I've done my best to normalize the audio in this video. Obviously 15 years of videos jammed together on different equipment, different audio recording equipment. There's going to be some spikes in sound. I tried to normalize it the best I could. You're going to hear weird little audio glitches and things here and there like background noise. I do apologize for that. There's not much I can do about it. It is what it is, right? The evolution of 15 years of video making. Also, I will give a heads up, since I do include everything down to reviews that I did of games. We're talking old, like 2008, 9, 10 game reviews where I'm actually just recording off my TV. So the sound on those portions of the video may be a little bit jumbled and muffled, and I do apologize for that. But I still hope you enjoy the in chronological order of me talking about all of my 360 stuff. Also, you guys know me, right? Like, I tend to get on very rambly tangents when I'm passionate about a game, so feel free to jump around the video because, if I'm talking about a game and I'm reviewing it, I may be on a 10 to 20 minute tangent about one game, so feel free to skip around and You know, I'm sure I'm sure the AI thing on YouTube might like help timestamp some stuff underneath for you guys. But yeah, just feel free to jump around and skip over reviews of, say, like towards the beginning of this video, I talk a lot about Mirror's Edge and I do a whole review on Mirror's Edge. So, you know, you can just jump over the stuff that you're not interested in. And if you guys really like this idea, leave a like on the video. If we can get this video to 1,000 likes, I will do the same exact thing that I did for this video for the PlayStation 3. Lastly, in the video description, I've included a few more videos that I couldn't include in this one because they do use some audio that might cause some issues in this video. So be sure to check the description and check them out. They are, I got them off to the side here, my top 50 Xbox Live Arcade games, a review of Res HD, and my top 10 games of 2011, which included a lot of Xbox 360 games. So without further ado, please enjoy me talking about the Xbox 360 for the next 8 hours. Enjoy.
Hey YouTube, my name's PeteDorr, and I've been waiting a long time before I finally got a nice webcam so I can start doing my own videos on YouTube for you guys. For now, I just want to go over some of the more recent games that I bought and give you a quick impression on them. Picked this one up, how long ago did this come out? I don't know, 3 weeks ago I picked it up, or 4 weeks ago I picked it up, and I'm actually liking it a lot. I'm on the second disc, about 11 hours in. This is Infinite Undiscovery on 360. The way it plays out is an action RPG, where you can have up to 3 party members in your party at the same time. They're controlled by the AI, so you never really touch them, besides you can link up with them a little bit. But combat-wise, it plays most similar to Final Fantasy XII, if you've ever played that. Only you're actually mashing buttons instead of to do your attacks, instead of, you know, waiting it out like a MMORPG. Voice acting-wise, it's pretty shady. The lips sometimes don't match up at all. Sometimes there's cutscenes without any voice dialogue and their mouths are still moving. But otherwise, it's actually very fun. There's points in the game where you create 3 separate parties and they all fight together. So it'll be you and, like, I don't know, 12 AI-controlled characters in like this all-out big epic war. I actually highly recommend this to 360 owners that love RPGs and are looking for something more unique instead of your traditional turn-based RPGs. Very cool. I'll actually go into this one later on. Next up we have, I guess I'll just go with the one that I played first when I got home, that being Fallout 3. Now, if you watched my Collector's Edition video, thank you, by the way, for all my new subscribers. I got quite a few new people just from that video, so thanks to those who enjoyed that video of me unboxing the Collector's Edition. Fallout 3, I'm about 12 hours in. Really enjoying it so far. Not sure if I like it as much as Oblivion, if not maybe equal, which is really good because that's one of my favorite games of all time. Fallout basically is not Oblivion with guns, people. It takes on a whole new system. The only thing it has in common are the voice conversations with NPCs. You know, it has that same kind of style, and the voice, the options that you have with speech with NPCs. And besides that, just the open world where you can kind of take on all these subquests in a first or crappy third-person view. Besides that, the combat system is not really... Now, when people think of Fallout, they might think, oh, that's that third-person shooter Oblivion type game, right? No. The first-person shooting, it's really actually not that accurate. It's not that great, you know, if you think of it in a Call of Duty type sense. You're kind of forced almost to use the VAT system, which is where you can stop time, pick body parts. Because if you go throughout the whole game just, you know, doing the active combat type of stuff, you're going to find that most enemies you can't really take down that way, or the aiming is just very... It feels like an unpolished shooter if you play it that way. However, the VAT system is very satisfying. You would think you could just aim for the head all the time, but no, sometimes you got to take out, you know, the leg of a really strong enemy. I find it very addicting, and like almost everybody else has said, it doesn't get old. So that's really something unique about the game that really no other games out there have right now. You can target body parts frozen in time. Once you use up your points for certain bullets that you can do while time is frozen, you go back to the active combat. The world is amazing. I really have never played anything like it. I've never played the other Fallout games before. It's fully realized, much better than Oblivion. In Oblivion, you know, you travel around the world and you'd find caverns and dungeons. They all kind of look the same, you know, nothing was really unique. Fallout is littered with unique locations where, you know, you got that dungeon under the bridge where it's these guys that are like vampires, or you got a city or a little town, desolate town on top of a bridge where, you know, they got it barricaded off for intruders. there's the city that's focused around a bomb and a crater. You know, all these different types of things where each dungeon is not the same. You know, sure, they repeat textures and they repeat enemies and all this stuff, but really each location feels unique. Abandoned town with landmines, you know, just stuff like that that keeps it different, varied, keeps you interested, keeps you wanting to explore for the next village. But before I run out of time, I do want to get into the next game. Let me just say that, you know, last thing about Fallout is it's addictive to level up. All the different perks, all the different skills that you can choose. It keeps you wanting to play, keeps you wanting to get experience, keep on advancing. You really have a sense of advancement when you make your character. I spent about an hour and a half just figuring out what kind of character I wanted to make when I got home with this game. So much so that I might have screwed him up a little bit because I just wanted to get in there and play it. But really, really good. I'll get into this more depth later. Next up, we got Mirror's Edge for the Xbox 360. Now, Mirror's Edge I was looking forward to for quite some time, and it has lived up to my expectations. Now, I'm gonna give this to you based upon. I know a lot of people have played the demo for this game because it is available on the Xbox 360 and PS3. I would say try out that demo. A lot of people have tried it already because it's a pretty good feeling for what the rest of the game is going to be like. However, I just finished up the 3rd chapter, and it is much better than the demo. So if you love the demo of this game, it's even better. So the main premise of this game is, I think of it as a third-person platformer. A first-person platformer, where basically you're jumping around the rooftops of a city, you're going in the buildings, you're running around, you're running away from enemies, you're hopping on platforms. It's sort of like a puzzle or two in a way, in a non-direct way, because you're in a room and you have to kind of figure out where to jump, where to get out. And to aid you in doing that, some of the objects in the game are highlighted in red, so it kind of guides you through. But it's very simple. You know, I'm choosing to play through the game without using any guns, because I think that's the way the game is meant to be played. But really, the premise for the game is there's 9 chapters. Each chapter you're getting from point A of the level to point B. It's kind of linear when you really look at it, you know, from an overhead view. But when you're in that linear passageway, there's different paths that you can take. But really, it is not, you know, an open world. You can't think of it that way, but it is. It's linear, but it's not really that direct in the path you have to take. It's not always, you know, you must do this to get there. There's different options. So you're just hopping around, you know, rooftops, climbing up ladders. The graphics in this game are really great. Now, the one thing that's different about this from the demo is that in here, some of the levels include very vibrant colors. Like you'll be outside and it's all white and kind of blue and off in the distance from some signs and buildings, and then you get inside of a building and all of a sudden it's like bam, you're hit with this like bright green theme. And then when you're in that green building where everything is themed around, you know, green, it's very chromatic, you enter an office and it's all of a sudden really purple. You know, these colors like really pop out at you, and it has a really great style. Those of you that, you know, do a lot of artwork are going to see like all these different primary color themed levels. It's really cool. In terms of the story, well, you know what, I'm gonna do a video for this one anyway, so let me just move on to the rest of the stuff I got here. But I'm really enjoying it so far, so I look forward to my review on this one. Is it also available on the PlayStation 3? Now, Mirror's Edge, I've been looking forward to this game for a while, and I was very excited to pick it up, and I finally beat it, and I'm very satisfied with it. Basically, there's a couple of different ways you can describe this game in terms of its genre. You can call it, the way I prefer to call it, a first-person platformer. Think of it like a Mario game in the first person. Or you can think of it as, you know, a first-person action-adventure game. You can't really think of it as a shooter because even though guns are in the game, it's really not the main focus. I actually chose to play through the game without firing one bullet, which is the way I think the game was meant to be played. But anyway, let's get into the story here. You basically play as Faith, and you're a runner in this sort of futuristic type city in the future. And the government has everything really strictly moderated in terms of how information gets around. So these runners basically jump around rooftops and hand off information to one another. You know, no computer kind of stuff. They just run around and deliver this stuff. So it's your job as Faith to run around and avoid this sort of government and deliver information, but really the story has a lot more to it about your missing sister and finding out who did this and did what, and betrayal. really the story is not the main focus of this game. The main draw of the game is the gameplay mechanics, and basically there's 9 different chapters. Each chapter is broken up into different checkpoints, so if you do die, you can restart from the last checkpoint. But there's 9 chapters. Each one presents you into a different location. However, the whole game does kind of feel the same sometimes, I will say that. A lot of times, you're in these different kind of locations. You're like in a construction yard with, a big crater in the middle, and you gotta jump on that, and you're like in the outside as opposed to always being inside with, the very tight corridors. And really, the one other cool thing about the game are the graphics and how awesome, the visuals are, the colors. I mean, you'll be running outside and you'll bust into a door, and bam, you're like greeted with this really bright green environment. It's like really chromatic and crazy. I mean, the visuals are amazing. If you're into art whatsoever, you're going to really appreciate the graphics this game has to offer. One of my favorite parts in the game has you running through outside in an alleyway, and it starts off blue, and as you're running it kind of gets into this magenta color and pink color, and it alternates, and there's really not a lot of action going on. You're kind of running along, there's no enemies, but man, you're just going through there and it looks so cool. And then you get out into this outside area and it's like a big shot of orange, and it just looks spectacular. That was really the first time the game was very early on. I was like, this is going to be one of my favorite games ever. I just love the presentation style of this game. Sometimes you're in a building and it goes from really dark, stark red, and then you exit out of an elevator and it's this really cool yellow. I mean, everything is themed around that one color. And it's nothing's really ever been done like this before. I like to compare it to the movie THX 1138, if any of you ever saw that, from George Lucas. Think of it like in that environment, like this futuristic kind of quiet, stark white environment, but then they got these shots of color every now and then. Or it's sort of like a Blade Runner, only without all the grim kind of environments. But I will just say, it's not all squeaky clean kind of white, pale, or colored environments. They do thrust you into situations where there's sort of like a more grittier, realistic look to it, without all the white walls and the colors, where it sort of looks like, if you've played Portal, which I'm sure a lot of you have, you know how that game is, where sometimes you kind of get behind the scenes, especially later on in the game, and it seems like a play stage where, there's the model kit, but behind the scenes you kind of got like all the realistic kind of stuff. They got that kind of going on in here as well. Another part of the game is, instead of, just running through the levels and getting from point A to point B, they have collectibles for you to find. So as you're going through the levels, you'll see like this red mark on the wall, or some red mark to indicate that there's a bag nearby. And these bags just serve as mere collectibles, like coins are in Mario games, and rings are in Sonic games. But you'll see these around, and it's kind of an incentive to collect them all. There's 30 throughout the game. And we'll say this game does kind of creep me out sometimes, because you're kind of going through a city that seems abandoned, and these buildings that seem so empty, and the music plays into it. It's just very creepy sometimes. But it's not all empty. Sometimes you'll walk out onto a balcony and you'll see pedestrians walking down below and cars driving by, so it kind of gives the game life that would otherwise, the game would feel kind of empty, a little too empty without these certain sequences where you do see forms of life where you normally wouldn't. Another part of the game's presentation is it kind of tells the story through these weird cutscenes. Sometimes they look really awkward, like the animations just don't match up at all. And then other times, they're not that bad. You can tell they kind of put some work into it, the shadows and the lighting, and the animation isn't that bad. But it just doesn't really fit into the game. It kind of feels like they ran out of time, or were rushed, or just didn't feel like working with their in-game engine to kind of put into cutscenes. And the really cool thing about this game is a lot of its story is actually told very non-direct. You'll be walking through a building and you'll go into an elevator, and a lot of the game's like non-direct story is told in elevators, where they have scrolling text and you get to read it, or on computer screens that are kind of hidden and you get some little kind of Easter egg kind of stuff. Or you can listen to the radio chatter throughout the buildings. Just little touches like that really add to the game's overall feeling. It's really nothing like we've ever played before. So I chose to go through the game without using any weapons. I never fired a single bullet. And that can be hard at times, but it's a lot of fun when you're not in direct combat, because sometimes the combat can be a little hokey and doesn't always work that well. The game is quite short though. Some chapters take anywhere from 15 minutes. Some of them take about an hour, believe it or not. Very few of them do though, depending on how many times you try over again, or might just be a lengthy chapter. Now, that's a big word in this game, is try. You're going to be doing a lot of do-overs, especially in some sections where you might not really have an idea what to do and you kind of mess up sometimes, or there's enemies that kind of overwhelm you. However, you do get a very good sense of satisfaction in this game, where the levels are kind of linear. However, there's multiple paths that you can take between each one. So, you know, it's not like it is a linear game, but there's different paths that you can take on that linear path to get to where you need to go. However, there are times where there's a set way that you have to go, and the path there is not very distinct. And that's where the fun comes in, of trying to look around and figure out where you gotta jump to get up to where you gotta go. And if you hold down the B button, it'll actually point you in the direction of where you gotta go, so you never really feel like you're lost. And another thing about the game is they have this runner vision where things are highlighted in red, where you should be looking and grabbing onto, like a box will highlight in red to tell you that you kind of need to jump off of there. Pipes will highlight in red to tell you to go this way, and it's not a bad thing either, because it keeps you running, it keeps you going at a fast pace. And there's a lot of content in this game, you know, there's a lot going on in these levels. And the fact that the game is so short is because you're constantly running through them. If this was a third-person kind of slow, stealthy game, it would probably be a pretty lengthy game, but the fact that you're running constantly kind of shortens the fact of, you know, they did put a lot of work into these levels, but it's just that you run through them so fast. And sometimes you do just want to slow down and take in the environment, you know, if you're out on rooftops, and it looks amazing sometimes. Like, you just want to stand there and look around at the beautiful landscapes. And I don't want to spoil all the environments for you, but sometimes, you know, it'll shift into a nighttime setting where it's like really dark and the lighting is awesome. Just things like that really add to this game. There's also a time trial mode where it'll take you out of the story setting, like lose all the cutscenes and everything like that. And basically you're just going from checkpoint to checkpoint to best your time. And this is going to be a really it's going to be the lasting appeal for many people, where, you know, after you beat the campaign, you're going to want to go to the time trials and try and beat your friend's scores. And the cool thing is it'll tell you the best time in the world as well as your best friend's scores time on that specific level, which is pretty cool. There's also extras where you get to unlock artwork, you get to unlock videos throughout the game that you've seen, and the really cool part is the pretty big list of all the soundtracks in this game and the music in this game is very good. So there you have it, guys. That's my review of Mirror's Edge. I really do enjoy it. It's not a perfect game by any means. It does have a couple of flaws. However, it's very original, and for that fact, with the visuals and the gameplay, it makes up for its mistakes, and I really enjoyed it. Overall, I would give it a 9 out of 10. It's very good. I would definitely recommend a rent for this game. It is pretty short though, by the way. Third chapter done, I'm maybe about 2.5 hours into it. I also did a video review for this one, and I'm really loving it. I'm still playing it. I missed yesterday because I had to do something for school, and it was my birthday. Left 4 Dead for the Xbox 360. Really, really enjoying it. I highly praised it in my review. Still stand by it. You know, I'm just still really having a really fun time enjoying versus mode and playing as the Infected. But for my full impressions on this, check out my video review. I go in depth, you know, with everything that they have in the game. I just want to say though, really, really support this one. Pick it up, because you've really never played anything like it. It's really good. Now I picked this one up. Actually, I played it for the first time yesterday. And some of you probably know what's coming up here, and you're probably wondering, out of all the games I have, my impressions on this one. And that is Sonic Unleashed for the Xbox 360. Now, I've been looking forward to this since the second it was announced, and I am very happy to say that half of the game is excellent, probably the best Sonic game, in terms of the day levels we play as Sonic since the originals on Genesis. They are that good. However, my expectations were met with the Werehog levels, and that was not that high. My expectations for the Werehog levels were set pretty low in hopes that they would be good. Based upon what I've played so far, they are not terrible, the night levels where you play as the Werehog. However, I was getting very frustrated last night, like for instance, checkpoints in those levels. Just for instance, you enter an arena, you fight some enemies, you move around some boxes, you do a puzzle, move on to the next arena, and you're pitted against a small, crazy camera angle point of view where you're fighting against these robots, and I got my ass kicked by them 5 times, and every time I died, I'd have to start all the way back, fight all those monsters again, do the puzzle again, get back up there, try again, until I finally was like, you know what, let me do the same combo over and over. And that's the way I defeated him after the 5th time. At about 20 minutes of trying to beat these damn things, I was getting quite frustrated. But so far, I played about 2 hours of it. Daytime levels are amazing. The speed, man, this is like a recreation, I'm telling you, of the classic Sonic games. Very similar to Sonic Rush on the DS. Very fast. Graphics are amazing. The opening cutscene, they put a lot of work into that. Character models are pretty good in the cutscenes that don't use in-game engine. I'm definitely going to do a video on this one, so stay tuned for that. Hey guys, welcome to my top 10 underrated Xbox 360 games. Let me just start off by saying what this list isn't. It is not my top 10 favorite Xbox 360 games of all time, but rather a list of games that were underappreciated by owners of an Xbox 360 that, you know, they're far from perfect. They're far from excellent games. However, people failed to play them. I think you might get something out of this list. Hopefully there's one game on here that you didn't know existed before and you now want to check out. So here's my list, guys, and thanks for watching. Earth Defense Force, upon first looking at it, is something that you would expect to see on, you know, something like the Dreamcast. The graphics and everything might look dated, but the gameplay remains like classic arcade shooting fun. You are basically dropped into a world with pretty bland graphics and clunky controls, but your job is just to blast these giant creatures like giant ants and spiders, and you're fighting like robots and ships and everything like that. It's just mindless fun. Unfortunately, there's no online. There is local co-op, but this is just mindless fun. It is far from, you know, a perfect game, but just the fun factor definitely makes up for all the low points of this title. After the initial launch of the 360, people were pretty starved for titles to play, and Full Auto, I believe, was the first new 360 game to come out on 360 after the initial launch. It's definitely not a great game at all. At best, it's a good or okay game, but what I love about this is it kind of goes back once again to the arcadey roots of, you know, something you would have been playing on the Dreamcast or the Nintendo 64. It has clunky controls, and the graphics are kind of not that good, and the frame rate really drops at times, but there's just a lot of satisfaction in blowing up other cars with, you know, nukes and seeing the physical damage on their car. I mean, it's just something that you really don't see anymore in consoles these days, and I highly recommend it for fans of, you know, Twisted Metal or Vigilante 8. I will admit I never played any of the other Amped games before Amp 3. However, this is another early launch title for the Xbox 360, and I just found myself loving the setting of this game. The whole style of it, the really quirky story and cutscenes, and the over-the-top graphics during the gameplay, is just a lot of fun, with an open-world theme where you kind of, in the beginning, you glide around this different huge hills, taking on different crazy missions, and I just really like the stupid comedy, and I'm usually not a fan of silly games or anything like that, but the comedy in this game mixed with the pretty well done draw distances and graphics and pretty damn good gameplay made this a really, really enjoyable game. I really went into Gun not expecting too much from it, but I really, really came out surprised, and everything about it was done really well, actually. Once again, this is another game that is not excellent by any means, but everything it does pretty good. You know, the graphics are really nice and crisp. The gameplay, the controls and everything like that aren't perfect, but they definitely do not have many faults to them. Just like it's like a mini Grand Theft Auto, think of it like that, in the Western theme, because, you know, it's not a huge open world game, but, you know, it has the aspects of going around, and one of my favorite things about the game was finding hidden gold throughout the world. Mainly because maybe when I picked this up I was going for it for the achievement, but I found myself definitely engrossed in its story and its characters and overall it was just a very, very enjoyable third-person action game. The darkness is perhaps one of my biggest surprises on the Xbox 360. I didn't think I was going to like this game that much when I first picked it up, but after you get into the theme of the game of having these powers with, you know, your little demon minions with you by your side, it really does, it is very unique. I mean, it sort of has this very restricted open gameplay to it where it's not set on a linear path, because you can go around this city and you can take on, you know, different side missions, which are quite limited. But just the sense of, you know, taking a subway train to another part of the city, or traveling around and going into these different shops, it is quite restricted though in terms of where you can go. But it is a lot of fun, and especially the powers that you get. It kind of sets this game apart from most first-person shooters that you would find, and it is very dark in its theme, and especially the voice acting of your little demons really add to the mood of this one. I definitely enjoyed this, and I had a lot of fun with this shooter. Many of you are probably going to be surprised by King Kong being on this list, mainly because when you think of a game based off of a movie, you immediately think it's going to be bad. However, King Kong never really got a proper chance, because first of all, this game has a lot of things going wrong for it. First of all, like I said, it's based on a movie, so a lot of people are going to avoid it. Second of all, people read reviews, and when they hear a game is 5 hours long, they are not going to buy this game. I bought the game, and let me tell you, if you don't go out and get this now used for, like, you can get it for under $10, you're missing out on a very high quality, well-produced shooting, well, not even a shooter, it's more of like a first-person adventure game, where the graphics are, for the time when this game came out, really, really well done. The whole immersion in the world is helped by that there's no, like, in-game HUD. It's more reliant on, you know, your breathing, and you don't even have an indicator to tell you how many bullets you have left. You have to rely on your character to tell you. It is very short, and it does get repetitive in terms of its gameplay elements. You know, it's like, oh, you see a stick, you see some brush, you see some fire, you light that fire up, and you continue. So it does get kind of predictable, but it was a very, very enjoyable experience, especially when you get into the arcadey, just beat-em-up elements of playing as King Kong, mixed with the first-person gameplay of Jack. It was a very enjoyable experience, and I do recommend that you pick this up, even if you haven't seen the movie. Eternal Sonata was a very well-received game in terms of reviews and stuff like that. It is a very, very good game. However, its problem is people passed it up mainly because it's a new brand, it's a new name in the RPG genre, first of all. And second of all, people see the cover and they see a little girl in a skirt and they see, you know, musical notes and all colors and stuff like that. And then when they hear it's based on a pianist, Chopin, they kind of are like, what the heck is this? But anybody that plays RPGs is really missing out on a great experience. If you're one of those people that are like, oh, I only play Final Fantasy and this looks too kiddish for me, you're missing out on a great experience, because the battle system is unique. It takes on a new, like, light and dark shadows, enhancing or not enhancing your abilities during combat. A very, very beautiful art style. Awesome music. Like, you've never played an RPG with this high quality of music. And it's just a lot of fun to play. It's very unique. It does get repetitive after a while, but trust me, you haven't played really an RPG like this in a while. Dark Messiah of Might and Magic is one that gets a lot of mixed reviews, because it's a port of a PC game and it gets compared to Oblivion a lot. This is not an Oblivion clone. It is totally, it's not even open world. It is a linear first-person fantasy game where you can play as different classes online. And the online, I'm sure the community is gone now, but at the time it was a lot of fun. It was a class-based system with, you know, you really had to work together with your teammates. But the core of the game for me was the single player, where, you know, you're running around, you're getting different equipment, you're learning new spells, you're working on the story, and you're finding hidden treasure. And overall, I just found this to be a very, very enjoyable and fun game. So you might be thinking to yourself, but Crackdown had a lot of sales. Well, the thing about Crackdown is people picked this up for the Halo 3 beta. There's no denying it. You know, I did myself, because this was actually a game you can buy that would allow you early access into the Halo 3 beta. Really, a lot of people just tossed it aside. They were like, heh, I just want to play the Halo 3 beta. But Crackdown at its core is extremely fun. I mean, it's an open world superhero game, kind of. I mean, just jumping around buildings and slowly seeing your character advance in terms of his abilities is just so much fun. And online co-op just adds to that as well. Perhaps the biggest draw for this game, though, is the fact that there's tons of these orbs around the world that you have to find and collect, and it was just so addicting when you saw one in the distance and you went and grabbed it. So my number one most underrated game on the Xbox 360 is Shadowrun. I feel that this game just didn't get the chance it deserved with the online community, mainly because it has no single player, and most people that play shooters online, they play them for stat tracking and leaderboards. Shadowrun lacked all of that. This is essentially a game that you play for fun. It has different classes of, trolls and dwarves and humans and elves, and you can customize your character and picking different abilities like walking through walls and flying and stealth and invisibility, and you can use katanas and all these different weapons. It's extremely reliant on teamwork. It's a ton of fun. I've never played a shooter like it, and I just had a blast with this game, and I think that anybody that owns an Xbox 360 and has a Live deserves to give Shadowrun its proper chance. Below that, we have my PlayStation 3 games and my Xbox 360 collection. What's up, guys, and welcome to my awards for the best Xbox 360 game of 2008. Now, I'll just start off by saying that I did miss out on some really high-profile Xbox 360 games. And I will also say that in order to make this list, games must be exclusive to the Xbox 360. That means that multi-platform titles such as Fallout 3, Sonic Unleashed, even Eternal Sonata, Mirror's Edge, because they appear on the PlayStation 3 or other platforms, they will not be included. I would also just like to add that if any of these games do appear on the PC, that's an exception. If it appears on the PC, I will still include it on the list. I'm just talking about console exclusive. So, if it's on the Xbox 360 and the PC, I will include it on the list for exclusive 360 titles, because I'm excluding PC games from my Game of the Years entirely because I don't play PC games. But I will point out the games that I did not play this year, and please don't criticize me too much for not playing Fable 2, Gears of War 2, and let's see, there were other multi-platform ones, but those are the two that are exclusive. I did not play those. However, that will probably make this award video much more interesting for those of you that are tired of hearing the same games getting the same awards. So, I mean, before you guys go criticizing me for not playing those games, this year there were just so many new franchises and unique titles out there, I was just getting tired of playing the same thing. I do not hate those games. I will pick them up and I will play them sometime in 2009. But I just had so many other games to pick up and play that I could not get some of these titles. So let's get this started off. I got a couple of nominees here, and the first one would be Infinite Undiscovery. Now, the 360 this year got a lot of great RPGs. Infinite Undiscovery is one of them. In terms of its gameplay, it plays out like Final Fantasy XII, where you can command like up to 16 player battles, however you only control the main character. But it's just so much fun. A lot of the characters are quite likable, and the story is pretty fun, where you take on the role of a character that's the other characters in the game are being led on to believe that he's like this other character that's like the savior of the world, and you're kind of playing the marketplace kid in his place, kind of. And he happened on that by mistake because he looks similar to this other character. The story is great. The combat is a lot of fun. It does have some downsides in terms of the voice acting and its length. I'm not too big of a complainer about length in RPGs, but it is not the type of game that you want to invest a lot of time in because it does end quicker than most RPGs. However, the battles are just a lot of fun. Each one is like an all-out war, especially the big epic battles where you have like 3 parties of 4 characters each. Definitely deserves a nomination for Xbox 360 Game of the Year. And I say give this one a shot. Ignore the reviews. If you liked Final Fantasy XII, give this one a try, or if you're a fan of action RPGs. Next up, Lost Odyssey. Lost Odyssey is really, in terms of people that are deciding between a PS3 and a 360, if they like RPGs, I say go for the 360 because of games like Lost Odyssey. This is taking us back to the roots of what we used to love about classic RPGs. It is essentially a Final Fantasy game recreated for the Xbox 360. Of course, it loses a lot of the magic of those games. It's not as... how do I put this? It's different, let's just say that. Because the story, a lot of the core story is unveiled through these dream sequences, which are basically quite long. Interactive books, basically, where it's like, some of them will last up to half an hour, where they unveil like a story-based background on the characters, where, you know, you'll be reading about someone's past, and it has like sound synced up to what you're reading and everything, and it's very, very cool. If you read that stuff, you're really gonna get a lot more enjoyment out of Lost Odyssey. The graphics are amazing. The sound is really good as well. And the characters are quite likable. I did like almost every single character that you get to play as in this game. And essentially, it's a glorified traditional RPG. There's nothing out of this world different about it. It's basically a next generation traditional RPG. And honestly, there really hasn't been anything like this yet on any of the consoles, because each one is offering up something unique or different. There really hasn't been a traditional RPG like Lost Odyssey yet in 2008. My next nomination would be Dark Messiah Might and Magic Elements. Now, I'm sure a lot of you are going to disagree with this one, because this is one of those games where you either like it or you hate it. You're most likely going to hate it if someone recommends this to you as a game that's like Oblivion, or if you read a review that says it's like Oblivion, or it's trying to be like Oblivion. It's not. You have to think of this game as a first-person action-adventure game in a fantasy setting. If you think of it like that, it's going to play out like a linear game. You know, it's not a big open-world game. Don't be led on to believe that. It's a straight linear path. However, in that linear path, there's a lot of hidden treasure, and, you know, there's a lot of... it takes you to all these different places, and the combat is fun. You know, I played as the archer for most of the game, and shooting guys in the head and everything was just so much fun, kicking them off cliffs. I mean, it was just a very, very fun game. Especially the online. The community now is dead, but when I did play this, it's a class-based online combat game where it's very emphasized on its class-based team play and teamwork, where you basically have to work together. You know, you had your mage, you had your healer, you had your archer, you had your warrior, and it was just a lot of fun online. Unfortunately, the community is dead though, like I said. However, you can get this game really cheap now, and I do recommend it for anybody that's a fan of any kind of fantasy adventuring type games. Definitely worth, in my opinion, a nomination for Xbox 360 Game of the Year. Next up, we have Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead was... there were high expectations for this game, let's just put it that way. Coming out of Valve, who created Team Fortress 2, Half-Life 2, and Portal, there were big expectations for this game, and overall they were pretty much met. You have to go into Left 4 Dead realizing what you're getting into. It's essentially a game that you're going to be playing with friends or online. The lasting appeal for this game is going to mainly be based upon how much fun you have, because the campaign mode is quite limited to how many times you can play it in terms of getting bored with it. In my opinion, the lasting appeal is the online, where you play as the infected and the humans, and there's nothing else like it out there. It emphasizes so much teamwork, and it is just so much fun that this is without a doubt another great nomination for Xbox 360 Game of the Year. And my last nomination would have to be Tales of Vesperia. And I'll just say that I have never played any other Tales games before, so this was really the first one that I put a lot of time into, and it does a lot of things right. The story, the characters, the music, the combat, everything is just so enjoyable. Now, my opinion might be a bit biased because this is my first Tales game. People that have played others in the past will probably be like, well, it's just more of the same. Well, for me, it was a lot of fun to try this out. Very unique in terms of how the characters develop in these little cutscenes where you'll be in a dungeon, and to relieve the monotony of grinding, you press the back button when it signals you, and you got your characters talking about like random stuff. They'll be like, well, why do I look good in this dress? And then, you know, they'll have some smart comeback. It's just a lot of fun. I love the writing and the comedy in this game, and I had a great time playing this one. Alright guys, so my pick for Game of the Year for Xbox 360 2008 would have to be Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead is without a doubt the most fun I've had on my 360 online in a long time. It is so simple in its premise. You would have never, if someone would have told you we're coming out with a cooperative online game where you get a couple guns and you get a couple of campaigns to choose from and have fun. However, because it's with zombies and you're having, you know, these online survivor versus zombie battles and some really crazy moments in campaign mode, it is just so simple, so unique, so addictive. It is, without a doubt, my favorite exclusive Xbox 360 title of the year. So go and pick this one up, guys, if you haven't yet. You're missing out on a great gem right here. Hey guys, and welcome to episode 6 of games I bought recently. And I also got Zoid's Assault for the Xbox 360. Probably never going to play it, but just for the fact that I never saw this game before anywhere. GameStops, Best Buys, wherever I went. And, you know, I never saw it on store shelves, so when I saw it on there for $13 with free shipping, I had to pick it up. Because I think this is probably going to become, you know, 10 years down the road, this is going to be one of those future rarities, especially because it is based off of an existing franchise. So fans will be looking for this despite how bad it is. So there you go. And lastly, I picked these up yesterday, so they're still both sealed. First I'll start with Burnout Paradise. I bought this one because in Best Buy I saw that the price finally dropped to $20, and how could you beat Burnout Paradise for $20? I tried the demo, I thought it was really good. Not $40 good at the time, but for $20 I couldn't pass it up. I'm looking forward to playing this one because I was a big fan of Burnout Revenge. I'm not a huge Burnout series fan because I only played the original Burnout. I actually never even played Burnout 3. You would think I might have, but no, I didn't. And I played Burnout Revenge, so I'm looking forward to popping this one in and trying it out. Welcome to my review for Lord of the Rings Conquest, and I have the Xbox 360 version. Let me start off by telling you what the game is about. It's basically a third-person action/shooter game. I don't want to call it a third-person shooter, just a third-person shooter, because there's a lot of elements to it that don't involve shooting. Some classes do, some classes don't. Basically, if you're a fan of Dynasty Warriors or the Star Wars Battlefront games, you're going to love this game. Especially if you're into Lord of the Rings as well. The campaign mode is available in single player, or from what I've heard, you can do up to 4 people online co-op, which I have not done. You can play as the good and the evil side, and each side will have its own different missions. I think it was like maybe 10 levels per side. It's fairly short to beat, 5 to 6 hours. Just for instance, I beat the evil campaign in about 2 hours in one sitting, but it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of brainless, mindless fun. The combat gets repetitive. You get to choose from 4 different units. You can choose to play as the scout, the warrior, the mage, or the archer. And then sometimes it'll ask you to play as a hero, where you can take on the role as Aragorn, or Legolas, or Gandalf, or Gimli, or, you know, Frodo. The meat of the game in single player is basically, when you play as good, it's telling you the regular story of, you know, Frodo and the Ring and everything like that, basically just like the movies. And then in the evil campaign, it's pretty fun. Lord of the Rings fans will get a kick out of it, where it's like an alternate scenario. What if Sauron would get the ring from Frodo? What if Frodo surrendered the ring to Sauron? It actually is a really good looking game. There are times where I just had to stop and take a look at the environments and really take it in. One of my favorite environments was the Rivendell level when you play as the evil campaign, and I want you to take a look at it just so you get an idea of how good some of the levels can look.
Drive him out of this place, boys! We need that climate! Push on, dogs! They need the self-ground from us!
The game felt a little off in one aspect, where sometimes it would really portray the battles from the movie really well in terms of the amount of enemies on screen. But then there were other times where, say, the Helm's Deep level, where the orcs break open the gate, and you're thinking like a whole big rush of them are going to come in, and instead you get like 5 or 7 of them, and you have about 3 teammates on your side. And then 10 minutes later, there's 40 orcs, and you got 15 guys on your side. And then later on in the game, they're throwing at you like 70 orcs and trolls and everything, and Oliphants, and you got Ents, and you got Eagles all over the place. So it feels kind of imbalanced in terms of the battles, where sometimes it feels a little underwhelming.
Fight for Gondor! Men, here stands Gondor's once proud fortress. To reclaim Minas Tirith, we must capture the farm. Started. Destroy the Gondorian appeasements.
The levels themselves are pretty well paced and balanced. You never feel like you're in one spot for too long because it's constantly moving you around the level. Let's say, for instance, in Isengard, you start off by the big tower. Obviously, you're outside, but first you fend off. You have to capture a point from enemies, and then after that you have to go and you have to capture another point, and then you have to defend it, and then you actually have to go and you get to play as a tree ant, and you smack some orcs around, and then you rescue Treebeard, and then you have to take down some towers, and then after that you get to face Saruman. You have to kill Saruman at Isengard's tower, and in order to do that, they let you play as Gandalf, and you go up in the tower and you have a fight. And that's all on one level, so they do a really good job of, breaking up the pace between the levels and constantly keeping you moving. You will find out, though, that the objectives aren't that varied, as it usually only involves capturing points, guarding somebody from getting hurt, taking down barricades so that your units can move to a door and break it down, or taking down certain like guardian boss enemies, and it really doesn't get more complicated than that. It does have some more problems in terms of the control and camera department. There are times where you're in combat and the camera doesn't shift on its own, so you're left to control the camera with the right joystick, but you'll get in a corner and you'll find that you can't even see what you're aiming at or hitting anymore, especially when you play as the warrior or the mage or the scout or something like that. So the main breadth of this game lies in its multiplayer. In multiplayer, it's very class-oriented in terms of you get to choose from the 4 classes, obviously the mage, the archer, the warrior, and the scout. And then it's very teamwork-oriented as well, and it spans across many, many maps. I think there's like 20 maps or something like that, maybe even a little bit more. And depending upon what game mode you play, the map changes. So here's the 4 game modes. There's the Conquest mode, where you capture points. It's sort of like King of the Hill, only with multiple hills, where you take control of the control points, and you get points depending upon how many you have. Then there's regular team deathmatch mode. First team to 50 kills wins. This is based upon ranked game match mode. And then you also have the One Ring mode, which is a playoff of Capture the Flag, where instead of bringing the ring or the flag to your base, you're actually bringing it to the enemy's base. Then there's also Hero Team Deathmatch, where you actually get to play as all the heroes. So let me talk about the 4 classes. The Warrior. The Warrior is very combat oriented. You have to try and stick with your teammates, especially a mage, if you want to get through. But if you stick with a mage, you got some crazy combos that you can pull off. The Archer is a support type class that stays in the back. You don't want to go up front with the Archer because you'll get destroyed. But they can stay in the back and they can shoot fire arrows to knock an enemy over. They can shoot poison arrows to slow them down and do damage over time. They can also shoot an automatic auto-aim arrows that will shoot up to 3 enemies at once if they are within target range. Mages are also support class oriented. They can heal, they can put up a shield, they can use lightning, they can cast firewalls. There's also the Scout. The Scout, in my opinion, is the toughest to play correctly. Mainly because you have to go stealth and you turn almost completely invisible, and you can go up behind enemies and sneak attack, one hit kill them. You have to play strategically though, because you have a bar that will tick down as you're invisible. So when all these classes get together, it is 8 versus 8 online. There are no bots as of right now unless they patch it in. The battles can get very hectic and very fun, especially if you're playing like one ring mode where all your teammates are always with each other and kind of moving as one group. And while the controls and everything like that kind of suffer sometimes, especially the camera, for what it does right in terms of having these big, huge battles with, you know, lightning flying everywhere. You got archers in the back shooting enemies. You got warriors flying at you and using their sword attacks, and you got scouts backstabbing everybody, all within the same range. Great draw distances. You can see across the map no matter what. No pop-up whatsoever with enemies. So overall, guys, I would give this a 7.5 out of 10. Mainly because it's really a lot of fun online. The single player is over pretty quickly, and it's, you know, not that you wouldn't buy this for the single player whatsoever. It's really is pretty short. There's really no replay value to it unless you're going to do some co-op missions. You're buying this for the online, and it delivers. Tons of maps, 4 classes, tons of action every time that you pop into a room. It's a lot of fun when you work together. If you can look past some of the bad parts about, you know, the controls and the camera, and some of the graphics are okay sometimes. But if you can look past that, guys, I think you'll have a really fun experience with this one. Hey guys, and welcome to my review for the Maw for the Xbox Live Arcade. The Maw is basically the first game released by Twisted Pixel, a new developing company, and it plays out as an action-adventure platformer with very light puzzles in it. Now, the first thing that you'll notice about the Maw is its CG sequences are actually really well done and produced. Their quality is quite well, something that you would actually find in a retail game. So that right there is the Maw, and that's your character Frank. You control Frank during the main game. And right now they're on a spaceship, and they're about to crash. And that's really the main story of the Maw. You were basically a group of ragtag aliens held captured by some other race, and you crash, and you wake up, and you befriend the Maw. The Maw becomes your friend. So after the crash here, you'll notice that the Maw, little pink critter guy there, he follows you around. And you come across this device here, which will actually allow you to control the Maw in a sort of indirect way. And you'll see what I mean by that in a second. I just love these CG sequences. It is a shame that they didn't put more in the game. So with the press of the X button, you grab hold of the Maw, and it's pretty funny. It's like walking your dog. I think that was a really nice touch in the game. So you actually control Frank, and you never really control the Maw. The Maw is kind of just there with you. For those of you that played Pikmin on the GameCube, it does not work like that. You just control Frank with the left joystick, and you never directly control the Maw with the right joystick, which would have been nice. Or if any of you that played Overlord on the Xbox 360, it kind of works similar in that way as well. So the second thing that you'll probably notice about the Maw is it has an excellent soundtrack. Let me just see if I can get you guys a glimpse of the soundtrack here. It's very well produced. The sound as well of the aliens is very well. So here's what you mainly do in the Maw. You drag him around, and he automatically targets these little pink critters as well as other enemies. And the more and more that you eat, he grows in size, which you'll eventually see here in a second. So he continues growing in size throughout the game, allowing him to eat larger and larger enemies. Once again, borrowing from ideas of other games in the past. I don't know who started it first, but one that comes to mind is Feeding Frenzy, if you ever played that. So now that he's grown in size, he's telling you that he can eat that new enemy, the Fire Lizard, which will actually grant him a new power. So let me go show you what that looks like. Okay, so here are the Fire Lizards, but if I attempt to eat them right now, it'll burn them all. So what I need to do is I need to grab hold of the Fire Lizards with the B button, dragging them into the water. It extinguishes their fire. I grab them once again, and I give it to the maw. And that's just an example of one of the simple puzzles in the game. And it really never gets more complicated than that. So now the maw has the firepower. And this is where we run into one of the game's first problems. And that is, while he does eat the enemies, stopping one by one to eat them, as you notice as I walk him around, he'll stop and burn objects like those plants, and it serves absolutely no purpose. These ones serve a purpose, the trees obviously, because burning them reveals more little pink guys to eat. But as I walk him around, he's going to burn these bushes right here. Serves absolutely no purpose, it just slows down the gameplay. And if you haven't noticed, you'll notice in other levels that are much larger, you move very slow. You never go faster than this. And it's quite slow paced when he's constantly stopping. Another problem that I have with the game is the camera. You can only rotate it horizontally. Now, while you can pan the camera out by pressing down on the joystick like this, and zoom it back in like this, you can never look up. So there's points in the game, especially in platforming elements, where you want to kind of look up. You know what I mean. But you can't look up higher than what is shown right here. Here's just another example of one of the gameplay elements that isn't really used to its full potential. They don't really incorporate this much into the game, but you can grab objects by pressing the B button like this rock and drag them out of place. Something that kind of had potential to be used well in the game, but kind of fell short. They didn't really use it that much. So here's a stage later in the game where the maw is a bit larger. And this is one of the 8 levels in the game. There are only 8 levels. And each level takes anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes to complete. The game overall takes around 2 hours to beat, 2 to 3 hours. So I'm just going to show you an example here of how you would solve this puzzle. Now, as you can see, I kind of want to get my camera to look up there on that ledge, but I cannot. So that is definitely a flaw. I do not like the camera. But what I'm going to do is you have to grab one of these blue guys, pull them out of the ground, smack them on the cement here, leave them there, and then these worm bubble things will come down and grab it. You grab the worm, give it to the maw, and he gets a new power. There are 5 powers like this in the game, and this one allows you to float. So this is how you would get up on this ledge. And then you use the X button to do that attack, and you're through. Another feature is if you press X, he will call the maw over to him in his cute little voice, and the maw will come running. Automatically grabs hold, and you're off. Here's just one more power that I wanted to show you guys. This one in particular, you gain control of the maw himself instead of dragging him around. Now, here's just another example of how slow you move. Okay, there's no way to speed it up. You move this slow around the level. So this is a very slow-paced level, but the cool part is that you get this kind of laser beam shooting out of your eyes. You can move around and blow up everything. But as you can see, it's quite slow-paced. But it's just an example of how they vary the gameplay between the powers. One thing I also want to mention about the maw is that the environments all look the same, really, after a while. This is the only level in the game, besides the last level, that's varied in its environment. Now, here's an example of how slow you move, okay? I want to get over to those platforms, and as you can see, it takes quite a while. And in terms of platforming, this here is an example of really how in-depth the platforming gets. It's not really, it is more of an action puzzle, very light puzzle game. And I'm going to take these guys here and I'm going to throw them to the maw so that he'll eventually be able to grow in size. But this is just an example of how slow you move. Okay? I want to bring the maw up that cliff over there. So I have to grab the maw, and this is how slow we really move. So this is quite a drag. It is a downside to the game because you do move quite slow. So overall, guys, I would give the maw a 7 out of 10. It's pretty easy. You never really die. Like as you should see here, you don't die from that. But from what it does, it's quite charming sometimes. It's pretty funny with its characters. The puzzles never are they're never brain teasing or anything like that. It's very straightforward, very linear. But overall, you know, it's a fun experience for a weekend because it really has no replay value whatsoever. While it is very short, 2 to 3 hours long, it took me just over 2 hours to beat it. It does have its charms. The Maw is a very likable character, and while the game is repetitive, you're basically doing the same thing throughout the whole game, just eating creatures constantly to grow your character and solve very light puzzles throughout the game, as well as very, very light platforming elements. I mean, it's almost non-existent. It's hard to call it a platformer sometimes. They kind of try to mix up the gameplay every now and then, and some of the powers are pretty fun. But because of the problems with the camera, and really the environments tend to look the same throughout the whole game, and after a while, you know, they kind of lose their flair. At first, they look really, really great and shiny, but as you can kind of see here, the textures and everything, I don't know, it just kind of looks flat after a while. I can't recommend this to everybody, but for fans of, you know, lighthearted adventure platform games that are willing to, you know, pay $10 for a 2 to 3 hour experience, give them all a try. I think you might find some charm in it and something unique. What's up, and welcome to episode 8 of games I bought recently, so let's get right into it. I already have a video review up for this one, Lord of the Rings Conquest for the Xbox 360, and my opinions really still stand. I've played some more hours online, still haven't done the co-op campaign because honestly I just don't feel like playing through it again. I would still recommend this for fans of Lord of the Rings, especially if you're more into the action-type Dynasty Warrior games. The players online now are getting more accustomed to their classes, and it's becoming more fierce in terms of the competition. But definitely check this one out. My opinion still stands. Wouldn't change a bit. I gave it a 7.5, and I think it's well deserving. Next, this is one that I meant to pick up long ago in 2008, and I'm surprised I actually put it off this long. And that's Prince of Persia for the Xbox 360. And I'll tell you my impressions on this one. I'm about 2 hours into it. I've only had one night with it so far. It's pretty mixed. I'll tell you what I love about it first. Obviously, I love the graphics. I think they're really, really well done. The characters are pretty likable as well, especially the prince. Elika, she's kind of, I don't know, not really connecting with her yet, but I like how you can interact and talk with the characters whenever you feel like it, when you're moving around, kind of. And, but I'll tell you what I don't really care for so much yet. The combat. I'm not really sure if I enjoy the one-on-one. It seems kind of slow at times, and I don't know, it seems like I'm just mashing buttons aimlessly trying to pull off a combo, but I'm not even mashing them. Here's the thing, it's like I'm always pulling off the same combo of X, 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 and then you hit Y to send Elika at the enemy, and then, you know, you follow with a B to launch from the air, and then you hit X one more time. You kill the enemy, you move on to the next. It seems like I'm doing that almost every time. I thought I heard somewhere that there's tons of combos, and I'm probably right. There probably are tons of combos in the game, but I just really haven't discovered them yet. That's why it's pretty early to judge it so far. You know, these are really early impressions. But to me, the combat seems really, I don't want to say like monotonous, but it's just not that fun. It kind of seems to break up the flow of the game that's otherwise constantly moving. And something else that I'm not really sure I like yet, I'm kind of in the middle, and I might seem overly harsh, but, you know, I might actually end up really enjoying this game. But a lot of the gameplay seems very, very reliant on just, you know, wall running and, wall running, yeah, there you go. Because I'd say, you know, almost every jump that you do in the game, it's like a 50-50% chance you're going to be running on a wall. And while it's fun right now, I'm not sure how fun it's going to be a couple of hours into the game. Because they don't really have, right now, they don't have that many gameplay elements to mix it up. I have unlocked one power where you can run on walls. But those are they're very confined to certain places in the game. But overall, you know, I'm very mixed on this so far. One thing I do really like about it, and I don't regret them putting in the game, is the checkpoint system, where you never actually die. If you're about to like fall off a jump that you couldn't make it to, essentially, instead of dying, you are saved by Elika. She has like special powers, so she could save you. And here's how the checkpoint system works. Let's say you just got done with a series of jumps and you touch flat ground where you're no longer moving. That's essentially a checkpoint. So there's really hundreds of checkpoints in the game, and this way, when you are falling down a cliff, you're automatically brought back within a second or two to the last platform that you were on. So it kind of keeps the gameplay moving, it kind of keeps it flowing, so you never have to wade through menus of like load your last save or anything like that, and I really, really like it. Does it take the challenge out of the game? No, not really, because the game isn't forgiving enough to let you get by a sequence that you can't, pass. So in a way, it sort of is like having checkpoints. It's just without all the loading menus and everything. So I'm very happy that they added that into the game. And overall, Prince of Persia right now, I'm sure I'll like it in the end. But right now, I have really mixed impressions on it. So if I do a review for this one, guys, stay tuned for that. If not, I'll be sure to update you on my impressions in a future vlog. Welcome to my Multiplatform Awards, or for what I think is the best multi-platform game of 2008. Now, you are going to notice that most of the games, or all the games that I'm going to show here, are for the Xbox 360, and I really don't want to get into why that is. If you want to know why, check out my PlayStation 3 collection video. I gave a good 1 minute as to why that is. Now, like my other awards videos, I like to start off by saying a couple of titles that I was not able to get around to playing or buying, and one of them is going to be Call of Duty World at War. I have bought it, I have just not got a chance to play it. And the other one that comes to mind is Dead Space. I was not able to play either of those, as well as Far Cry 2 and Mercenaries 2. Never got around to playing those. But the ones on my list I did enjoy quite a bit, and so let's get started. First one is going to be Mirror's Edge. I had so much fun with this one because I guess you can say it reinvented the first-person genre. Now, normally when you hear that, you think you're going to hear first-person shooter, but after playing Mirror's Edge, I think we're going to see a new genre of games, and that's first-person games without the shooter in it. Because this game was really designed to be made to be played without guns. While they do have guns, it's more of like a free-running platformer game in the first person. I enjoyed the style of it, even the music. The characters fell a little flat in terms of their personality and everything like that, but this was a really unique and fun game. Definitely worth a nomination. Next up, Grand Theft Auto 4. Once again, Grand Theft Auto proving that Rockstar can make some of the best sandbox open world games out there. I never got into it as much as some people. I had a lot of fun just going around and exploring the city, just having a look around and all the little details that they put in. It's not just people walking around, they're interacting and they're talking. And I had a lot of fun going online and just playing in free play mode. I didn't get as involved in the story mode as I thought I would, but from what the universe of this game offers, worth a nomination for me. Amazing graphics as well. I just picked this one up a couple of days ago, and that is Prince of Persia. Now, I wanted to get this one on my list. I kind of put off doing this video until I played this game because I wanted to play this really bad. And I will say that I am very impressed by the game's visuals and its style. It's a very, I don't want to say adult cel-shaded game. It's more of a stylistic one where it's more like the cel shading isn't taken to a level where that's what you notice. You notice the vibrant colors and the world itself. You're not paying attention to how they use the cel shading. It's more of the world as a whole. Now, in terms of gameplay and everything like that, I'm a little mixed, but from what this game has in terms of being different from your normal action-adventure games, in terms of its exploration, yeah, it copies off, games like Okami and stuff like that, but it is unique in the sense that combat isn't the main focus, and that's actually a pretty good thing. It's more revolving around its collecting and opening up worlds and bringing them back to life. Next is the Lord of the Rings Conquest. This is one that I only recommend, and it's really getting on my list because I'm such a big Lord of the Rings fan. And especially because I played online. Online is the big draw of this game, without a doubt. The single-player campaign, not so much. The online is where this one's at. If you're a fan of Battlefront games, Star Wars Battlefront games, or if you've ever wanted to play a Dynasty Warriors type game online, this is your type of game right here, in terms of the controls and the combat and everything like that. The universe is it's brought to life so well in terms of the Lord of the Rings license, and the online was really enjoyable for me with all the different classes. And, it has its problems with the controls and everything, but for me, this was a really welcome addition to the online games that I'm playing right now. Worth a nomination. Sonic Unleashed for the Xbox 360. Now, this is one that just barely made my list, only because it has so many good factors about it, but then it also has a list of really bad ones. You already know what I'm talking about. It's the daytime and the nighttime levels. while the daytime levels, in my opinion, are the best levels and experience that I've had in the Sonic games since the Genesis days, it is, in my opinion, better than Sonic Adventure. They're really that fast-paced and that well done. But when it comes to the nighttime levels, it really slows down the game's pace, and it takes away from the overall feel of how much fun you're having in the normal levels, where it really feels like a fast, classic Sonic game. But despite having the nighttime levels, if you can look past that, this is without a doubt a really fun Sonic game, worth a nomination on my list. It has a lot of great things going for it. Even its graphics are really good. And lastly, Fallout 3. Fallout 3 is one that, honestly, I haven't even mentioned that much about. People have been wondering my impressions on this game for a while, and I'll tell you that my impressions and my overall thoughts on the game are very good. I was a huge fan of Oblivion, so obviously I'm going to love Fallout in terms of the open world RPG elements mixed in. Is this Oblivion with guns? The only thing, not really. The only thing that it has in common with Oblivion is that conversations look the same, and the whole open world kind of, it has the same. You'll notice similarities, like I said. It's gonna feel like Oblivion with a whole different paint job on, but the combat is so unique and different that it's really hard to compare it to Oblivion. And you can play it like a real-time first-person shooter, or you can actually stop time and use the VAT system to select parts of the body, and then there's all different percentages. The leveling up system in this game is so rewarding and so great. Every time you level up, you're going to get new skills, new abilities, and that really plays into the whole aspect of the game where you always feel like you're gaining new equipment and always getting stronger, and that's the one thing that this has over Oblivion. You really feel like you're getting stronger because the levels of the enemies don't scale with you. So when you level up and you get that new skill, and you get that new weapon or that really awesome piece of armor, it really feels like your guy just got a heck of a lot powerful, because those monsters that you were having a hard time with 5 levels ago, you're blasting them to bits now. In terms of its universe, it does a really, really well job of making you think like you're in a wasteland, living, walking around with real breathing people, because the conversation trees are really diverse, and the facial animations and everything like that. The characters are still a little stiff, but they have some really good voice actors that bring the characters to life. The one thing that I do want to say about Fallout that I didn't really care for is that it's so stark and depressing that sometimes you don't even have I'm still having fun while I play it, but sometimes I wish that Fallout was in a setting like Oblivion, with the bright trees and the mountains and all that kind of stuff. I mean, this is constantly tires over here and shopping carts over there and dead bodies and cockroaches. It has a very depressing and dark feel to it. But for what it's going for, it really, really delivers. And without a doubt, worth the nomination. So, I'm going to do a little bit of an elimination here and boil it down to my multi-platform game of the year. Let's start by eliminating Sonic Unleashed. Definitely not the best multi-platform game of the year. It's still fun and enjoyable for Sonic fans. Let's see. Lord of the Rings Conquest. Hard to recommend to everybody. I really enjoyed it, but it wouldn't be my multi-platform of the year. Let's see. Grand Theft Auto 4. While it was a very awesome game in terms of its universe and everything like that, it's not my personal favorite. I know a lot of people chose this as their actual game of the year, but it's not mine. It's going to come down to these 3 here. I want to eliminate Prince of Persia because it does have its problems in terms of I don't really care for the combat much at all. And I have played an extensive amount of this game since I got it. I'm probably like 6 or 7 hours into it already. But there's just, to me, the combat falls flat, and I don't really care for all the backtracking that you do. Last 2 on the list. It's either going to come down to Fallout or Mirror's Edge. Mirror's Edge, I had a ton of fun with it in terms of, its unique style, and it was like it was like playing in a sci-fi movie almost. Fallout 3, it was like playing in a living and breathing world. While, it's not perfect, and neither is Mirror's Edge. It can only come down to one of them. This was pretty tough. But I'm gonna go with Fallout because never before in a game did I really, since Oblivion, did I feel like I was in a world that you could actually be living in. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like in Oblivion, I felt like I was there, and I had the same feeling with Fallout, and very few games do that for me. where, you know, you care about the characters. You know, all people say that way, oh, you care about the characters if they live or die. It's totally true about Fallout. You know, they give you some really extreme conditions and choices to make in this game, and you really feel like it has an impact on everything that you do. Everything from its graphics, and its controls, its gameplay, everything about the game is done very, very well. And without a doubt, this is the best multi-platform game that I think was available in 2008. Thanks for watching, guys. Coming up next is my Game of the Year 2008 video. Make sure you watch that one. And I'm going to talk about Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection. And this is an excellent, excellent steal of a deal. If you don't own a Genesis, or if you do own a Genesis and you don't have a lot of games for it, this is a no-brainer. I can't recommend this enough for anybody out there. I mean, I already owned most of the games that were on here, with the exception of I didn't have Shining Force 1, 2, and Phantasy Star 2, 3, and 4. But this is a steal. Like, for those games alone, bargain, $30. I mean, they have HD graphics now. They have a blending, smoothing option for the graphics, which I don't really recommend for every game. It takes away the detail from a lot of stuff. Like, it looks good on Sonic, but when you put it on for, like, Phantasy Star 4, it takes away from a lot of the details. But there's like 50 games on here. There's achievements if you're really caring much about those. I'm kind of having fun trying to go for them, but most of them are really easy. But this is a steal. If you're trying to get into the retro scene of games or anything, pick this up. I'm telling you, it's a great compilation. A lot of great classics in here. Some of my personal favorites: Decap Attack, Dr. Robotnik's, Mean Bean Machine, Golden Axe 1, 2, and 3. 2 being my favorite. I can't say enough about it. Definitely pick that one up. Before I get to the downloadable games that I bought, I just want to talk about the one that people have been asking me about like all week, and that's Street Fighter 4. Now, don't hate me too much for this, but it's not really my cup of tea. I'm actually highly thinking of selling this one very soon and getting rid of it. Not because it's a bad game, because I just don't have the patience. Okay, I'll put it right out I'll put it right out there. I'm a Street Fighter newbie, alright? I had Street Fighter 2, you know, I had some of the other Street Fighters when I was younger. But I was never one of those people that was huge in the Street Fighter, taking the time to, you know, learn the technical aspects of hitboxes and learning everybody's best combos and all that kind of stuff. You know, I picked it up and I just had fun with those games. Street Fighter 4, I don't care what the developers say, this is not noob friendly, okay? First of all, the normal difficulty on arcade mode is brutal for first-time players. I swear to, for those of you that can, you know, relate with me, playing against Abel, or Abel, however you want to pronounce his name, one of the new fighters in the series, on normal difficulty, destroyed me. I played him for like an hour straight trying to beat that guy. Cheapest thing, all he does is roll and grab, and you know, if you're new to Street Fighter, you don't really know how to counter that well. But once I finally beat him, I finally got to the final boss, Seth. Cheapest final boss I've ever played in my life. I couldn't beat him, so I had to try it on easy. Easy was still pretty hard with Abel and Seth. I put it on easiest. The characters, yeah, they were really easy on easiest. But once you got up to Seth, his final form was still really cheap. So, you know, this game is not as noob-friendly as you really think it is, as the developers put you on to be. And, you know, I played it for 8 hours straight, the first night I had it. You know, I was having some fun with it despite, you know, the difficulty. But I went online and, you know, playing against people that have been playing Street Fighter games for 10+ years, I was getting destroyed. I played against some of my friends. They're all really good at it. They destroyed me almost every match. I played against one of my friends, Chris, who's also, you know, a noob at Street Fighter, and all he did was jump around and attack and button mash, and he still destroyed me because I was trying to perform the moves, you know, actually try and do them, and that was screwing me up. So, you know, I decided that I'm not going to have the patience or the time to really get that deep into this. I might give it another day or two, see if my mind changes, but I'm not really feeling it. You know, it is a good game. But those of you out there that love fighters and Street Fighter in particular, you must buy this. Like, really, the graphics and the presentation, you know, it's all done really well. But I have it on the 360 version, and the D-pad and the joystick, they just don't work for me. And I'm not spending $80 on an arcade stick. But, you know, it is a really well-made game. But if you're a noob to the series, unless you really want to train for hours and hours and play with friends and have them teach you how to, you know, do the best combos, and, you know, there's a lot of hidden depth in terms of, you know, your focus attacks and your counters and charge EX attacks and your ultra moves. You know, there's a lot of strategy to this. So if you want to go in and play it casually with friends at your house or something, go for it. But if you're looking to play competitive online and you're new to the series, I don't recommend it. You know, it's really hard to recommend because arcade mode is really hard. But if you have the time and the patience to practice, go for it. But now I just want to get into the downloadable games. I did download Super Street Fighter 2 HD Remix for 360 about a week before this one came out, and I played it once online with my friend one night for, a good 5 hours, and I was kind of having fun with it. I was getting good with T-Hawk, but of course he wasn't included in Street Fighter 4. But, another waste of $15 for me, really. I don't think I'm ever going to go back and play it, only because, like I said, I'm just not that hardcore in the Street Fighter. It's the type of game I could pick up every now and then and just play for fun, but I'm just never, I'm more of a Power Stone, Super Smash Brothers kind of guy, where moves are nice and kind of simple. There's some hidden depth to it, like with Smash Brothers, but I don't like getting hardcore in the move lists. The next one I also downloaded was Flower. Most of you probably know that. Check out my review. I'm getting a lot of positive feedback from that review. A lot of people had no idea what that game was about. A lot of people downloaded it because of my review, and they're very happy about it. I had to actually convince some people to buy it because they thought the game, even after my review, still looked really strange and weird, but they're really happy they bought it now. And what's up, guys? Welcome to episode 10 of games I bought recently, and I'm going to talk about Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection. And this is an excellent steal of a deal. If you don't own a Genesis, or if you do own a Genesis and you don't have a lot of games for it, this is a no-brainer. I can't recommend this enough for anybody out there. I mean, I already owned most of the games that were on here, with the exception of I didn't have Shining Force 1, 2, and Phantasy Star 2, 3, and 4. But this is a steal. Like, for those games alone, bargain, $30. I mean, they have HD graphics now. They have a blending, smoothing option for the graphics, which I don't really recommend for every game. It takes away the detail from a lot of stuff. Like, it looks good on Sonic, but when you put it on for, like, Phantasy Star 4, it takes away from a lot of the details. But there's like 50 games on here. There's achievements if you're really caring much about those. I'm kind of having fun trying to go for them, but most of them are really easy. But this is a steal. If you're trying to get into the retro scene of games or anything, pick this up. I'm telling you, it's a great compilation. A lot of great classics in here. Some of my personal favorites: Decap Attack, Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, Golden Axe 1, 2, and 3. 2 being my favorite. I can't say enough about it. Definitely pick that one up. And before I get to the downloadable games that I bought, I just want to talk about the one that people have been asking me about like all week, and that's Street Fighter 4. Now, don't hate me too much for this, but it's not really my cup of tea. I'm actually highly thinking of selling this one very soon and getting rid of it. Not because it's a bad game, because I just don't have the patience. Okay, I'll put it right out there. I'm a Street Fighter newbie. All right, I had Street Fighter 2. I had some of the other Street Fighters when I was younger. But I was never one of those people that was huge in the Street Fighter, taking the time to, learn the technical aspects of hitboxes and learning everybody's best combos and all that kind of stuff. I picked it up and I just had fun with those games. Street Fighter 4, I don't care what the developers say, this is not noob friendly, okay? First of all, the normal difficulty on arcade mode is brutal for first-time players. I swear to, for those of you that can, relate with me, playing against Abel or Abel, however you want to pronounce his name, one of the new fighters in the series, on normal difficulty, destroyed me. I played him for like an hour straight trying to beat that guy. Cheapest thing, all he does is roll and grab, and if you're new to Street Fighter, you don't really know how to counter that well. But once I finally beat him, I finally got to the final boss, Seth. Cheapest final boss I've ever played in my life. I couldn't beat him, so I had to try it on easy. Easy was still pretty hard with Abel and Seth. I put it on easiest. The characters, yeah, they were really easy on easiest. But once you got up to Seth, his final form was still really cheap. So, this game is not as noob-friendly as you really think it is, as the developers put you on to be. And, I played it for 8 hours straight, the first night I had it. I was having some fun with it despite, the difficulty. But I went online and, playing against people that have been playing Street Fighter games for 10 plus years, I was getting destroyed. I played against some of my friends. They're all really good at it. They destroyed me almost every match. I played against one of my friends, Chris, who's also, a noob at Street Fighter, and all he did was jump around and attack and button mash, and he still destroyed me because I was trying to perform the moves, actually try and do them, and that was screwing me up. So, I decided that I'm not going to have the patience or the time to really get that deep into this. I might give it another day or two, see if my mind changes, but I'm not really feeling it. It is a good game. Those of you that love fighters and Street Fighter in particular, you must buy this. Like, really, the graphics and the presentation, it's all done really well. But I have it on the 360 version, and the D-pad and the joystick, they just don't work for me. And I'm not spending $80 on an arcade stick. But you know, it is a really well-made game. But if you're a noob to the series, unless you really want to train for hours and hours and play with friends and have them teach you how to, you know, do the best combos, and you know, there's a lot of hidden depth in terms of, you know, your focus attacks and your counters and charge EX attacks and your ultra moves. You know, there's a lot of strategy to this. So if you want to go in and play it casually with friends at your house or something, go for it. But if you're looking to play competitive online and you're new to the series, I don't recommend it. You know, it's really hard to recommend because it's arcade mode is really hard. But if you have the time and the patience to practice, go for it. Alright guys, this is my Xbox 360 collection video. It's been requested so much, and I think it's about time I give it to you guys. A couple hundred of you actually had a sneak peek of it at my live broadcast, but I'm going to give it to you in its entirety. Now, towards the end of the video, I'm going to have a scrolling ticker on the bottom that will tell you the titles that I once bought, which were likely just for achievements when I was into them, and I later sold because I either beat them in their entirety, or, you know, I bought them for achievements and they were bad games, so I sold them off. So, let's get started here. I got a lot to talk about. Not a lot of time. Ridge Racer 6. I put about 100 hours into this racer, especially because of the online mode. Excellent arcade racer. I can't recommend it enough, especially because you can get it for like $5 or $10 now. Sonic Unleashed. The daytime levels where you actually play as Sonic are very fun. I highly recommend that portion of the game for Sonic fans, but the Werehog levels, I'm still kind of put off by those. Not really finding them that fun. Unreal Tournament 3. Love the online mode on this. I remember being so surprised of how much fun I had with this game when I went online with it, with all the different vehicles and everything. Awesome game. Dark Messiah Might and Magic Elements. I'm a strong supporter of this game. I did play it online when it came out. Unfortunately, the online community is dead, but the single player is still very much worth picking this game up for. It's like an Oblivion on rails, but don't think of it as Oblivion or else you'll be disappointed. Beautiful Katamari. I was a pretty big fan of Katamari Damacy, not a huge fan as some people are, but this is a very worthy addition to the 360 collection because of its wackiness. If you've never played a Katamari game before, do yourself a favor and pick this one up if you can find it for cheap. Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 game. You know, I avoided playing this like the plague. I tried the demo and I thought the controls and the camera were awful. I bought this not that long ago, but I still haven't played it because, you know, I'm kind of scared to. Mass Effect. I didn't get too far into this one. I really did like the presentation with the voice acting and, you know, the cutscenes during the, you know, when you're talking to people. The combat, you know, that's where I got put off by it. I couldn't get into it at the time, but I definitely want to get back to that before the sequel. Infinite Undiscovery. A very underrated RPG for the 360. It kind of takes on a battle system that's like a simplistic Final Fantasy XII. Real-time action battles. 2 discs. And you can have up to, I think it was 12 or 16 people in your party, all AI-controlled partners, but a really fun game. This is Vortex Secco no Ronde, I believe it's called. This copy here is still sealed because I actually rented it and beat it, but I liked it so much that when I had the chance to get a sealed copy for under $10, I snagged it. Awesome arcade shooter. It'll remind you a lot of a Dreamcast game if you pick this one up. Very worth it, though. Call of Duty World at War is still sealed. I just haven't gotten around to playing this one. I'm definitely planning on opening it though, because I definitely love Call of Duty 4's online, and I want to give this one a shot past the beta that I played, because the beta, I wasn't really into it. Left 4 Dead. If you watch my review, you know I'm really in love with this game. You're buying this for the online mode though, single player campaign, whatever you want to call it, not worth it. You're buying this for online. If you got some buddies to play with, it's even better. I love playing as the infected, the zombies themselves, and just ripping people apart. 2-in-1 shot here. It's going to be Final Fantasy XI and the expansion Wings of the Goddess. This box here has all the 3 previous expansions. I put about, God, what was it, like 5,000 or 6,000 hours into this game. I played it on the PS2 and I bought the 360 version for updated graphics. I was addicted to it. Definitely don't recommend getting into it now because the game's been out for like 5 years now. But I love Final Fantasy XI if you can't tell. Oblivion, Elder Scrolls 4. Anytime someone's picking up a 360 and they ask me what games should they get, this is almost always the first one that I recommend. If you're an action, you know, open world RPG lover or just love games, this is a must-have for the 360. I lost countless hours playing this game and it was so worth it. I love the universe, I love the characters. The only thing I didn't care for in it was the auto level up of, you know, your enemies and your equipment and everything. Like, everything's scaled. Lost Odyssey, an excellent traditional RPG for the 360. Presentation is really good. The story is It's unique because it's told through dream sequences, which can be up to like a half an hour in reading like these kind of interactive music stories, I want to say. But, you know, it feels like a Final Fantasy game. If you're looking for Final Fantasy on 360 until Final Fantasy 12 comes out, this is the closest you're going to get. Halo Wars, I just picked this up, and I'm really, really having a lot of fun with the online mode. I haven't touched campaign yet, but online 3 vs 3, it's really, really fun. You know, it's a simplistic RTS, but it's done right because it was built from the ground up for the 360. Burnout Revenge. Love this game online. I beat it in its entirety on single player. I got everything gold and everything or whatever. But online mode was a lot of fun when I first picked this up. Highly recommend it for racing fans. Star Ocean: The Last Hope. I also just got this. So far, the graphics look amazing. Voice acting is, you know, crazy, terrible stuff for the most part for the characters. But the combat is really where it's at with this one. It's really, really fun. It's a very active time battle system where they have all these different combos and counterattacks. It's a lot of fun. Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. Haven't gotten around to playing this one yet, but I kind of enjoyed the demo. A little disappointed they took out like all the platforming elements. Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection. Must have if you consider yourself, you know, a retro game collector or anything. If you don't have a Genesis and you want some games for it, this is a must buy. No online mode. It has about 40 Genesis games on here. Really good ones. You know, it's got all the Phantasy Star 1, 2, 3, 4, Sonics, Shining Forces, everything on there. Halo 3 Legendary Edition. I had the original, but I sold it because I had this one. It's still been sealed because I don't think I'm ever going to play Halo 3 again. Earth Defense Force 2017. This also will feel like a Dreamcast game. It's a really fun action arcade game where you're just going around third person shooting up aliens and bugs. Way over the top. Highly recommended if you can find it. Might be a little tough to get now. Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle-earth 2. I was really addicted to the online mode in this. Really didn't touch the campaign. I played online so much I was ranked like number 2 or 3 or something like that. I played it non-stop for a long time. Really fun RTS. Tomb Raider Legend. This was really fun for me, actually. I enjoyed how they simplified the controls, and the graphics were really good. The puzzles were a little simplistic at times, but it was a fun adventure game. Perfect Dark Zero. When you first picked up your 360, this is most likely one of the only games that you bought. And it was a worthy purchase. The graphics were, you know, really shiny, a little over the top, but it was definitely fun online, co-op campaign online. Cameo Elements of Power, definitely an underrated Rare game. And, you know, while it is a platformer, it's kind of more emphasized on combat, but it was really fun. Great launch title. Burnout Paradise, this is one that still sealed. I tried the demo. I got it for cheap, so I picked it up recently. Haven't gotten a chance to play it. Mirror's Edge, an awesome, awesome game. Check out my review for this, but in short, very unique, very fun. Prince of Persia, a little disappointed in terms of the combat, but the exploration and the graphics are still really good. Definitely recommend this to action fans. Naruto Rise of a Ninja, haven't gotten a chance to play this one. Fallout 3, excellent open world RPG. Feels a lot like Oblivion because it should. It's made by Bethesda. Highly recommend this one as well. Check out my 2008 Game of the Year edition video for my impressions on that. Zoids Assault, haven't played it, don't plan to. The Orange Box, awesome compilation. I love playing Team Fortress 2. I played that for a lot of hours online, and Portal was an excellent game. Grand Theft Auto 4, not a huge fan of the Grand Theft Auto games, but this is a very worthy addition to the series. Love the open gameplay, love the graphics. Lord of the Rings Conquest. This is another one where I really like the online. Single player was kind of short. Check out my review for this for more impressions. Crackdown, open world game, a lot of fun. You know, it's like a superhero Grand Theft Auto game. I love the setting, I love the graphics. It's just fun to jump 100 feet in the air with a buddy online. It's great, awesome. Bioshock, never beat it. Definitely got to get around to it soon though, because this game, I love its setting. An underwater city, you know. I don't know anybody that has a 360 and doesn't own this game. Battlefield 2, I played this online a lot. Definitely hadn't aged well in terms of the shooters after Call of Duty 4, but this is a really fun game, especially online at the time. Marvel Ultimate Alliance and the Forza 2, don't like Forza 2. The Ultimate Alliance, when I rented it from Gamefly, I had a ton of fun playing that online with 4 people. Here are the 3 Burger King games. Big Bumpin', Sneak King, and Pocket Bike Racer. You know, some of them, Sneak King is terrible, Pocket Bike Racer wasn't bad, and Big Bumpin' wasn't bad. At the time when these came out and people were playing them online, it was fun for the couple of bucks I paid for them. Viva Pinata is still sealed. Call of Duty 2, excellent online. I loved it. The controls were spot on, carried over well to Call of Duty 4. Blue Dragon, haven't played it, though I enjoyed the demo. Tomb Raider Anniversary, haven't played it yet, but I'm looking forward to trying it out. Shadowrun, most of you know that I'm a big supporter of this game. I think it's one of the most balanced online shooters. It's online only though, so don't buy it if you're expecting single player. Eternal Sonata is an excellent 360 RPG. Great graphics, active time battle system that takes advantage of different elements like light and sun, and it changes your attacks. Really unique story. You play as a pianist, and it's his dream. Tales of Vesperia is another awesome 360 RPG. This was really my first Tales game. Really loved the combat, really loved the characters. I thought it was great. Time Shift, haven't played it yet. Lost via Damas, haven't played it yet. Assassin's Creed, haven't got a chance to play it yet. I know, I just got it recently from someone on YouTube. Thank you very much. Conan, haven't played it yet, though the demo was okay. Two Worlds isn't as bad as some people say. It's a third-person Oblivion wannabe. This is definitely a wannabe Oblivion game. Supposedly they patched it and fixed the frame rate, but haven't played it since. Dark Sector, haven't played it yet. The Club, haven't played it yet, though I hear it's very arcadey. I also have not played Turok yet. A lot of these games I picked up on sale at GameStop, haven't had a chance to play them. Call of Duty 4, loved the online. I played it non-stop for like a month or two, but I gave up on it shortly after. Guitar Hero 2 is the only Guitar Hero game I have. I love it. I plan on getting Guitar Hero Metallica. And Viking, I haven't played it yet, but I hear it's very good. I can't believe I finished that in time, guys, in one take. Thank you so much for watching. Here's one last shot of all my 360 games. What's up, guys? Welcome to episode 11 of games I bought recently. I also got Halo Wars for the 360. Now, this is another one where I'll tell you I haven't even touched the campaign. I plan on doing it eventually because it does have two-player online co-op. But I've been playing this online like crazy. It's a ton of fun. I've put maybe 40 hours in online so far. And one thing about this is you can definitely tell that this was designed for the 360. It's not like a port of a PC game or anything. They designed this for the 360 from the ground up. It's very simplistic. You know, veterans of RTSs, you're probably going to want to avoid this game because it's very streamlined. You know, there's set places where you can only build bases, like in that one set place. There's no kind of strict strategy and, you know, choosing to set up a mini base and defend it over here or something like that. Very streamlined. But it's a lot of fun online. I love to do 3 versus 3 battles. They're very chaotic. You know, you get teammates that don't have mics and then you end up losing. But there's a lot of different unit types. I think there's about, if you include the specific like Covenant leaders, I think there's like 22, 23 different units you can have in the game, so it's pretty robust. The strategy is typical rock, paper, scissors in terms of, you know, pairing certain units that are strong against another type and, you know, fighting them and all this kind of typical RTS stuff. Very streamlined, but it's very fun. It works really well. Mainly because I'm not a huge PC gamer, so console RTSs are not the easiest thing to come across. And this one does a really good job of streamlining the controls and making it simple. Highly recommend this for fans of, you know, the Halo universe. I think you'll get a kick out of, you know, seeing little Master Chiefs kind of running around on the battlefield. And anybody that wants to try out the RTS genre, I would recommend this over all other ones, only because you're going to be starting off with most people online, so it's not like anybody will have a huge advantage. And it's a, you know, very easy to get into, very easy to learn. I also got Star Ocean, The Last Hope for the 360. I'm only 2.5 hours into this one so far, but I'm really enjoying the battle system. And, you know, starting off it was kind of overwhelming, where it's like a half-an-hour tutorial trying to learn the battle system. But once you get into some actual random battles, you get the hang of it pretty fast. And it's a lot of fun. Those of you that are not familiar with the Star Ocean games, the battles are basically real-time 3D roaming. You know, you can control one character at a time, so you can control more than just your main character. You can do combos with your special attacks, and the really unique thing about this game is the blindside attacks, where if you time a certain button press right, you can come up behind enemies and score a critical hit, and defeating an enemy with a critical hit will award you with a bonus of 10% bonus XP. And you can get up to 120% of a bonus that carries from battle to battle, as long as your character does not get critical hit itself. So that's really fun and unique, and they have one for money and other aspects as well during the battles with the bonuses. The characters to me are kind of flat, not interesting. I never really liked the character designs for the Star Ocean games. But, you know, it's a little early to tell, but I would definitely recommend this for JRPG fans on the 360. Would I recommend it over, you know, Tales of Vesperia, Lost Odyssey, Eternal Sonata? No, but who knows, it could end up being really, really better than those ones. But I'm really enjoying it so far. The graphics and music are great as well. This video is going to be part of a new series of videos I'm going to be putting out, in which I give general collecting tips for, you know, specific systems, specific series of games, or just general collecting tips, you know, where I touch upon where to buy games from, eBay, flea markets, garage sales, what to look out for, if a system has, you know, a gamer's value to it, if you're, you know, if I recommend it only for collectors where, you know, there's not too many great games out there that you want to track down. So I wanted to pick the topic of choosing the right system for yourself as my first video for this series, because I get asked in messages a lot, you know, what system should I collect for? People ask me, should they collect for system A or should they collect for system B? Maybe you are not into retro games and you want to collect for something that you love to play right now. Hey, go for the 360 or a PS3 game. You know, they're pretty cheap. 360 games now, you wait a couple of months after a game comes out, you go into GameStop, there it is used for 10 or 15 bucks. If you want to collect brand new games, it's going to cost you more money. But if you go in the GameStop or something with their buy two get one free sale, you can come out of there with a whole bunch of current generation games for a great price. So if you're the current gen gamer looking for something, you know, a little more current, go for 360. There's nothing wrong with collecting for a current generation system. It doesn't have to be old. You don't have to collect old systems to be a game collector. Hey guys, and welcome to my multiplayer review for Halo Wars on the Xbox 360. This is indeed going to be a review for only the online multiplayer mode, nothing to do with the campaign mode, mainly because when I played the demo of Halo Wars before it released, I really enjoyed the, you know, the scrimmage battles that they let you play, and I knew I was going to be buying this game for the online mode. So, you know, campaign mode didn't really interest me, so I'm doing my review based only on the multiplayer. Now, the next thing I just want to say about Halo Wars is that this is not a first-person shooter like most people believe it to be when they hear the Halo name. Some people still don't realize that this is actually a RTS, a real-time strategy game. And basically what that is, for those of you that aren't familiar with that genre, think of it like a StarCraft game, you know, where you have overhead view, you sort of play God, where you manage your base, you manage the minerals you get to build that base. You build upon that base, you build units, and you have a war all the time, you know, managing your income, I guess you can call it money, and, you know, you got to manage it that way. So this is really a really simplistic RTS, and it really is quite good because it's built for consoles from the ground up. So it wasn't a port of a PC game or anything, which is typical for, you know, RTS. They really rarely show up on consoles because, you know, while Battlefield Middle-earth 2 on the Xbox 360 did a really good job, you know, bringing RTS controls to a Xbox controller, it's still not the ideal way to play. You know, you want a mouse and keyboard when you play an RTS game. What Halo Wars does to fix that is it simplifies everything for you, even down to you know, base building. Everything is simple, and I'll get into that in a second. I just want to say that I have played a lot online. I've played, as of right now, 170 games online, which is about 80 hours, since each game can take anywhere from 10 minutes to upwards of an hour, depending upon how your teammates play and everything. Now, I'm a huge fan of 3 vs 3, so I don't really play 1 vs 1, I don't really do 2 vs 2 either. I'm a fan of the big, huge, epic battles that take place in 3 vs 3. I just find them the most exciting. I love cooperative, you know, I love talking with my teammates, getting strategies down, who we're going to attack, where we're going to go. Alright, so no matter what game type you choose, campaign, online, whatever, the first option that you're going to be given is if you want to play as the UNSC, or if you just want to call them humans, or the Covenant. Now, it is really different between both faction types because they all have different units. However, the game is still like a rock, paper, scissors kind of game where vehicle-based units are strong against infantry, infantry units are strong against air-based units, and air-based units are strong against vehicle-based units. However, it wouldn't be a strategy game without, you know, without them mixing that up. So, you know, there are vehicle types that are strong against air types that are really strong against other air types. They mix it up, so it's not typical, you know, it's not your typical RTS where, oh, there's a big tank coming towards the infantry. You know, there might be infantry units that can definitely counter those big tanks. For example, the hunters that the Covenant have, they can destroy the strongest tanks in the game. Or, you know, the super unit, the Hawks, that the UNSC have. The vampires that the Covenant have completely wipe out those units. So it's a really well-balanced game in terms of the strategy between the units. Alright, so after you pick what side you want to play as, you have to pick what leader you want to play as. Now, dependent upon which side you picked, it's going to really drastically determine your powers that you're going to have during the game. If you pick UNSC, you're going to have a choice between Forge, Cutter, and Anders. Now, their powers are not like the Covenant, where with the Covenant leaders, you actually have them on the battlefield. The UNSC, it's sort of like you don't see them on the battlefield, but you can use powers by just clicking up on the D-pad, and you can kind of use it throughout the battlefield where you want, sort of like a god power, I guess you can say, where you can heal your units in a set radius. You can use their own separate powers, like if you choose Cutter, you can drop your super unit ODSTs in on the battlefield. You can drop Mac Blasts. If you pick Forge, you can lay down carpet bombs. If you pick Anders, she has the most powerful power in the game, which is being able to freeze units. If you power it up enough, it instantly kills all aircraft types in range, so it's quite powerful. Now, depending upon which one you choose, they're also going to get their own unique units, whereas Anders, she gets a Gremlin, Cutter gets the ODST, and Forge gets the Cyclops. So they all get their own unique units, and if you go with the Covenant, you get to play as the leaders themselves. So you have the Arbiter, you have the Prophet of Regret, and you have Brute Chieftain. Now, when you pick the leader, they're going to be on the board. You can get them out very early in the game by just building a certain building. And their powers, it can be anything from, with the Prophet of Regret, having a big, huge beam of light come down to do area damage. Brute Chieftain does like a gravity bomb. And the Arbiter has this crazy area attack where you actually control the Arbiter and he's jumping around and killing everything. Now, that might sound overpowered compared to the UNSC, but trust me, it's really, really well balanced, because the Covenants can't use their power if the UNSC use their disruption bomb, which will, in a radius, not allow them to use their powers, but it also doesn't let themselves use their own powers. Very balanced. One faction type isn't more powerful than the other. They balance this out even more by the fact that the Covenant, while they can build slightly more units than the UNSC, the Covenant units are slightly weaker than the UNSC units overall. So, the Marine infantry on the UNSC are slightly more powerful than the Covenant grunts. Halo Wars is very noob friendly, though. I mean, just the way that they lay the bases out for you when you start off, the bases are always going to be in a set location. There's no sort of micromanaging mini bases around the map or having to deal with anything like that. Very simple, you just click on your base, you can expand it, a wheel pops up, you just use the left joystick to go around, select what type of building you want to build, and from there you just click on that building, you choose what unit type you want to build, and you click on that unit type, and you can upgrade them. So it's very simple. There's nothing really much more to it than that. You build supply crates, that brings in your minerals. You don't have to worry about creating, like most RTSs, you don't have to create little units to go around and gather your minerals for you. It's all very much, it's sort of holding your hand a little bit, but it kind of has to keep the game from being overly complicated and, pushing new players away that haven't really played the genre before. But it's not so much a game where it's overly simplistic, where it's going to put off a lot of people. There's a lot of hidden depth, and definitely there's a lot of different things that are going to distinguish a skilled player from a new player. That being micromanaging, your units and their powers. Now, what most people would probably do that are new to the game, they'll build, all different types of units, send them all in one big army, and just say, okay, attack this building. You don't want to do that. You want to select all your units, and one good thing they do is take advantage of hotkeys, which basically is either select all units, select units in range, or select individual units with the A button. If you select all units, on the bottom of the screen, basically a bar will come up with all the different unit types you have. You cycle through that with the right trigger, and from there, by pressing the Y button, certain units have special abilities which might require you to upgrade them. But once you have that unit selected, and you press the Y button, they'll use their ability. So, let's say you build aircraft units, infantry, and vehicle units in one big group. You send them into the enemy base. You want to micromanage, through using the right trigger to go through the different units, you want to micromanage their powers. You want to use certain powers against certain units, and, you got to micromanage one more thing, which is each ability has a refresh timer, so you got to keep an eye on that. The main draw for me, though, online, is getting in a 3 vs 3 game with everybody that has mics, and you're all cooperating, for the full-on attack. Now, most people are starting to rush now, so there's a lot of people rushing, but if you work with your teammates, you can definitely counter that, get up some good defenses, say, hey, I'm going to build units to defend against a rush, you guys, build up some more powerful units. It's all about the communication. I would definitely recommend this game to anybody that's into highly cooperative games online. I find that a lot of people do have mics. Even if you get two players that are pretty new to the game, as long as you're talking, telling them what units to build, you'll have an awesome chance to win against some more of the skilled players as long as you help them out. Because anybody can jump in. You can have this game for 2 days and play against someone that's had it for a month. If you just know what units to build and to upgrade them, and you're cooperating with your team, you're good to go. So it's pretty good. But like I said though, the good players are going to know where to position their units, how to use their special abilities. There's a lot of hidden tactics in this game, especially with the Covenant, where basically you can warp all your units to your leader. So you can send your leader behind the enemy base, warp all your units in, and destroy them. So you definitely got to work together to make sure that nothing like that happens to your own base. Graphically, Halo Wars is really well done. All of the troops and everything are really well animated, and being able to zoom your camera in to get close up on the action, you can really see all the fine details, like elite honor guards just grabbing some Marines and tossing them to the ground, and it all looks really, really well done. There's a lot of attention to detail. Like, for example, on the maps themselves, every now and then you'll see some birds fly overhead and you'll see their shadows down below. I would have liked to have seen more animation in the maps, but for what they're trying to do, it all looks really good. The sound quality is also pretty good. For example, if you go to attack a base that's occupied by enemy AI so that you can take it over, the battle music will change so it gets a little bit more dramatic, and when you get into big battles with the enemy, it sort of changes as well. So it's kind of dynamically changing music depending upon the situation, and it all sounds really good. Halo Wars is just so much fun online when you have, all 6 people playing, all their armies come together at once for these big, huge battles. You got missiles flying everywhere, laser beams, everybody's communicating, saying, okay, go this way, attack that guy over there, get rid of him first. It's still hard for me to recommend it to everybody, though. As fun as it may be for me, I know everybody's not going to like this game. Some people are just going to really hate it. I mean, I would say if you're a person that's looking for an RTS on the console and you want to try it out, go with this one. Or if you're a Halo super fan and you're willing to break away from the first-person shooters, give it a try. Or if you like heavily cooperated gameplay, I'd say give it a try too. But I do find it hard to recommend to everybody. I'm not going to give it a score though, guys, because it's not a review of the full game. But I definitely do say check it out. Alright guys, so E3 2009 is over, and I figured I'd make this video to give you my thoughts and opinions on what went down, talk about all the big game reveals, the exclusives on the systems, and just give my overall impressions on the show this year. So starting with Microsoft, I'm going to skip ahead to their biggest reveal, if not one of the biggest reveals of E3 itself, and that's something I'm sure you're all familiar with already and probably tired of hearing, but that's Project Natal. Now, Project Natal is something that people are probably going to have 2 totally separate opinions on. There's going to be the people that are going to totally dismiss it. They're not going to care about it when it's released. They're just going to put it off as, Microsoft copying Nintendo Wii with the motion sensing and everything like that. But then there's going to be the people that kind of look to the future and say, hey, this can be a step forward. This could be the future of gaming here if they can pull this off. Especially with Milo, but I'll get into that in a second. Project Natal itself is basically, yes, Microsoft's long-rumored motion control sensing device, and I have to admit what they showed at E3 was pretty impressive. The real question on my mind, though, is it really going to be able to be pulled off like 100%? Can anybody take this thing, put it in their home, despite what's behind them, the lighting, and, do everything that they were showing? Can everybody scan in objects 100%, without problems? Can I take, a game here and scan it in without any kind of like, oh, we can't recognize the object or anything like that? Is it really going to be fun to play a racing game like this? Just moving your hands. It's stuff that really we have to wait to see what they do. I think if they could pull off full-fledged games in 3D worlds with motion controls that require no controls, think of playing an RPG, a first person. Think of first person Oblivion or Fallout, where you just go like this to aim and everything, and you're moving in a 3D world. But how are they gonna handle movement? Besides being on a static screen, like their tech demo with the dodgeball, the girls up there doing all exaggerated movements. It looked like it was pretty intuitive and it could be fun. But what happens when you go beyond just the simple static screen mini games and you go more into 3D game worlds? I think if they could pull that off, though, Project Natal is going to have a lot of promise, and I can definitely see it, shaping up to be something that Microsoft can pull off and put together, really the future of gaming almost. And the second thing that they showed off that was really impressive from it was Milo. And this is a side project where Peter Molyneux is basically, he's crafted an artificial intelligence young boy where he can basically supposedly sense your feelings and everything. You know, if you sound sad, he'll be like, well, what's wrong? Oh, what's the matter? It's basically a virtual kid in your television that can react to you. You know, they showed that video and they were like, oh, this is not scripted or anything like that. And I found it a little bit hard to believe, especially where the girl takes the piece of paper, gives it to the kid, and he takes it through the screen. Like, it seemed a little bit scripted. It did seem scripted. It didn't seem 100% like, oh, throw her into this room with this virtual kid and none of it's going to be, you know, none of this is pre-scripted. I didn't really believe that, but what they showed off, I have to admit, it looked pretty insane. Like, I'm serious. If I can bring that Milo thing into my house here and actually interact with it like that girl was doing in that video, honestly, that I think will be the biggest step forward for video games beyond Project Natal. You know, what they showed there just in that little tech video, in my opinion, blows away the Wii. Honestly, like, that is a level of interactivity that Nintendo is never going to achieve. But the problem with that is it's something that's not as user-friendly. You know, are people really going to, you know, the Wii is such a mainstream thing now. Can Microsoft really catch up with something that's so technologically advanced? It's really yet to be seen, but really, I was very impressed with Milo and Project Natal, and I think in the years to come, it's probably not going to be for a while. They need to launch this thing nowhere. They can't charge more than $150. You know, price range between $100 and $150 would be good. But if Microsoft can pull this off somehow, you know, and maybe incorporate it into the next Xbox, because I don't think it's going to be coming out anytime soon. We're most likely not going to see Project Natal until late 2010 if we're lucky, into 2011 most likely. Alright, so I got my list here, and I just want to mention some of the exclusives that Microsoft's going to be coming out with in this year and next year. One big surprise for me that really I honestly should have seen coming but didn't expect to see it was the trailer for Left 4 Dead 2. I guess it's just me, but it felt like just yesterday that Left 4 Dead came out, and seeing Left 4 Dead 2 so early on was a bit of a surprise to me. And I checked out some of the gameplay on it, and really it does look like exactly more of the same, which isn't a bad thing, because Left 4 Dead was one of my nominees for 2008 Game of the Year, and I wouldn't mind having a sequel. Crackdown 2, something else that kind of didn't surprise me as much as it should have, because it's been rumored for a really long time now, but I'm really looking forward to it. I was a huge fan of Crackdown 1, and the second seems like it's taking a pretty big turn where there's like new mutant monsters or something. I don't know. But if they can put in some 4-player online co-op, that would be awesome. Something that we've all known about, Halo ODST, what they did show off was, you know, it looked like it's going to appeal to Halo fans. You know, I'm not like, oh my god, Halo ODST, because I'm not a huge Halo fan. But I admit it did look pretty fun. And then they revealed Halo Reach, which was just a simple trailer, no gameplay or anything. But one thing they did, which was very smart, is that they're going to bundle in betas, or access to the beta for Halo Reach with people that buy Halo ODST. So now Halo ODST is going to sell like crazy just because of that. Alan Wake, also, we finally got to see what the heck that game is about, and it looks really good. I love the way that the environments were coming to life, the trees were moving. It seemed really creepy and genuinely, you know, with all these survival horror games coming out now, this one looks like it really could bring something new to the genre. Alright guys, it's definitely time for another episode of games I bought recently. Hellboy, The Science of Evil. Operation Darkness. I played the demo for this game, and man, it was pretty terrible, but I figured I'd pick it up for $10 brand new. Universe at War. I picked Universe at War up and Red Alert 3 because after playing Halo Wars, I was sort of on this kick for RTS games on the Xbox. Haven't got around to playing either of them, but I've heard that Red Alert 3 on 360 is really good. James Bond, Quantum of Solace. I want to try the online out for this because supposedly it uses the same engine as Call of Duty for, you know, the combat. And Soul Calibur 4. Now, there were other games that I wanted, but I did not get to go to Best Buy on the day the sale started. So I got there the previous day, and they were basically wiped out of everything. So I just had to pick up what was left. So, definitely a great deal there for $10 each, though. Now here's the problem with these next two games. I picked them both up on the same day, and that's Infamous and Sacred 2. So I really had to decide between which one I wanted to play first, and I chose to play Sacred 2 first, which I put in about 60 hours into this game already, and you know, I'm kind of, it's starting to get a little bit repetitive now, but I'll just say this, fans of Diablo, and if you have a 360 and you know you want to do some 4-player online, this game, you can't go wrong with it. It's all about grinding, getting loot, leveling up, getting, you know, new skills and everything. It's really addictive. The world is huge. I'd say it's bigger than Oblivion by far. But fans of you know, Diablo type games, you know, there really isn't anything like this on the 360 that's done this well. I would highly recommend it. Alright, hey guys, and welcome to the HD edition of games I bought recently. If you haven't noticed, there's more room on the sides now. No more black bars. I got all this extra space. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Also, the other day I just picked up Borderlands for the Xbox 360. I was very much on the fence about picking this one up. I really didn't know if I wanted to buy it. I was like, should I get it? Maybe I shouldn't. There's some games coming out now that I want to get. But I decided to get it because of so many people saying how good it was and recommending it to me. And I have to admit, maybe I kind of got my expectations up a little bit too high, because it's a good game, but it's no way in heck as good as I hoped it would be and thought it would be. Best way to describe Borderlands is, I think Fallout 3, you know, open world, kind of wasteland, you know, run-down towns and cities and everything, with online 4-player co-op, paired with a sort of like a first-person Diablo or Gauntlet type game where, you know, it has a heavy looting system where you kill stuff, you're always getting new equipment, but equipment in this game comes in the form of weapons. Now, that's the coolest part about Borderlands, is that the weapons in this game are totally insane. So, you pick up a weapon and it has randomly generated stats. It could have fire damage, it could have electricity damage, it could have corrosive damage, it could just be a regular gun, or it has different modifications like recoil rate and, you know, zoom on there, and all these different factors that can go into the gun, the damage, the fire rate, all this different stuff. So when you pick up a gun, it's always unique unless it's a quest-giving item. Every time you pick up a gun from an enemy or anything that you find, for the most part, it's going to be unique to you, for, you know, most likely, unless someone else most likely has that gun somewhere. You know, it might have been generated with the same stats. But what I'm trying to get at is, there's tons of weapons in this game, and if you don't like weapons, don't pick up Borderlands. You know, if you're all about equipping armor and, you know, boosting up your defense and your attack and everything, Borderlands is all about the guns. So it's all about the attack power and how cool of weapons that you can pick up. So basically, you're going around this open world. You can do 4-player online co-op, which is recommended. That's what I've been playing as. There's 4 different classes that you can choose from at the start of the game. There's sort of like the berserker guy that, you know, does the fist attacks. There's a siren, which is basically a girl who can go invincible for a short amount of time and run really fast and do all these kinds of elemental attacks. There's a soldier, which is your basic guy, which can spec into healing and damage with a turret. And there's also the hunter, which is your sniper kind of guy. I chose the soldier, and each class has their 3 different skill trees. So just like a Diablo game, you can spec into different branches of abilities. So right now I'm specking as a medic as the soldier. So everything that I'm learning in terms of my abilities is all around healing my teammates, because I'm a team-oriented player and I'm playing online, and I love playing the role of, you know, the party member that everybody wants on their team to heal the teammates. So each class also has a unique ability. Mine can lay down a turret. The hunter can, you know, send out a hawk thing to kill the enemies. The siren can phase walk, which basically makes her invisible and really fast. And the berserker, I believe, just goes crazy. I forget what his is, but I think he just gets, like, really powerful or something. Don't quote me on that one, though. In terms of the visual style in Borderlands, that's also pretty unique. It's got a cel-shaded look. It's not overly cartoony, but it has a unique style that I have to admit actually fits well into the game, because it does have a sense of humor. It does remind me a lot of Fallout 3, and there's no way of avoiding that. In terms of the menus and everything, it has this Fallout 3 vault kind of feel to it, you know, with the cartoony type character portraits and everything like that. I don't know, there's just something about it that feels very familiar to Fallout 3, and I think the developers themselves, I think actually Borderlands was being worked on before Fallout 3. I could be wrong about that, but it feels like Fallout 3, what can you say? With, you know, the crazy looting, and, you know, you're opening chests and you're getting new weapons, And the only really there's a couple of major complaints I have about the game. Picking up ammo isn't the easiest thing. Your inventory is very limited, so you're constantly dropping stuff. There's like no storage in the game, so you either have to drop your weapons or sell them. And I don't know, it's not awesome. It's good, it's fun, it's a good distraction. Maybe my opinions will change on it after I'm about, a couple more hours into it, because I'm only like 4 hours in the game right now, I think. 3 or 4 hours. But I've enjoyed what I played so far, and I would recommend this to anybody that likes online co-op games, Fallout 3, or loot-based games where you're getting constantly some new equipment. So that's Borderlands on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 and PC. Hey guys, I'm back for a long overdue games I bought recently, and I'm just going to jump right in here because I got a lot of games to show off. Now I want to start off talking about a game that I just picked up yesterday, and that is Bayonetta. Now after playing the demo for Bayonetta, I knew that I just had to buy this game, because the demo starts off like it could be the final stage in like one of the most epic action games out there, and that's like the beginning of Bayonetta, and that's what they gave you in the demo. And I have to say, the game itself is just, it never lets up. With the crazy action, it feels like you're constantly in a boss fight, like every 5 minutes. Midway through the game, at about the 3-hour mark, I fought this boss that felt like it could have been like a 3-stage final boss in like, Devil May Cry 6 or something. It was insane. The game is a lot of fun. I have to say, if you're a fan of any Devil May Cry games or action beat-em-up games, even fighting games, because the combo system in this game is like unbelievably robust. There's tons of weapons that you can choose. You can switch between two different weapon sets to string together, different combos with different weapons, and it's just crazy, over the top. It feels like an anime brought to an action beat-em-up video game, because the stuff they do in this game is just crazy. The main character, Bayonetta herself, puts guns on her shoes, and she can flip around and shoot with her boots, shoot with her hands, she uses swords, she uses claws, she uses all these crazy weapons, whips made out of snakes, and it's just crazy. Try the demo if you haven't. It's already out on the PS3 and 360 with the demo. However, I have heard that the PS3 version has severe technical difficulties, so if you have both systems, get it on 360. I highly recommend it. I'm about 4 hours in right now, and supposedly the game's about 10 hours long, and a lot of replayability, so highly recommend Bayonetta. Now this next game, I also took a chance on. I actually tried out the demo, and I did not care for it at all, but I decided to pick it up anyway because it was one of those impulse buys I had, and that's Divinity 2 Ego Draconis for the Xbox 360. Now, I'm not going to talk too much about this because I wrote up my full impressions on my website, PetesGameRoom.com. It'll be one of the newest posts on there. You can read that. But I have to say, this is a very good action RPG that kind of feels like, a Two Worlds kind of game. But it suffers from severe technical graphical slowdown and loading times. But other than that, this world is really well crafted. It's a lot of fun, great voice acting. It really feels like a really fleshed out world. Now, there is a demo up that is supposedly about 4 hours long. I didn't make it that far, and honestly, I played like 10 minutes of the demo. I didn't care for it. Try out the demo. You can play it for hours, see if you like it, and pick up the game. I'd actually recommend this to anybody that's a fan of, a really fleshed out RPG world. But check out my website for my full impressions on Divinity 2. I'm actually really enjoying it, because I'm about 8 or 9 hours into it so far, so I'm kind of liking it. I also picked up Left 4 Dead 2 for the Xbox 360. More of the same, yeah, but it's so much better. The special infected in this are so much fun. I'm a huge fan of Versus and playing as the infected, and Left 4 Dead 2 definitely delivers. I had a lot of fun with this. I was kind of shifting between this and Modern Warfare 2. And Left 4 Dead 2, definitely, if you have the first one and you like it and you're kind of on the fence about picking up 2, go for it. It's so much fun. The levels are so much more well made. And I just love Versus mode. It's a blast with the new infected. If you've never played Left 4 Dead before, skip the first one entirely, go right for 2, and you definitely will not regret it. I'm really liking this. Dragon Age Origins, I've had a lot of people tell me I need to pick this up, so I did. What happened was I created my first character as a warrior. I got a couple hours into the game and decided that I rushed through the character creation. The guy was just so damn ugly that every time there was a cutscene and talking, which there's a lot of, I just could not stand the look of him, so I restarted as a rogue, and I'm really liking it so far. I haven't played it in a while because I got some other games I was playing, but I'm definitely going to go back to this one and try it out some more. Fans of Knights of the Old Republic, any BioWare RPGs, Dragon Age is a very good game from what I've played. Keep in mind, I've put about 8 hours into the game, but that's on 2 separate character profiles. But I would highly recommend it.
And I gotta go back to this one and try it out. I've heard you can beat it in no shorter than like 35 hours, so it's a pretty fleshed out game, and that's if you're rushing through. I also played and picked up Brutal Legend. Now I played about maybe 2 or 3 hours of this, and I have to say I'm pretty impressed. Now the combat in this game is very basic. It's a very basic action beat 'em up. You know, the combat really is the worst part about the game because it's so basic and non-fleshed out. Otherwise, the world and the characters, it's very funny. Very few games, you know, have a good comedic value to it, and very few games actually make me chuckle, and this game does. So if you're looking for an original world, an original game in terms of its atmosphere and its characters, Brutal Legend is definitely for you. If you're looking for something like revolutionary in combat, this is definitely not going to be the game. It tries to introduce like some third-person, like real-time strategy stuff, which kind of works, but you'll buy this game for the design and the art and the characters, and I would recommend it for that. Wait though, because I have a feeling this game is going to drop in price in not too long, probably to $40, so if you can wait on Brutal Legend. Modern Warfare 2, I don't want to go into this too much, but I am highly enjoying this game right now. This has been eating up most of my time. I only play online. I still have not played the single player, but I've put in, like 80 hours maybe into the multiplayer, which is nothing compared to some people out there, but I'm really enjoying it. I've kind of slowed down on my playtime with it, but I would definitely recommend this to shooting fans. If you've never played Call of Duty 4, you know, this is the one to go with, even though I enjoy 4 more. If you're new to the series, this is definitely the one to start with, because it is much more user-friendly in terms of new users that are, you know, just picking up the game. So, I've been enjoying it. I've been trying out a knife-only class, which I've been having a lot of fun with. I know some people hate that, but I was just getting bored of the same old camping and guns and all that stuff, so knife class, having a lot of fun.
When Left 4 Dead 1 released in 2008 for the Xbox 360, it was one of my favorite games of that year. I mean, it really had this unique co-op experience unlike anything I had played before. It really made you work together with your teammates, and I really enjoyed it despite being kind of lacking with its content. So when Left 4 Dead 2 came out in 2009, it added in more unique special infected, added in more maps to play on, different gameplay modes, and it really added up to make the package much more worthwhile. It has a lot more replayability, and one of my favorite new additions is Scavenge mode, which basically tasks you as the survivors to collect gas cans and bring them to a certain point on the map to fill up the tank, and as the infected you have to stop the survivors, and you rotate back and forth, and whoever collects the most gas cans and wins. And they add in other modes like Survival, which is basically staying alive as long as you can, Realism mode, which you really have to shoot the zombies in the head to kill them. I still haven't played anything quite like the co-op experience that Left 4 Dead 2 or Left 4 Dead 1 really offers up. It really makes you work together with your teammates to ensure that you have, you know, the most fun with the game. So I would only recommend this to people that definitely plan on playing online. It's easy to pick up and play, and I'll guarantee you'll have a blast. Let me just get this out of the way. I am not a huge fan of fighting games, but there is just something about BlazBlue Calamity Trigger that I just cannot put this game down. First of all, the graphics are amazing. These are some of the best 2D sprite-based graphics I've ever seen in a video game to date. It has a really awesome soundtrack, but where BlazBlue truly shines is in its handful of characters and their really unique movesets and abilities. No character plays alike, and I've never played any fighting game like this before. When you choose a new character, you know, after you've been playing as one for a long time, it really feels like a different experience. And when you go online, it really is a fierce competition because everybody tends to master their own character. It's easy enough for people like me to pick up and play, you know, who aren't fighting veterans, but for those of you out there that just love your fighting games, this one also has a lot of hidden depth. There's no denying it that Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 is now the online shooter to beat. There's just something about the design of the levels, the guns, the kill streaks. It's just so satisfying to kill somebody and then 5 seconds later kill someone else, get a Predator missile, you know, rain it down on top of one of your enemies, and then after that you get a Harrier and you shoot that out and it's killing everybody for you, and then you get a chopper gunner and then you're mowing everybody down. It's just moments like this that make every game in Modern Warfare 2 so much fun and so addictive. It's especially fun when you're playing with a team that communicates in objective-based game modes such as, you know, Capture the Flag, or Demolition, or Sabotage, or Headquarters. All these different game modes, they really require the cooperation, and when you get on a good team, it's a lot of fun. The Call of Duty series might not be as unique as it used to be because now every game is trying to be like this in terms of, custom loadouts and being able to equip your characters with different perks and abilities. But there's just something about Modern Warfare 2 that keeps me coming back night after night, so it has to be doing something right.
Alright, the next game I want to talk about is Final Fantasy 13, and I bought the PlayStation 3 version, and I'll tell you why. I originally did plan to buy the 360 version, but I changed my mind at the very last minute, like the day before the game came out. And the reason being is because the Xbox 360 version, the FMV sequences in the game, and there's a lot of them, are compressed, so they actually appear, from what I've read, more pixelated than the uncompressed version in the PlayStation 3. Also, the audio is compressed in the 360 version, it's not compressed in the PS3 version. The textures are a little bit better on the PS3 as opposed to the 360, and the 360 version also has 3 discs, and the PlayStation 3 version has 1, so I figured, you know what, I'm just going to go with the PS3 version. There really was no reason for me to go with the 360 one when the PS3 one is obviously, it is superior to the 360 version. There's no way to argue it, so I'm happy I went with this version. And to go along with it, I also did pick up the Collector's Edition guide, which is really nice. It has thick pages. It's really, the guide is totally not needed. For the 40 hours that I've played the game so far, I really have not ever had to check the walkthrough in here, except for maybe like 1 or 2 boss battles, because the game is linear, but I'll get into that in a second. It is a very nice strategy guide, though. But in terms of the game, I just want to start off by saying that I really am loving this game right now. I was on the fence about it. I was getting kind of worried before the game came out. I was like, man, am I really going to like this? It seems very similar to Final Fantasy X, which wasn't one of my favorite Final Fantasies. I was getting a little bit scared by, how linear it was supposed to be and how there's no towns. But I just want to tell you guys that, at least in my opinion, all that stuff really doesn't even matter. It's a fantastic game. I haven't played it in a couple of days because I've been busy with other games, but I definitely plan on getting back to this soon. But the first day I had this, I played it for like 8 or 9 hours. It was very hard to put down because the story to me is very engrossing. Now, if any of you watched any video reviews and stuff from websites, a lot of them complained about the story being like overly dramatic and all this stuff, typical Final Fantasy. But I'm not really sure what they're talking about because I'm really enjoying it so far. What's helped me is that there's an in-game menu system where you can go to read and like recap the story, which I highly suggest. Which it's updated frequently. So if a story event happens in the game and you're not really sure what just happened, I highly recommend that you go and you go to the in-game menus and read through the story recaps because there's a lot of twists and turns in here and it can get very confusing with all the different names of the Falsi, the Lacey, the Cieth, the Sanctum Lacey, the Pulse Lacey. There's a lot of different kinds of names in this game, so it can be hard to keep up with it unless you're reading through the menus and the story prompts in the game, which I'm doing, and it's really helped me to understand the story. But aside from the story, which is, typical, good guy versus bad guy, I can't go into spoilers because I'm at a point in the game now where things really took a twist in the story, and I'm really, it took me by surprise where, the first 30 hours of the game you think you're playing, to take down the bad guys, but then something happens, and I just have to say that it's one of the best RPG plot twists that I've seen in a while. It's very science fiction-y. I can't say what it is though, but it took me by surprise. But let me get down to the bullet points of this game and the main things that people are discussing. In terms of linearity, yes, the game is extremely linear. There's 13 chapters in the game. The first 10 chapters took me about, I think it was like 30 hours. I'm not 100%, I really forget. But the first 10 chapters, all the dungeons are literally straight lines with every now and then there'll be a deviating path, and on the end of that path there'll be like an item. But for the most part, every single dungeon is like a line that, it might move around a couple of times, it might go into like a little open area, but they're all linear. Now, in a way, it doesn't really bother me because, for one, the combat is good. But the way that the dungeons are still laid out, it keeps you moving. There's story sequences, throughout the dungeon, so it's not like you're just going straight through a line. They'll take breaks throughout the dungeon and, introduce story sequences and let you know, get you to know the characters better. But I guess it's just the way that the game was designed to push you. It keeps pushing you through the story, and to me, it was paced very well. When I was playing it for, blocks of 5 to 6 hours at a time. It did start to get pretty repetitive because the whole first 30 hours basically were, you know, cutscene, dungeon, battle, and then, you know, cutscene, another dungeon, another, you know, battling, cutscene. The whole first half of the game is like that. I'm up to the point in the game now where it opens up in Chapter 11, and it's a bit more open world, where you can kind of go on these side missions where you take down marks, which are basically enemies that you're targeted to go and kill, and then you get some items for it. I haven't really gotten to the very end game stuff yet, so in terms of side missions that people talk about, it basically boils down to, you know, running through this big open area, you know, getting to maybe a new section in that area, killing a big boss enemy, and then going and doing it again. That's what the side missions are at this point in the game. Now, I haven't beat the game yet, so I'm not sure what, you know, other side missions or end game stuff happens afterwards, but that's basically what it is right now. And don't let it seem like I'm complaining and hating on the linearity. Honestly, it barely... I didn't really even notice it because the characters in the story were so engrossing, and it just kept on moving at a very swift pace. You didn't stay in a dungeon for too long. You know, every area is different. You know, it kept me on my toes. But that's another good point. If you guys don't get into the story on this game, you're most likely gonna hate it. Because, you know, sure, the battle system is really good, but the story is just so prevalent in this game. You know, there's so many cutscenes and everything, and it relies so much on its story that if you just don't get into it or you don't like the characters, you're probably not going to be able to finish the game, because honestly you would just be playing for the, you know, the battles then. And in terms of the battles, those are also really fun, really interesting. They're very fast paced. Basically, for the first couple of hours of the game, it's very bare bones, so I won't even talk about it. Once you reach a certain point in the game, pretty early on, you open up the power grim system. I guess that's how you say it. But basically, you can switch between all different sets of party roles. So, you know, you might have a party setup where you have a tank, you have a healer, you have, you know, a commando, a damage dealer, basically. And then you might have a setup where there's one tank, two healers, you might have a setup where there's two mages, and one melee attacker, and you can switch between these setups on the fly, and you can customize them however you want. And I have to say, it's a ton of fun to be able to customize your party, which, actually, you can't customize your party. That's another part of the game. You can't actually customize your party team, like, in terms of what members you have in your party, until much later in the game. I got there, I think, around 25, 30 hours. So, throughout the first, like, 20, 30 hours of the game, the characters in your party are set up by the story, like, where you're at in the story. So, at times, you might only have 2 people in your party, or when you have 3, you can't, you know, choose who you have. But in terms of the battles, they're very fast-paced. Let me just give you an example, like a good boss fight. You start off the battle, and you have, like, a buffer, a debuffer, and a medic, so you have someone on your team that's buffing up your party with, you know, defense and shell and everything like that. And then you have another person that's, you know, hindering the enemy and decreasing their attack, decreasing their resistances, and then you have the medic to, you know, heal the damage while they're doing that. Once everybody's all buffed up and everything, you switch to, you know, 2 mages, no, you switch to, say, a mage, an attacker, and a tank, so that way the tank can take the damage, the other 2 guys can attack the, you know, the enemy. Now, the different roles that you have in your party are important because every enemy in the game has this bar which gets filled up as they take damage or as you know, debuff them or use status alignment spells on them. And once this bar reaches the maximum for whatever enemy you're facing, they basically go into a breaking point where the damage can be increased dramatically, like up to 1,000% or something like that at some points. So you're basically, the strategy is to get the enemy's bars to fill up. And to do this, you know, you use a mage, a commander, and then once you break them, you switch into all-out, like, attack mode. And once their bar decreases, they go back down to, you know, their normal defense, and you got to do it all over again. So you're constantly switching between, you know, the different paragrams, at least in the boss battles, which get very challenging later on. The first 20 hours of the game are pretty simple. I never really ever got a game over. Normal enemy battles, you know, you usually switch between 2 main paragrams. Once again, that's in the first 30 hours. And I keep talking about, you know, the first 30 hours versus, you know, afterwards, because the game truly, it's like almost a different game once you get to that 30-hour mark. The first 30 hours are easy, and it's very linear, and then once you get to that certain point in the game, at Chapter 11, it gets a lot harder. You're switching between paragrams a lot more often. You know, the game kind of opens up. So the first 30 hours, it really does feel almost like a different game. Now, once again, I'm 40 hours in, so I have not seen, you know, the last, I'd say, I guess, 40% of the game. And before I get too off topic, one other part of the battles that worried a lot of people is that you actually only control one character during the fighting, which is basically your party leader. So the other two AI characters are all controlled, not by you, but by the AI. And I have to say, it works really well. If you had to control the two other characters, it would seriously be way too much micromanaging. The battles are way too fast-paced to be able to, have to handle 3 separate characters. But switching between the paragrims, the AI on the characters is very good. Like if you switch to one of the AIs, put them as a medic, they'll heal you right away. There's a priority list. Well, they'll heal the party leader first, and then the tank, and then blah blah blah. And the buffers will obviously give the attack buff first to the attacker, and then they'll give a faith or a MP buff to the magic users. So the AI is actually really good in this game. But it's strange in a way because it still feels like you are directly controlling them because you're controlling their role constantly throughout the battle. But in a way you still have just direct control over your party leader because you can put in individual attacks for that person. You can use whatever items you want. But actually there's also still an auto battle system where it'll choose attacks for your party leader as well, which will really speed up the battles. But overall, I'm really happy with the battle system. It's very fast-paced, it's very hectic. There's never a moment of, no action on the screen. There's usually always something happening. And the boss fights are a real standout in the game when it comes down to the battles. In terms of the music and the graphics and everything, I'm really enjoying the music. It's a lot different than past Final Fantasy games, obviously, because Nobu isn't working on the score of the game, but to me it still sounds wonderful. The graphics are really, really nice. The FMVs are on par with Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. They're really that good. In-game graphics are really nice as well. There were just a lot of points in the game where I just stopped there and I looked around just to take in the surroundings because they did a really good job in designing some of the parts of the game. But one of my main gripes about that is the camera. The first time you pick up the game, you'll notice that the camera is very forceful. It doesn't always go where you want it to go. If you want to look a certain way, sometimes it won't let you. It's just a really bad camera. You get used to it later on, but it's kind of restricting at some points where you just want to have free control to look around the environments, but they don't let you all the time. So those are my impressions so far for the first 40 hours of the game. I'm really liking it. I love the story, I love the combat, the graphics are excellent, the music's enjoyable. I mean, what more can you ask for? Yes, it's linear. Yes, it's a huge departure from, what Final Fantasy games have done in the past with the no towns thing where you gotta buy everything through the save points, which honestly hasn't bothered me yet. One more thing that I didn't really like about the game, and actually the strategy guide discourages it as well until you're almost at the end of the game, and that's powering up your accessories and your weapons and everything like that. Because throughout the game, after you defeat enemies, you get all these different animal parts and everything that you use to upgrade your weapons and your equipment. And they discourage that until you're, almost done with the game. So you're getting all these parts and you have these weapons and, they're level 1 and you feel like leveling them up, but you really shouldn't because you don't have the right parts to do it efficiently. And, I just got to the point in the game now where I've started to upgrade them, and it's very basic. You just throw on all different parts, and there's different ways to do it more efficiently where, you use animal parts first and then you use mechanical parts so you get the biggest experience boost. And you level the weapons up, they get stronger. You can get them to different tiers so that they turn into a different weapon. It's all pretty basic. There's different combinations you can do with your accessories so that you get different stat bonuses. And there's no armor, there's no body armor, it's only accessories and weapons. But let me just give you an example of how you can customize your characters. Right now, the main, for my lightning build, I'm making her a speed character, so I have a sword on that gives her, it fills up her active time battle bar a little bit every time she hits an enemy, but then I also have accessories equipped that make her active time battle bar fill up 20% faster. So she's really geared right now as a speed attack character, so there's a bit of customization when it comes down to that. Which I was really surprised that they didn't, set it up so that, at the beginning of the game, it's beneficiary to upgrade your weapons, whereas at least the guide is saying that you shouldn't do that until the end of the game, so I don't know, if I should have been doing it early on, if there would have been any benefits to using up all my items early on, but it was kind of bland not having any kind of, upgrade system, until I was 30 hours in. But there you go, guys. That's just my impressions of the first 40 hours of the game. I'm really liking it right now. I'm loving the battle system. I'm loving, you know, the world, the characters, the story, and now that I'm into the upgrading system on the weapons and everything and the customization of it, I'm enjoying that as well. It's definitely not, don't go into it expecting a Final Fantasy of the past. Go into it expecting something totally fresh, totally new, and you might walk away really surprised and really liking it. Alright, the next game I want to talk about is Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing on the Xbox 360, and I played quite a bit of this. I put about 20 hours in. Honestly, I played almost exclusively online because that's what I bought the game for. So it has a full-fledged online 8-player mode, and it's a lot of fun. This is basically Mario Kart, not on a Nintendo system. This is the closest thing we've had, you know, since Crash Team Racing to, you know, a rival of Mario Kart on anything but a Nintendo console. And I highly recommend it. If you like Mario Kart and you have a PS3 or a 360, or if you have a Wii and you want another kart racer on there, pick this game up. It's a lot of fun. Honestly, in my opinion, the course designs in this game are designed, a lot of them are better designed than a lot of the, you know, recent Mario Kart tracks, like for the Mario Kart on Wii or GameCube and stuff. It's a very colorful and a vibrant game. The graphics are actually really nice. The frame rate holds up really well online. I never really get lag ever when I'm playing online, even with 8 players. There's something like 20 different tracks, I believe, all from like Monkey Ball games, Sonic games, Jet Set Radio games. There's even levels in there from House of the Dead. So they've got all these levels in here themed around different Sega games, and the characters are like really kooky. They got everything from, you know, the cast of Sonic characters to like Oopa Oopa from Fantasy Zone. They got the Bonanza Brothers. They got Ryu from Shenmue. They even threw it. The Xbox 360 version has Banjo-Kazooie. Samba de Amigo, and by the way, his levels in this game are completely insane. Like, the Samba de Amigo tracks in this game are just, they top everything that, you know, for the most part, a lot of the Mario Kart tracks, let me just say the tracks are really well designed. You know, they all have different hazards and everything going on, so they're a lot of fun to race. A nice example of a good track design as well are the Monkey Ball levels, where it's not just, you know, simple turns and everything, and it's themed to look like it's from a Super Monkey Ball game. They actually have, like, the courses are laid out like a Monkey Ball track, so there's, like, sharp 180-degree turns, and it looks, you know, the turns aren't smooth, they're, like, sharp. It's, you know, think of it like, you know, if you took rulers and you know, lined them up and made your own track like that, only you cut them in half and you made, like, really sharp turns, and the turns were not, like, rounded, they were pointed. You guys know what I'm talking about, I hope. But the courses in the Monkey Ball levels are really designed well. They're very challenging. And of course they got the weapons like Mario Kart has. We have, you know, they replace, obviously it's not shells, they use like boxing gloves and they use like bombs and everything like that. But you got your standard tracking missiles, and you got your, you know, the items that you leave behind, so when enemies crash into it, they, you know, they spin out. You got rainbows that blur people's vision. You got something that basically flips the screen upside down and makes you drive in reverse. That's probably the hardest one to deal with. But the items are kind of uninspired. You know, it's mainly the tracks and the characters that, you know, keep you coming back. I would definitely recommend this for anybody that's a fan of Mario Kart or, you know, arcadey racers, and you've been looking for something like this on the 360 or the PS3. This is definitely the closest thing, and I highly recommend it. Alright, hey guys, so another E3 down with a lot of big surprises, big reveals, a lot of games to look forward to this year and next year, and I, for one, I know I'm excited for a lot of titles that are coming out. Alright, so moving on to the Xbox 360. I would say I'm pretty underwhelmed with 360's press conference. They really didn't have any big reveals that, you know, we didn't know about already. They showed off gameplay of Gears of War 3, which looks really good, but of course we knew that Gears of War 3 was coming already. I'll probably actually pick Gears 3 up. I never even played Gears 2, but the 4-player online is kind of appealing to me, especially the online mode where you can actually play as the enemies, just like in Left 4 Dead, which is pretty cool to me, so I'll probably be picking that up. Fable 3, once again, I never played Fable 2. Fable 3, the series just never really appealed to me, so in a way, I guess my opinions are kind of skewed on their press conferences, since they showed a lot of series that I haven't played. I'm not ashamed to say I've never played a Fable game. Maybe I'll get into it, you know, with Fable 3. I can't really say. But moving on that Halo Reach now, out of the games that they showed, that was one of the best ones that I saw at their press conference. Halo Reach looks like it's shaping up to be a great game. There's going to be space combat, which is pretty cool. Obviously, they're probably going to bring that online, which is a big plus, a big evolution for the series. It's finally moving away from just first-person shooter, which could be good or it could be bad. Definitely the campaign looks pretty awesome. The scripted events and everything look like they're panning out really well. The co-op, of course, I'll play through that with some friends or something. And just like every Halo game, I'll pick it up when it comes out, I'll probably play it for a month or two, and then I'll move on to another game. That's just how I am with the Halo series. I don't hate the series, but I don't, I'm not deeply in love with the series. I enjoy it for when it comes out, and then I just move on. I never played Halo ODST beyond the first or second level, so it's been a while since I've played a Halo game, especially online. Now, Microsoft had a huge emphasis, as expected, on Project Natal, which is also now called Kinect. And honestly, Kinect just doesn't seem like it's for me. I still can't grasp the whole idea of, playing a racing game like this, having to stand up while playing the racing game, moving around to drive my cars. I can see it's going to be great for kids and, families that want to play. But for me, where, I've been playing games for years with a controller in my hand, it just doesn't seem like it's for me. And they really haven't shown off any games besides that Star Wars game, which I'm still kind of partial on myself. I have to see that in action, besides just a demo that looked like it was not exactly a real person playing the gameplay. And they haven't really shown any games that really reach out to me. I'll never play an exercise game like what they showed. I'll never play the dance game what they showed. I'll never play that animals game that they showed. I'll never play the racing game that they showed. They really didn't show any games that I was interested in that makes me want to go, wow, I want to buy this system. And it seems so limited to me. Like, if you don't have any tools to move your character around in a 3D space, how far can they really go with Kinect? I was thinking when they were showing off the new Forza game, all they were doing was just steering left and right, and it was like an on-rails driving game almost. And how much further can they bring it? Maybe if they had a command where you can accelerate, deaccelerate, but it seems kind of limited. Now, don't get me wrong, I think the idea for Kinect is great. I'm not sure if it'll sell well. It all depends on the price that they choose for it. I know there's going to be a lot of families out there that will absolutely love it, like that one game they showed off, the adventure game, where they're on the raft and they're, doing the poses and grabbing the coin things and dodging, pillars and everything. That looks like it's a lot of fun, and I think a lot of people will really enjoy that. But for me, it's just not for me. Now, in the future, if they bring out games, that are more for hardcore gamers that I would enjoy, I might pick it up. Like if that Star Wars game that they showed actually turns out to be kind of like that, I might be more interested in it. But until I see actual people playing the game and seeing it work, I'm not really completely sold on Kinect yet. The only game that really has my attention right now was shown off at Ubisoft's press conference, and that's Child of Eden, which is basically going to be the sequel to Rez, which is one of my favorite games of all time. Basically, it's going to be an on-rail shooter where you use your hand as the target, and I don't know what the command is, but you shoot your enemies, and it's kind of all music-based and visual-based, and it's just a really cool-looking game. So if anything, that might get me to buy a Kinect, but besides that, there's really nothing that interests me. So, besides the Kinect and the first-party games that Microsoft revealed that we basically already knew about, the press conference was okay. It wasn't out of this world. I think they focused a little too long on Kinect, and they should have maybe showed off some games that, we didn't see coming. Alright, so moving on to Sony's press conference, and I just want to start off with my biggest disappointment from Sony. No Last Guardian gameplay. Alright, hey guys, welcome back to another episode of Games I Bought Recently. This is episode 21, and okay, so Red Dead Redemption, the main game in this video that has put me off for so long on making this video, because I can't get into this game. Believe it or not, I cannot get into Red Dead Redemption. I've tried 3 times now. I didn't buy it on day one. It took me a little bit to get it. I got it on a sale. But, man, let me tell you, I'm not a huge fan of the Grand Theft Auto series. If you can't tell already, I don't really talk too much about the series. I like it. They're fun. Grand Theft Auto 4, I had fun with that for, I don't know, a few hours. But I can't get into Red Dead Redemption. So, if you're not a fan of the Grand Theft Auto series like me that much, you may not be able to get into Red Dead. It does feel just like Grand Theft Auto, except now it's set in the West, so it does have that very mature setting to it. So definitely if you're a parent and you have kids, you don't really want them to be around when they're playing, when you're playing this game. It does have really high quality in-game cutscenes. The voice acting is awesome. The in-game models of the characters are spot on. They're highly detailed. I really did enjoy the cutscenes so far. The graphics in it, though, are very impressive. When you're riding on your horse through the valleys and everything like that, and the sun setting, or it's nighttime, it looks very impressive. So this game does have a very high graphical quality to it. Another thing also that I did not get to try was I did not get to go online yet. I kind of want to get a feel for the single player so that when I go online I know what I'm doing. It is a pretty lengthy game. From what I've seen, there are a ton of quests. A lot of them seem to be, the kind of typical fetch quest kind of stuff, so you gotta like gather minerals or plants and stuff like that, or you gotta go assassinate or capture some guy and bring him back. Like I said, I haven't gotten too deep into a lot of those quests yet, but that's what it seems to be a lot of. It's not like I played the game for half an hour and gave up. I've gave this game a shot, and each time I've played it for like 1 to 2 hours each, so I am, a few hours into this game, but I can't get into it. People have said the beginning is really slow, and it kind of is. It's basically a tutorial for the first, couple of hours. I'm just now starting to branch out into like being able to do whatever I want, but it's still not gripping me. I guess I'm not to that point in the story yet where it makes me want to keep on playing on. I will tell you though, I have not given up on this game yet. I'm still playing it. I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna keep trying it until it gets to the point where I just either fall in love with it or can't play it anymore. So I'm sure if you wanted a more in-depth review on Red Dead Redemption, somebody else out there has beat the game, so I would say check out them. But I'm just letting you guys know that I'm struggling to get into Red Dead Redemption. If there's anything that you want me to know about this game, around when the game starts to pick up, without really giving too many story spoilers, send me a PM, let me know. I'll be glad to read it and find out, what am I doing wrong in this game that I just can't get into it. Alright, so next up is a game that's really easy to describe and sum up, and that's Blur for the Xbox 360. The easiest way to describe this game, if a Project Gotham racing kind of game combined with a Mario Kart game, that's what Blur is. Because basically this game uses real cars, it uses real car controls, similar to how they are in the Project Gotham racing game. So it's definitely not, a Mario Kart kind of steering, it's kind of funny because when I first started playing this game, I was playing it like a Mario Kart game because it has power-ups. You shoot projectiles in this game. You have speed boosts. You have weapons that shoot down lightning. Homing missiles, mines. So it's got all the stuff that a Mario Kart kind of kart racer game would have. So I started off actually playing the game like a Mario Kart game. Not braking while I'm making a turn. Trying to do these crazy drifts, and all that got me was just crashing into a wall. So it took me a while to get used to this game actually being like a realistic kind of racing game, just paired with weapons and power-ups and everything like that. But once I got used to it, I really enjoyed it. I was actually just playing it today. I've put a couple of hours into it, maybe like 2 or 3 hours max so far. I'm doing the single-player campaign. I haven't gone online yet. It's pretty standard though. It just tells you, certain race you got to finish 3rd or higher. You get a certain amount of points, and those points are used to unlock, another race. Once you have enough cumulative points, you can unlock like the next circuit with the next bracket of races, and then at the end, when you fulfill certain requirements, you do a one-on-one race against like an AI person that's supposedly really good. You defeat them, keeps on going on and on and on. So if you're into those kind of racing games where there's always like a continual sort of progression, constantly advancing your points to level them up to make it to the next circuit and everything like that, I think you'll enjoy Blur. They have certain modifications that you can do to your car, like if you want to give one of your missile power-ups an extra missile that you can shoot, you can do that as well. So it does have some customization. In terms of graphics and everything, it's pretty standard. It has like a very dark neon tone to it. It's kind of hard to describe. It's not like a bright and cheery kind of racer. It does have like this midnight kind of look to it, like street racing kind of look, but then it's paired with like some really bright neon lights, mostly due in part to the weapons that are constantly going off, and the bright power-ups and everything. But what I found was that the game is not forgiving. It's actually pretty challenging. From what I noticed, there's really no rubber band AI, which I'm a big fan of. I really hate racers that abuse rubber band AI. This game, it seemed like if I fell behind, honestly, I really felt like I had no chance to get ahead sometimes. And some races will actually have 20 cars. And most racing games that have like that many racing cars in it, you would think, oh, it's easy to pass like the first 15 and then stay in the front. But when I first started this game up, man, I'm telling you, it was pretty challenging. I found myself, drifting between 10th and 20th place before I got to unlocking some of the better cars, which you do from, doing better in the races. Once you start getting the better cars, you start doing a little bit better. But I'm telling you, this is definitely a challenging game. And when I pulled in front of the cars, I didn't notice any of them like getting an unfair advantage and pulling ahead of me. So that's definitely a plus. I would recommend Blur to anybody that's a fan of racing games or kart racers. It's definitely a unique game. It has nothing really special to it. It's, you know, it has nothing unique or new to it, but it's an interesting blend, and I would say check it out. Okay.
Hey, this is Pete, current Pete in 2024, a little Easter egg that I've snuck in here for you guys. First of all, if you're hearing this, that means that you're about halfway through this video, and I just wanted to personally thank you for taking the time to watch and listen, because that means that you're probably someone that's been watching my content for many, many, many years, or you're someone new that's discovering my reviews on games and such, and you kind of wanted to go back and see the history of it. So really quickly, I just wanted to say thank you so much for watching or listening, or however you're deciding to kind of watch this content all in one go. Are you digesting over the course of a weeks, month, year? I just wanted to say thank you, and if you wanted to help me out, it would be very appreciated if you left a like on this video to help spread this out to more people, or leave a comment. Let me know your thoughts on your favorite 360 games you've heard me talk about in this video. It would help out the channel a lot, and thank you again.
Alright, hey guys, and welcome to another review. Today I'm going to be talking about Hydro Thunder Hurricane, which is available on the Xbox 360 as an Xbox Live Arcade title for 1,200 points, which is also $15. Now, first of all, I want to say I had never played the original in this series. There was actually a Hydro Thunder game, which was on the N64, Dreamcast, PS1, and in the arcades. And apparently a lot of people have played this game, because while I'm playing Hydro Thunder Hurricane online, everybody's reminiscing about the original. And sadly enough, I never played it, but I'll tell you, I love this game so much that I am definitely going to seek out a copy of the original Hydro Thunder in no time, because I really enjoyed this a lot. First of all, this is a racing game, and it's an arcade racer, so it's over the top, and it basically boils down to like a hybrid between, say, a slower paced F-Zero meets Wipeout meets Wave Race. More so Wave Race meets Wipeout. I say F-Zero because the ships, they can kind of look a little bit futuristic. But really, the handling of the boats, basically, they're very drifty, so this is unlike any racing game that you've played before, obviously, unless you played the original. The wave physics and everything, you really have to make your turns sharply, and it really feels like you're driving on top of water. And obviously, I make the comparison, the Wave Race 64, and Wave Race Blue Storm on the GameCube is because this game has a huge emphasis on the racetracks constantly shifting and changing, because you're obviously racing on water as a boat. And, you know, events might happen in the level that will cause large waves, small waves, and you have to adjust to these waves to drive throughout the course. And it's very challenging. Now, one of the complaints I have with it, though, is every time you race, it's the same thing. So once you memorize a track, you know when the big waves are going to hit. You know where the harsh weather conditions are going to be. You know, it's asking a lot for a $15 downloadable title, but it would have been really awesome to sort of have changes. You know, maybe just have 5 different sets for each level. And there are 8 race tracks, so there's 8 different tracks to race on. But I'm saying, you know, every time you race on these tracks, it's the same thing. So maybe it would have been cool if, say, one time you race on it and there's a big wave in a certain part of the level, but the next time it's, you know, there's not that big wave and it's, you know, smaller little waves. So after a while, after you've raced on the tracks for a while, it really starts to feel familiar. But that's not to say that these racing tracks are not simply awesome. Now, I'll say that they had a demo for this game where it allowed you to play 10 minutes online. And at first, I really wasn't sold. I tried the single player and, I don't know, it just felt a little bit bland. I started on the first level, but then I played this level that basically was during a storm, a lightning storm, and the wave patterns were like really harsh. It was a pretty difficult level. And suddenly I get up to this part where like a huge Poseidon god comes out of the water and sends the waves crashing, and another level, there's like a Hydra that comes out of the water, and all these different events that happen throughout these levels. One level in particular, Area 51, you go through a portal and suddenly you're like in this alien world, and then you warp back to the current world. The levels are so unique and so much fun. It just screams arcade racer, and these are my favorite kind of racing games. I simply can't get enough of over-top racers. I mean, I don't have a problem with a Forza or a Gran Turismo game, but these are the kind of racing games that I love. Now, I do want to mention that this is a racing game that does not use any kind of weapon power-ups, so really it's all just you making the right turns and also collecting the boost power-ups. The boost power-ups are actually very, very important in this game. They're all throughout the levels, and the thing that you want to try and do is you want to try and chain your boosts together. So let's say you pick up one boost, you want to try and keep that boost going and pick up the next boost,
and keep boosting and then pick up the next boost, and you can pretty much keep an endless boost going constantly. And it's important to know where all the shortcuts are, and there's plenty of shortcuts in this game, believe me. I've played this for quite a few hours, and I'm still trying to find all the shortcuts that there are in the game. And usually when you take a shortcut, you actually find a red power-up boost, which is the highest form of boost you can get in the game, which gives you a lot of boost. So the main objective is just keep boosting, master your turns, pick the right ship. My personal favorite ship is the one that you see me racing with here, the Rad Hazard. It's actually the most difficult boat to master in the game because it has the poorest handling. But once you master it, it has really great acceleration, and it's technically the best boat in the game when it's in the right player's hands. Besides the boost, there are two other gameplay mechanics to keep things a bit more interesting. One of which, as long as you have turbo boost in your meter, you can press the X button to make your ship jump into the air, which is used to reach certain, shortcuts or jump over other boats, as well as a drafting mechanic, which basically, as long as you race behind another boat, you'll get a speed boost. But this seems very, very lenient. You don't really have to be directly lined up with the draft of the boat in front of you. As long as you're racing behind another boat, you'll get the speed boost. Now, besides the regular race mode on the single player, there's also a ringmaster mode, which basically has you driving through hoops that are in the water, and you drive through them in sequence and you get boosts. There's also gauntlet mode, which has mines and barrels that blow up instantly on contact throughout the levels. So as you're driving through the levels, you gotta avoid those sharp turns and all these barrels of explosives that can potentially blow your ship up. And overall, I mean, a lot of these events are pretty repetitious because besides Ringmaster, Race, and Gauntlet, there's only Championship mode, which is just a mix of, all three previous event types. So really the single player is not the main draw. I will admit, this game is all about the online. It features 8-player online in race mode and rubber duck mode. So really quickly, let me explain what rubber duck mode is. Basically, there's 2 teams of 4. One team will have to pick one person to be a rubber duck, which is basically a boat made out of a rubber ducky, and the second blue team will have to pick a rubber duck as well. And the objective is just to make sure that your duck on your team gets to the end of the level first. It's pretty hectic because it's just 8 cars trying to ram each other, and it's a little bit mindless because pretty often than not, you're not going to really do too much to help out your rubber duck get to the end. But it's a different gameplay alternative to the regular race mode, which is my preferred mode, where it's simple 8-player, get to the finish line first, online play, which I find highly enjoyable. When you get in some rooms with some good players, it's really competitive. Everybody's bumping into one another, crashing each other into the walls, and it's just a lot of fun. To keep things more competitive online, the further back you are, if you're, say, 4th to 8th place, the boosts that you pick up will give you more boost than, say, if you were in 1st or 2nd. So the first place player will continuously have to race very well to stay in the lead because the people behind them are going to be getting better boost power-ups. And this is just to balance things out so that, one really skilled player can't come in and keep getting first. It gives the guys in the back a shot. And if you can't tell, the graphics in this game are also awesome. Especially online, the frame rate rarely ever drops. I mean, it maintains a steady frame rate the entire time through, and the wave physics just look really, really great. Now, there are 2 different track types. There's the type where you just get from point A to point B with no laps. So the level is really unique because you never see the same thing twice the time that you're racing through it. And there's constantly events happening and changing in the level and everything. It's just really fresh and unique. And then there's also the levels that have 3 laps, and these levels do change things up every once in a while to keep things fresh as well. Whereas, the first lap might be pretty mundane, but the second lap, a couple of different things may happen, and then in the third lap, like, all hell will start breaking loose. One level in particular, one of my favorite levels, is the level where the Hydra monster on the 3rd lap comes out of the water. Of course, I've never actually gotten attacked by this monster, but it's just a really cool effect that I thought adds a lot to the game. Practice does make perfect in this game, though. You can't really jump into this right away and expect to be good, especially because when you go online, you're almost expected to choose from the 3 top-tier boat classes, because if you choose any of the lower tiers, you're really not going to win. So that's a pretty big downfall for me as well, because if you want to be competitive online, you basically have to pick from 3 certain boats in order to, maybe finish first. And it'll take some time to get used to the handling on these boats, because you have to drift in the air and position your boat a certain way so that when it lands, you won't go crashing into the wall, and you can crash fairly easily in this game. So overall, I would highly recommend this to racing fans because you just can't go wrong with this, especially if, you know, you love arcade racers. You got a pretty decent single player, but the online is the main draw. And would I recommend this if you don't have online? Yes, but the $15 may be a bit steep for the content that they offer because it may get a bit stale after a while. But I really enjoy the multiplayer and I highly recommend it. And I'm sure they'll come out with DLC in the future, you know, new tracks and stuff to keep things fresh. Alright, hey guys, welcome to another episode of Games I Bought Recently. Now, I've got a lot of games here that I gotta show. I'm gonna try and keep this as short as possible, so let me get started here. I also did get Death Smiles on the Xbox 360, which only came as the special edition in this box right here, which came with a faceplate. I beat it. It's a Japanese shoot-'em-up game, a bullet hell shooter. A lot of bullets on screen. It's really wacky and over the top. I mean, you fight a giant like zombie cow. I mean, how crazy is that? It took me only about an hour and a half to beat it, but there's multiple game modes to go through with, you know, different alternate modes, and I'll definitely be going through this one once again. I might just have to, you know, try out the online a little bit. I didn't get to try the online co-op, but it was an enjoyable shooter. If you have not played a shoot-'em-up game before, this one might be a bit hard for you to get into. If you don't mind dying a lot, that is, you know, hey, go ahead and try it out, because there's a lot of bullets on screen at times, and I enjoyed it. And here's the one that I'm sure a lot of people are just wondering my opinions on, and that is Halo Reach for the Xbox 360. You guys know, I'm a fan of the series, but I'm not a fanatic for the series. You know, I pick each release up, except for ODST, I did not buy that. And I have fun with it for, you know, a month or so online. Now, the strange thing is, I usually tend to gravitate towards the online modes in Halo games. But I have to tell you, I've been more about the single-player campaign in this, and co-op, more than the online, you know, multiplayer, the versus mode. The versus mode to me just feels too much like Halo 3. You know, the jetpacks and the holograms and all that stuff doesn't do enough for me to get me really enticed into playing that again. It's more about the campaign, which so far has been really enjoyable. I like it a lot. You know, as a person, for me, it's enjoyable enough for me to want to keep playing. I'm not obsessed with Halo enough to, you know, have beaten this game already. And one thing I do want to mention, there's no autosave in this. The other day, I put in 2.5 hours into the campaign, and I shut it off through the dashboard, and I did not go to start, save and quit, so I lost a lot of my progress, so it's kind of discouraged me from going back and playing it these past 2 days. But I'm enjoying it a lot so far. It's not the end-all, be-all of shooters, as, you know, a lot of the Halo fanboys, I guess you can say. But hey, we're all entitled to our opinions. In my opinion, though, it's just a very enjoyable first-person shooter with a nice online mode, which I haven't gotten to fully test out yet in terms of the Forge and everything that people have created. Is it fun? Definitely. Is it my game of the year? Definitely not. Alright guys, today I'm going to be reviewing Enslaved Odyssey to the West, which is available on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. It was also developed by Ninja Theory, which is responsible for one of my personal favorite games on the PlayStation 3, Heavenly Sword, and it was published by Namco Bandai Games. This is an action-adventure platforming game which places great emphasis on storytelling and character interaction, as well as a pretty simplistic combat system and an excellent art style. But let me start off with the story. The basic gist is that it's set 150 years in the future, and you play as Monkey, who the game starts off, he's on a slave ship and he's on his way to Pyramid, which is basically this place that's enslaving all these people. However, the ship that he's on begins to crash and he breaks free from his cell. And he's trying to escape. He's following a girl that he also notices was able to break free from her cell, and her name is Trip. And these are the two main characters throughout the game. So he basically follows her, makes it to the end of the ship, and she's in an escape pod. She's going to leave without him. Fortunately for him, though, he's able to grab onto the outside of the escape pod, and they crash land on Earth. However, it's not just a made-up fictional Earth, it's actually New York City 150 years in the future. And it's immediately evident that this place is ravaged and it's decaying, and it's, you know, a war took place and everything is basically broken down and decaying. However, the coolest part to Enslaved is its different take on the post-apocalyptic war outlook that a lot of games have, such as a comparison to Fallout. You know, that game is dark and gray and just overall gritty. However, Enslaved takes that and spins it on its head. It's basically a really colorful game, tons of lush greens and reds, and it's basically more realistic because you think about it, nature would take over. After civilization has been cleared out, the trees would grow into buildings, there would be plant life all over the place, and this is how it would really look if something like this did happen. So once you finally crash on the planet, Monkey wakes up and he finds out that he has a headband on his head. Well, Trip took one of the slave headbands and put it on Monkey. And basically what this does is it places him under her command. And basically if she dies, he dies as well. And he has to take her commands. If she tells him to stop, he has to stop. It's forcing him into her command.
My head feels like it's ripped open.
It's the headband.
What?
The slave headband. The one I fit on you.
You put this on me.
Let me explain.
Get this thing off, or I'm gonna rip your head off.
No.
No? You think I'm screwing with you?
You man, stop!
So she tells him that she wants to go to her village, which is really far away, and that once that he gets her there, she'll take the headband off. So these two really hate each other. Monkey wants to kill her, and she doesn't trust him, but she needs him to get to her village, and that's where the whole story really takes off. And it's all really believable, because not only is it an interesting story, but there's some excellent voice acting. It's very believable, and that's also due in part to some really great facial expression and lip syncing, and just overall high production value when it comes to telling the story and the character relationships and how it evolves over time throughout the game. It's one of the main drawing points of the game, and I think without a solid backbone of a story and two likable characters, the game would kind of almost fall flat. So the gameplay in Enslaved is actually kept pretty basic. There's really only two different gameplay styles, and that's platforming and combat, with some very light puzzle elements thrown in, and they're almost non-existent throughout the game. There's only maybe 3 major puzzles. But I'll start with the platforming, which does borrow heavily from the Uncharted series, which is definitely not a bad thing because I loved the platforming segments in Uncharted. However, Enslaved takes things and kind of makes them a little too easy at times. I'll start with the good points though. It's fluid, it's fast, it's fun to do. Monkey just looks really cool as he transverses the environments in the game, flips, upside down and grabs onto this ledge and jumps really far. It looks cool, and you can see that in the gameplay here. It just looks fun to do. Now, the problems with this is it's almost too easy. It's too automated. It's fail-proof. Everything is highlighted to an extreme degree so that you can never really mess up when you're platforming. First of all, everything in the game that you can jump onto and grab, 90 to 95% of it is shining, and it's hard, you can't miss it. So while you're climbing on the side of a building, every little brick that you can grab onto looks like it's, piece of metal. It's a little ridiculous, and it kind of detracts from the detailed environments, and in my opinion, they should have toned it down a little bit. Now, when you're jumping, you can almost not fall off and die, unless it's like the side of a building that's crumbling and you have to get off in time. You can basically, and I actually played most of the platforming segments like this, as long as you point in the general direction where you should be jumping and just keep on hammering the A button, you'll be able to make it without a problem. Because as long as you're looking in the direction you gotta jump and you press A, you're gonna jump to that cliff and you're gonna grab it 100% of the time. Now, this isn't totally bad because it does keep it, flowing real nice, and there's not a lot of trial and error to it. And believe it or not, I really did enjoy a lot of the platforming segments in the game, because not only do they usually take place in some of the most breathtaking environments in the game, but like I said, it's just fun to see. And a large majority of the game is platforming. There's 14 chapters, and a couple of them are actually almost exclusively platforming with little to no enemy interaction. And overall, the game takes about 8 to 10 hours to complete. But getting back to the gameplay, next up is the combat, which is going to be, for the most part, the make or break part of the game for a lot of people. And it almost was for me, because the first hour or two that I played of Enslaved, I was actually kind of bored and I wasn't enjoying it too much. And I took a couple of days off from playing the game, but I'm glad I came back to it and gave it a chance, because it's not until midway in the game where the combat kind of starts to open up and it gets more complex. Because in the beginning of the game, you simply have the X and the Y button. X button is sort of your light attack, and the Y button's your heavy attack. And you never learn any new moves besides being able to dodge and being able to, charge up your weapon and and stun your enemies, and there's a wide attack. However, you never learn any new combos than what you start off in the beginning of the game, so from beginning to end, you have those same 2-button moves, and that's it. As simple as the combat may be, every once in a while you might have to use a charged attack to, break a guarding enemy's shield. But I did find it, keeping me entertained until the end of the game, because combat, there's not a ton of it in here, so when it does come up, it doesn't always feel like, oh, here's the combat again, let me get this over with. I found it fun, even though it started to wear a little bit thin by game's end, only because you can get through the game by just dodging and normally attacking and charging every once in a while. You don't have to block, you don't have to use your staff weapon. It's encouraged, but not necessary. You do eventually get sort of like a shooting element in the game where you can take your staff and use it as a gun, so you can shoot enemies from afar, which isn't totally necessary, only for a couple of points in the game, but it is fun. And also to keep things a little more fresh, since you are accompanied by Trip the entire game, you can kind of use her at points in the game to distract enemies. She can kind of be your decoy while you try and come up and flank your enemies. And of course you do have to take her along with you, so you gotta throw her across ledges and wait for her before you, open a door. Trip can also use a dragonfly, which is not controlled by you, it's controlled by the game, but it'll give you an overhead view of what to expect in the coming area, key points that you have to get to, and enemies to avoid.
There is.
Okay. I know how we're gonna get across. My cloud works here.
What's that?
It's a cloud.
Doesn't look like a cloud. Well, maybe a little like a cloud.
I'll be right back.
Now, one last element that I wish they'd explored a little bit more is Monkey does have access to a hoverboard, which he only gets to use very sparingly throughout the game, in a couple of boss encounters and in this one part where you're on the water. It's very impressive and it actually controls really well, and I thought it was cool, but like I said, it's limited in its use to only certain sections in the game. Now, there are a couple of technical issues with the game that keep it from being an excellent game and instead makes it just a great game. Now, first of all, the camera at times, especially during combat, does have its problems. It tends to kind of zoom in too close on the action and it gets hung up in corners sometimes. Outside of combat, it's not too bad because the camera will kind of point you in the direction to go, so you really don't have to do too much manual camera control. It kind of takes care of itself. Now, the next part is that quite frequently during the game, not too much, but enough to be noticeable and enough for me to complain about it, because normally I don't care too much for slowdown, but the game does stutter quite often, and you don't even have to be in combat. You can just kind of be walking through the environment and it'll really, really stutter and struggle to keep up, and it really takes you out of the experience and out of the gorgeous environments in this game, and it's such a shame. And lastly, my biggest problem with the game is the texture pop-in. Now, you'll be in a cutscene, and every time it cuts to a different angle or a different scene or something, all the in-game character models and the environments, it'll take them a second or two to get their texture quality in, and this happens really quite frequently, almost every cutscene. So, you'll see an object, and then it'll take a while for it to get its full texture quality. And this is a problem with some games, but Enslaved really suffers from this. It even happens, in the environments. Every time that you come out of a cutscene and you go into the gameplay, same thing happens. Takes a couple of seconds to warm up and get the textures to come in, and it really, once again, detracts from the overall experience of the game. Quite bad enough to kind of lose some of its luster. It kind of felt unpolished, like the game could have used a little bit more time in development, and it might have been rushed to get out for the holidays, which is unfortunate. So overall, I would say Enslaved Odyssey to the West is a game that I can safely recommend to fans of platformers, action games, adventure games, or if you're just looking for some great character interaction and storytelling, this is one to check out. Thanks for watching, guys.
Do you think you could tell me what the plan is?
To get you home as fast as possible so that you can take this thing off my head and I can break your neck.
I meant...
Yeah, I know what you meant.
Alright, hey guys, and welcome to Games I Bought Recently, episode number 23. Fallout New Vegas, not as good as Fallout 3. The opening to this game, the beginning, the first hour or two were really disappointing to me. It didn't really grip me like Fallout 3 did, which I thought had an amazing opening couple of hours there in Fallout 3. I gave it more of a chance though,
and once I was able to blow some guy's head up with some bat that I found when I turned a corner, I was like, yeah, this is Fallout. I haven't played it in a while, though. As I've said, I really haven't played too many games in the past couple of weeks because I've been really busy. But this is one that I'm really not sure if I'm going to go back and revisit quite yet. But it's definitely good if you like the Fallout series. In my opinion, though, I don't enjoy it as much as Fallout 3, and it's very buggy. I was having some trouble with this. Arms glitching out all over the place. I got Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, and this is a fantastic racing game. The graphics in this, first of all, are amazing. It feels like a Burnout game, obviously, because it's made by Criterion, who made the Burnout series. But it's a lot of fun. The sense of speed is great. It's not very... The controls are a bit more tight than a Burnout game. It's not as arcadey. It's super, super fun to play this online. 4 versus 4, play as the cops, have to chase down the other 4 racers and make them crash. You get to use helicopters and spike strips, and the racing in the single player is great. It constantly feels like you're earning something new because there's a leaderboard system that's integrated into the game, and it's constantly letting you know when you beat a friend score. Highly recommend this if you like racing games, especially Burnout. Without a doubt, pick up Need for Speed. Majin and the Forsaken Kingdom on the Xbox 360, it's still sealed, but I got this on Black Friday from Amazon.com for only $13 because I had a $10 credit. Why not? Free shipping, $13. Can't wait to try that out. Call of Duty Black Ops. Not as good as Modern Warfare 2 or Modern Warfare 1 in my opinion. Actually, you know, I think I've kind of grown tired of the Call of Duty series, I'll be honest. I had a lot of fun with this online for the first week or two, playing it online and everything. It was fun. It just doesn't have that oomph that, you know, the first couple of games had for me when I played them. I have not got around to playing the single player on this yet. I've heard it's great, so I want to check it out. But, you know, I think I'm to that point now where I'm starting to move past the Call of Duty series. It's just not doing it for me anymore. Maybe it's because I wasn't, you know, maybe I had such a long break from the series that I wasn't feeling it, sadly. To save me some time, Enslaved, Odyssey to the West, I did a review on this game, so be sure to check that out. In short, though, I really enjoyed it. It's a great action-adventure game, great character development. Castlevania Lords of Shadow, I got some mixed opinions on this. For one, I love the environments, I love just, it has a great adventure feel to it. I'm not to the point of the game yet where you actually get to the minor spoilers here, the castle in this game, because from what I've heard, the first half of the game basically, it doesn't even feel like Castlevania because you're out in lush forests and you're in waterfall places with rainbows, and it just feels different, and I actually really enjoyed it. I like the characters, the voice acting is great, the combat feels like God of War, there's nothing wrong with that. The combo system is okay, there's a lot of moves that, you know, they kind of just feel tacked on for the heck of it, and it's pretty challenging, but overall I'm liking it. It's a great action-adventure game that I would recommend. Even if you're a fan of the Castlevania series, go into this not expecting a Castlevania game, because I also believe this originated as something other than a Castlevania game. I think it was just called Lords of Shadow, and they slapped the Castlevania name on, so go into it not expecting Castlevania, and I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. I have not played Assassin's Creed 1 or 2, so I went into this, I started with the single player, and I was totally lost. I didn't know any of the story, I didn't know what was going on. Jumped onto online, I had some great fun with it. One of the most unique multiplayer experiences that I have played in the past couple of years. You basically play as assassins online. You have to try and assassinate people while people are trying to assassinate you. So while you're trying to blend into the crowd, people are trying to assassinate you, and you're trying to kill people that are blending into their own crowd. So it's a very unique experience. It's got some team-based gameplay, some 4 vs 4 stuff going on, or some free-for-all. Free-for-all is just crazy. It's a lot of fun, though. It's very different. It doesn't really hold up after a couple of plays. You know, I knew I was going to get bored of it fairly quick. I'm not sure if I'll go back to it. It was kind of fun for the first week or two I had it, but I think I've moved on. Alright, hey guys. So, lately I've been getting a ton of messages from people asking for recommendations on RPGs. I mean, it's no secret. If you've watched my channel, you know I'm a huge fan of RPGs. A large majority of the games that I buy these days are RPGs. I just really enjoy playing them. However, I noticed that a lot of the people that have been asking for RPG recommendations have actually never played an RPG before. They tell me, you know, they're looking to get into the genre, they don't know where to start, can I give them some recommendations? So, I figured I'd make a video here and go over a couple of different systems and let you guys know some good starter RPGs for that system. So the games they're really going to be kind of easy to get into the genre. For the most part, a lot of them are going to be traditional turn-based. They're not going to be overly complex, so for the most part, simple battle systems, stories that are easy enough to understand, no complex, alchemy systems, no complex, synthesizing systems. There might be some of that in there, but overall the game should be simple enough for you to get into, understand what an RPG is about, and hopefully enjoy the genre. Okay, so first up is the Xbox 360, and the first game here is the one that I would recommend probably the most if you've never played an RPG before, and that's Blue Dragon. The reason being is this is a great traditional turn-based RPG that's actually very easy to play. Believe it or not, when this game came out, the normal difficulty was really easy. I put about 15 hours into this game and I actually had to stop because it was too easy. I was actually getting kind of bored. Doesn't mean it's a bad game. This is actually an excellent start if you're getting into RPGs. They have since come out with an optional hard mode that released after the game came out because the original mode was so easy. But this is really great. Excellent graphics. A great start if you're getting into RPGs. After that, you can start with this one as well. It's a little bit more complex than Blue Dragon, but that's Lost Odyssey. This is another turn-based RPG where during the battles there are action sequences where you have to time your button presses to make your attacks that much more powerful. What an excellent story, though. This is a great example. If you want to get into RPGs and see what awesome storytelling and character development is all about, Lost Odyssey is one to go with. It also has a great soundtrack, unbelievable graphics for its time. This is one of the best RPGs that I believe that you can play from this generation. Great starter RPG as well. So what I did here was I picked out some Xbox 360 games that I have that are also available on the PlayStation 3. The first of which is Tales of Vesperia, which is an action RPG. So if you know for a fact that you're not going to be into the whole turn-based thing with taking turns, the battles in this are fast-paced, really quick, a lot of fun, pretty easy to get into. The game is very lengthy though. There's a lot of character interaction, great character development. A story that does have quite a bit of twists and turns, and I'd highly recommend this. Okay, next up is another game that's also available on the PlayStation 3, and that's Eternal Sonata. This is another action-based RPG, so the battles are not turn-based. It's very, very colorful, great music. It's a little bit different than your typical RPG, so be sure to check out some gameplay videos of this and see if you may like it or not. The battles sort of have like a shadow and a light element where when you're standing in a shadow in the battlefield, your attacks will be altered, so it might get a little bit confusing for some of you at first, but it's still definitely worth checking out. And then I also decided to include Final Fantasy XIII, which is also available on the Xbox 360. Now the problem I have with recommending 13 to new RPG players is it's so much different from other RPGs, especially other Final Fantasies. The battle system is going to probably be overwhelming at first, but what this does right is it establishes a very linear path, so you're never really going to be overwhelmed with places to go. You're constantly moving from path A to B. It's not hard to advance. The story is excellent in my opinion. The characters are very likable. This is a kind of a polarized game. Some people absolutely hate this, but they tend to be people that have been into the RPG genre for a long time. This may be worth a look. The battle system may take you a while to learn though, but if you can get into it, this is a great RPG to start with. Alright, hey guys, welcome to another episode of Games I Bought Recently. Got a stack of games here in no particular order, so let's get started. First up is Marvel vs. Capcom 3 for the Xbox 360. I have to say, this game really is not for me. The first day I picked it up, I did play it for a couple of hours. I was, streaming it live, people were watching me, and I was having some fun with it. But I came to the realization that I'm never going to get good at this game, To play online competitively, you have to practice this game, you have to learn your characters, you have to learn the combos and the skills, just like other fighting games. But while it does have, a sort of, I guess, easy learning curve for new players like myself, where, combos and, the super combos are on a one-button press. You press the one button and the screen just fills up with craziness. It's just something that will take a lot of practice if I see myself playing this a month from now, which I really do not. Would I recommend this to people that are fans of fighting games? Absolutely. It's gorgeous to look at. The animation and the graphics are just unbelievable. There's a lot of fan service in here. There's some questionable characters that are missing from the roster. The campaign, the single-player mode with the story, which is almost non-existent, consists of just 2 little static screens after you finish the game with any character. It's kind of lacking in that department. It's really made for online, which, if you're a fan of competitive fighting games, I'd still recommend this, but for me, not really for me. Next up is Bulletstorm, the Epic Edition, which, not quite sure what that entails. Probably it comes with the Gears of War beta, I don't know. I just started this game the other day. I have to say I am absolutely blown away by Bulletstorm. This game is amazing. It's so much better than I thought it would be, because previously all I had checked out were the initial trailer that they released long ago, and I played the demo. But the single player in this is absolutely mind-blowing. The environments and the graphics in this are just beautiful. I was so surprised by how well crafted this world is. I have to warn you though, if you are kind of younger and your parents don't really know that you're playing M-rated games, you're just convincing them now to let you play M-rated games, do not pick up Bulletstorm, because this game is very mature with its content in terms of the language that's in this game. A lot of cursing and a lot of really crazy stuff in here. It might be a little bit too over the top at times, but I guess that's just the game's charm. What it comes down to though is it's a crazy first-person shooter where you have a bullet time where basically when you kick an enemy or when you lash onto them with your electric whip and you pull them towards you, it goes into a bullet time, and it's up to you to kind of kill them in the craziest way possible. So the more crazy that you can make the kill, the more points you get. You use those points to upgrade your weapons, buy more ammo, and just go on from there. You're sort of on this, I guess, different planet with monsters and aliens and mutant people and all kinds of stuff. I'm a couple of hours into it right now. I heard it's pretty short, which I really don't mind. And there's also an online co-op mode where you can play with other players and try and rack up the craziest kills and the craziest scores together. Highly recommend this one, guys. Definitely check out Bulletstorm. I'm looking forward to finishing that soon. Next up, I have to give a big thank you to Ball and Nick 1982. I've been trying to get a copy of Dead Space for the longest time, and now that I finally, are on the lookout for it, because I want to play Dead Space 2, I want to try and get myself back into this horror survival genre and everything. I could not find this game at all in my area, so Ball and Nick 1982 hooked me up with a copy, so thank you very much, Nick. I have to say I'm really enjoying it. So far everything I've played of the game, I have live streams, which by the way I'll put a link to my live stream thing below if you guys don't know what I'm talking about. I play games, you can watch me live and stuff, and you have to follow me to get updated, but whatever. Dead Space is an amazing game. I'm so happy I picked it up. I really cannot think of a single bad thing to say about this game. Everything it does well. Maybe one thing, they try to do the shock scares a little bit too much. They never ease off of, monsters jumping out of windows and monsters jumping out from behind corners and all that stuff. It's kind of a little bit overkill at times where it takes away from the scariness of it because it happens so much. I love the shadows in this game. The graphics are amazing. You walk into a big open room and you can see the shadow of a monster like right next to you, but meanwhile they're a mile away across the room. It's just excellent graphics. The detail to the monsters and the environments is also really well. I just found myself stopping a lot and just checking out the details. So far it's not overly hard for me. I'm playing on normal mode. What I really like the most though is upgrading my weapons. Upgrading that, the weapon that shoots out the discs and you chop off the enemies' bodies and everything. And it's just so much fun to upgrade my weapons, and I'm having a really fun time with this so far. Maybe Dead Space will be the game to get me back into the whole survival horror kind of genre. Thanks to Amnesia: The Dark Descent on the PC for kind of giving me the edge to go for that. Next up is Darksiders on the 360. I'm almost finished with this, and I have to say I'm really enjoying this one as well. Really surprised by this. I actually tried the demo, which was on the OnLive service, and that made me pick up the game. Comparisons to Zelda, I definitely can see why people can compare this to Zelda in terms of the dungeons. It's an third-person action adventure game with, pretty standard combat. You start off with just one button press to kind of do all your combos, and from there you get new moves, you unlock new moves. The world is semi-open-ended. I say that in that you're sort of always on a linear path. It always tells you where to go, but you can backtrack when you get new abilities to basically go back and get stuff that you missed, where say you needed a hook shot to get to a certain area in the beginning of the game, and later on when you unlock the hook shot you can go back and get the item that's there. Chests that contain items that extend your health bar and your mana bar, so you can kind of see the comparisons to the standard, I guess you can say, Zelda formula. I don't really want to compare it to Zelda, honestly, because it does feel at times like it borrows elements from a lot of games, but it is its own game. Art style is excellent. The voice acting in this and the cutscenes are top-notch. The dungeons are a lot of fun. They take like an hour, 2 hours to beat, and I'm just really impressed with it. I have to say, if you're a fan of action-adventure games or hack-and-slash games, check out Darksiders. Gotta finish that soon. Next up, I bought Battle Fantasia. It's a fighting game, anime style, on the Xbox 360. I have not had a chance to play this one yet, but I only got it for like $8, so hopefully it's pretty good. Next is Nier the Xbox 360. I beat this game, and I was thoroughly impressed with it. I have to say, I went into this with very low expectations because I heard a lot of bad stuff about this game. But I did hear a lot of stuff from RPG fans that said you have to check this game out. It's one of my favorite games of all time, and I'm like, okay, there's got to be something to this game that I'm, missing out on. I really should try this one. Basically what this game is, it's a third-person action RPG. Basically that plays sort of like a beat-em-up. It's in its own sort of surreal, unique world. Some of the characters in the story are very unique in their own. It's sort of a game that really warrants a second playthrough to kind of get all the story elements, which I have not done. I've only done the first playthrough. So basically the story boils down to, in the simplest terms, there's shades, which are these shadow-type creatures that are invading the world of Nier, and your daughter gets infected and you have to go and try and find a cure for her. And things unravel, and, of course, there's other branches in the story that happen to kind of mix things up. And one thing I have to say about the story in this game, and in terms of the gameplay, unfortunately, for most people, I enjoyed the first 8 hours, but for most people, this game doesn't really start to get good until the halfway point, or a little past the halfway point in the game, where basically it almost turns into a totally different game, where you get different weapons that you were not able to use in the first half of the game. The story really takes like a sort of different dramatic turn to it. A lot more of the action starts happening in the second half of the game. But basically you have these different shadow powers where you can level up your shadow abilities. So some of them are like a lance that you can throw at the enemies. Some of them are twirling lances that can fly around you. And some of them are sort of like a bullet shoot-'em-up kind of game. So what I found most striking about Nier is how it plays in different game genres. So at times it'll be like a third-person isometric dungeon crawler. Other times it's like an actual shoot-'em-up. I'm talking like you're shooting bullets at enemies and you're going down a predetermined path and it's a shoot-'em-up. Other times it's a text adventure game where there's no visuals, it's just text and you're selecting different options. Nier is a crazy and a strange game. Definitely try this one out. I got it for like $10, $11, so I got it for a really cheap price. If you see Nier and you're a fan of action games, RPGs, or just quirky games in general, a light bulb just went out, but hey, I gotta continue. I guess my world is going into the shade world here. Check out Nier. I was very impressed with Nier. Alright guys, so today I got an unboxing to do for you, and I know it's been a really long time since I've unboxed any games at all, mostly because, well, you can just watch the hundreds of other unboxing videos of games out there. But this title in particular is probably going to go by pretty unnoticed, and I do want to bring some attention to it. And that is Divinity 2, the Dragon Knight Saga for the Xbox 360. Now, this is a special launch copy that does come with some extra goodies, which is one of the reasons why I'm going to unbox this for you guys, to show you what's inside. But the other reason is because this is actually a re-release of a game that came out last year on the PC and Xbox 360, and I have that game right here. Now, some of you may remember me mentioning this game. I actually really enjoyed this, and that's Divinity 2 Ego Draconis, which this is a third-person action RPG in an open-world fashion that was ported to the Xbox 360 last year. And I picked it up, not knowing much about it, and I absolutely loved it. I thought it was an excellent open-world action-adventure game, but the biggest downfall about this game was that the frame rate was absolutely terrible. Being a port of a PC game, they did a really terrible job of porting it over to the Xbox 360, and it suffered from some really bad slowdown and lag, which actually killed it for a lot of people. So, now this is almost unheard of in the video game industry, especially for, sort of lesser-known releases such as this, but Atlas basically trusted and believed in this game so much that they've took it to themselves to publish the updated version that the developers, and the developer is, let's see here, the developer is Larian Studios. I know you guys can't really read that, but Larian Studios released an updated version of the game which has a lot of improvements. First of all, they have an entirely new graphic engine, so there's no more slowdown. They got a new camera angle. They did some tweaking to the gameplay for difficulty balances, which was a problem with the original, I remember. And I put about 25 hours into this version of Divinity 2, so I've definitely played quite a bit of this game. But this is an enhanced version. It's essentially the same game, yes. From what I've heard, they've done some really big changes to the endgame content, and it also includes the new expansion that came out for the game. But whoever heard of a developer going back and basically redoing their game and re-putting it out there, you know, a year later, which I think is really excellent, that they really believe in their product, and it's, you know, an Atlas for believing in the developer and the game itself and putting out the copy for us. So let me unbox this really fast for you guys, because for $40, this game retails for $39.99. You get some extras in there, and I know I haven't unboxed any games recently, but I've been buying a lot of Atlas games that include these, you know, bonus music discs and art books and everything, and I just think it's really great of them. And as you see here, the launch copies come with free art book and soundtrack included, which all the copies of the game, from what I believe, are going to come with the soundtrack, but only the launch copies will come with the art book, which I'll show you guys. So, first of all, here's the art book that it comes with. Divinity 2. Let's see, there's 45 pages inside. And this is a really excellent looking game. I can tell you guys, I'm really excited to play through it again with updated graphics, because the world of Divinity 2 was just phenomenal at times. Think of it as Two Worlds style. And I know, you know, just hearing the name Two Worlds scares off a lot of people. But Divinity 2 has a great class system. You can kind of craft your character the way you want in terms of mixing between 4 different class trees like Mage, Rogue, Warrior. I know the first time I played it on the older version, I made sort of like a Warrior, Necromancer kind of character. You go on quests and everything, and eventually later, much later on in the game, you get the ability to change into a dragon, which is right around where I stopped playing. It does take quite a bit to get the ability to do that. So you get a nice little art book with it, with some interviews. So not too bad. And then inside here, inside will obviously be the game and the instructions, which is no big deal, but you also get a soundtrack, and I do remember the game did have a great soundtrack, so let's see how they present that to us in here. You get the manual, and here's the soundtrack CD. Now, I don't know how many songs are on here. Oh wow, okay. 21 tracks. Normally on Atlas, when they release these bonus soundtracks, sometimes you only get a couple of songs, and sometimes you get, you know, a full-fledged soundtrack, and this is definitely a full-fledged soundtrack with 21 tracks on it. So that's definitely a very nice bonus. And let's see, is the manual black and white, or is it in color? It is in color. I know a lot of you will be happy about that. I know some people absolutely dread black and white manuals. I, in particular, definitely prefer them to be in color. So you get a whole bunch of icons there for your class abilities and such. And this is a pretty thick manual as well. So there you go, guys. I just wanted to, you know, it's not like me to do unboxing videos much that often anymore, because like I said, they're readily available there on YouTube. But I know I have the power to bring some attention to this game, and having played it previously, I can definitely already highly recommend it. And heck, if it's an improved version of the original with fixing all the problems that I had with it in terms of the slowdown and the graphics and some unbalancing issues, this is going to be definitely worth picking up for $40. So if you're into action RPGs, definitely check out Divinity 2, The Dragon Knight Saga for the Xbox 360. Alright, hey guys, and welcome to my top 10 games of 2010 video. I think you guys will be interested to see what my number 1 pick is. So let's get started here. I don't want to go on too much. Coming in at number 10 is Enslaved Odyssey to the West. I did my review for this, and if you haven't checked that out, be sure to check it out. I'll go a lot more in depth. But I found this to be a very, very good action-adventure game that, in terms of gameplay, it was pretty basic. You know, there wasn't much to the gameplay itself, but what really held it together was excellent story, excellent character development, excellent voice acting, environments and graphics that were just really beautiful. I really, really enjoyed it, so I'd highly recommend this to anybody that's a fan of action-adventure games. It's Castlevania Lords of Shadow. I have the Xbox 360 version. This was a game that really took me by surprise. At first, I was like, oh man, this is nothing like Castlevania. And that's exactly what it is. This is nothing like an old-school Castlevania game. This is a adventure game that is very similar in style to God of War, which I've always said is not a bad thing. If you're going to rip off an action-adventure game, the God of War series is definitely the right one to rip off, because it does a lot of things really well. So if you can think God of War, but place it in a medieval horror Castlevania-style setting, you basically know what this is going to be about. What really took me by surprise is just how varied and interesting the game world was. The first 8 or so hours, you're outside in lush forests with rainbows and waterfalls, and you know, maybe slight spoilers here, but you don't actually enter the castle of Castlevania until like halfway through the game. So it was a very interesting, you know, way that they took to this game, and the reinvention of the series, which by the end, the ending of this game, no spoilers here, but oh my god, it's very polarizing between Castlevania fans where they're taking this reboot of the series. But back to the gameplay of this. Control-wise, gameplay-wise, it all works really well. Platforming in this, how could I forget? The absolute worst part of this is the platforming. At times it's very aggravating in terms of, you know, not knowing where you have to jump and falling down all the time. But otherwise, this is a beautiful game, one of the best looking games of 2010, and I'd highly recommend it. And the soundtrack is phenomenal. Just remember, go into it not expecting old school Castlevania. Go into it expecting a new, fresh action-adventure game. And coming in at number 6 is the other game I was telling you guys about that came out earlier in the year, and I've gone back to revisit it throughout the year, and that is Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. Now, before you're all like, oh, he just has it in his top 10 because Sonic is in the game, that might be a very, very small reason to help with my liking of this game, because it is very reliant on you enjoying Sega franchises such as Sonic the Hedgehog and House of the Dead and Super Monkey Ball and Jet Set Radio, all that kind of stuff. But what really makes this so great is it is the best, and I'm totally going to say this, it's the best kart racer since the original Mario Kart 64, in my opinion. In terms of the gameplay, most kart racers, you know, they're very ambitious, but they just don't get the feeling of driving those cars just quite right. This is the next best thing, the best thing in terms of gameplay and controls since Mario Kart. It feels really great. All the racing cars and characters in the game all have their own unique feel. I personally am an Amigo player. That's my favorite racer in the game. But in terms of tracks and everything, this has some also the best tracks I've seen in a kart racer since Mario Kart. Some of the tracks are better than anything Mario Kart racers have ever done. The Samba de Amigo levels, once again, have some great course designs. The Super Monkey Ball levels are excellent. If you're a Sega fanboy, you definitely got to give this a try. There's still quite an active community behind this. The single player, forget about it. You got to play this online. And people still do play it online. It's not as active as it used to be, but if you go online, you know, as long as it's not like 3 o'clock midnight, you know, in the United States, you're going to find a group of players that are playing it. What can I say? It's like fan service to Sega fans. Unfortunately, it's not really well supported. They don't release any DLC for it, really. Sega really missed a great opportunity to keep a kart racer alive by releasing new tracks, new characters, which they have done, but only like once or twice. But still, check this out. You can probably find it really cheap now. Alright, coming in at number 3 is a game that came out very, very, very early in the year that I'm sure a lot of you have forgotten about, but I don't want you to forget about it because it's freaking awesome. And that is Bayonetta. And I just want to say, if you're going to get Bayonetta and you have a 360 and PS3, get the 360 version. It is a lot better. PS3 version suffers from frame rate issues and slowdown. So anyway, Bayonetta is an over-the-top, insanely over-the-top action-adventure game that if you're a fan of games like Devil May Cry, or just any fast-paced action games in general, you definitely have to check out Bayonetta. This is the craziest game, I think, well, yeah, I'd say, yeah, probably the most over-the-top and crazy game I've ever played. The action in this, the first hour, you think that they just throw everything at you in terms of the boss battles and everything, but as the game goes on, you're fighting bosses, and you come to find out that they're not bosses, they're actually just new enemies they're introducing for you to fight throughout the duration of the rest of the game. It is so insane, and by the end of the game, I was just so wowed at what went on that I was like, that was one of the coolest experiences I've ever had in a game ever. So it's third person, you play as Bayonetta, the girl on the cover here, she's one of the coolest characters I've seen in a game in recent memory. Her weapon is her hair, which actually makes up her clothes. So her hair is long, it covers her body, it acts as her clothes, it also acts as her weapon. Her hair can turn into giant demons that crunch and eat her enemies, giant feet and fists that stomp and punch the enemies. She has guns on her feet. She has 2 guns in her hand, so she has guns on the soles of her feet. You can go into bullet time mode and slow down stuff and shoot enemies that way. You get some crazy combos. There's different weapons that you can choose from. A story that makes absolutely no sense, but it's good in a way that it's so wacky that you just can't believe what's happening on screen. Bayonetta, guys, please. Once again, if you're a fan of this type of genre, check this out. By all means, I highly, highly recommend it. Okay, alright, so coming in at number 1 for my favorite game of 2010 is one that everybody loved. I mean, how could you not expect this game to be at number 1? I mean, it has everything that makes a great game. You got a world to explore, you know, plenty of quests to go on, and horses that you summon. It is Final Fantasy 13. Guys, I had to make a really tough decision here. In terms of putting this game at number 1, I honestly never thought that this would be my number 1 game, you know, when I was first thinking of my top 10. But I gave it some thought, and out of all the games that I played last year, 13 really struck it struck something with me that really got me deeply involved with it. 13 to me, yes, it's not for everybody by any means. It's a very linear RPG. But what I loved about 13 was the story. I absolutely fell in love with the story, and I love the characters. This game had some really great cutscenes. It's, for the most part, the entire game is made up of linear paths, yes, that you travel down, and constant cutscenes, but I found it really enjoyable. You know, finding out what happens next, and every time that something new happened and a new character was introduced, I was always going back into the story log and reading up on it, so I can kind of keep myself refreshed. The first half of the game is, yes, very linear. You're constantly going down straight paths. There's no exploring. There's no towns. You do all your shopping through save points. Yes, those are some elements that probably could have been done better, but it still really kept my interest. I found the combat system to be unbelievably fun. It was very inventive. I absolutely loved the Paragrim, or the Paragrim, however you pronounce it, the new combat system that has you control 3 characters at once, but you can switch between their roles. So you can go from having a medic and a tank and a damage dealer in your team to switching it over right away in the middle of combat to 2 magic casters and a tank, or a buffer, a debuffer, and a healer. I just love the flow of combat. It's a lot of fun. In terms of its graphics, once again, they blew me away, and if you have the choice, get the PS3 version. It's on 1 disc instead of 3 or whatever it is on the 360. The music isn't compressed and the graphics are actually a little bit better. If you can go into 13 expecting some new, fresh ideas and kind of leave everything that you thought was a Final Fantasy game in the past, I think you might actually be really impressed with this. You do have to give it a shot though, because halfway through the game is when it kind of opens up, and you know, you can start to free roam and go on side quests and such, and kind of piece your team together. So it's a little restrictive in the first half of the game, but in the second half, it's a ton of fun. Guys, I can't really recommend 13 enough to RPG fans if you haven't given it a try. If you've tried it and you've hated it, hey, hey, that's your opinion. But if you haven't tried 13 because of stuff you've heard, or you're a huge Final Fantasy fan and you're just disgusted with what they've done with it, and you refuse to try it out, please, do me a favor and just give it a shot. But one good thing about 13 is, even if you hate the story and the characters, if you fall in love with the combat, chances are you'll probably have a lot of fun playing the game. Even if you're not too big of a fan of the combat, maybe the story and the characters will really keep you, entertained and playing till the end to find what happens. So, 13, a bit of a polarizing game. I'm sure it'll disappoint a lot of you that it's, my number 1 game, but I really enjoyed it, guys. And thanks so much for watching. Sorry about the delay here, and I do want to make a video that goes over some of my other favorite games that didn't quite make it into my top 10 that I still want to let you guys know about. So, thanks for watching. Alright, hey guys, this video is the best of the rest of games from 2010, and basically what that means is I'm going to go over a large selection of games that I did play last year. Not everything, but some of the games that I feel that some of you should not miss out on, or games that I really enjoyed and didn't get to put a ton of time into, or I might have put a lot of time into them, but I just didn't think that they were the best games to place in my top 10 for last year. But I'm going to go over some very brief impressions for the titles. I'm going to move through them very fast. I'm going to group them by system. They're in no particular order, so let me go ahead and get started here. First up is going to be for Xbox 360 games. First up, this is one I'm sure you all already know about, and that's Red Dead Redemption. Great game. I love the gameplay mechanics to it, but I just could not get into this game. It's not for everybody. Blur is a great arcade racing game. Very similar. It's compared usually to a more realistic version of Mario Kart, because it is a straight up kind of realistic racing game with real cars and everything, but you have the addition of power-ups, and you can shoot your cars and damage them and blow them up and everything with Mario Kart style weapon power-ups. So Definitely a unique racer there. Next is Darksiders for Xbox 360. I really enjoyed this one. It always gets compared to Zelda. I can definitely see the comparisons later in the game when you get into the dungeons that are very similar in style to Zelda dungeons, but other than that, I really enjoyed this. It is its own unique game, an art style that's just beautiful, a story that's pretty interesting, excellent voice acting, and the gameplay is just really solid. I highly recommend this to action-adventure fans. Death Smiles, this is a great 2D shoot-'em-up. Admittedly, I am not one of those people that's really into spending a lot of money to buy the import shoot-'em-ups that are on the 360, so in terms of ones that get localized, there's not many out there, so this is definitely a great option if you're looking to get into them. It's categorized as a bullet hell shoot-'em-up, so there's a lot of enemies on screen. Great 2D sprite work, looks really great. Nier, I really enjoyed playing through this one. This is a very unique game. It's an action-adventure style RPG that blends different gameplay mechanics, so a majority of the game is spent in third person, hacking and slashing and stuff like that, but at times it takes you into a third person shoot 'em up, just like, say Death Smiles, or a text adventure, or, a dungeon crawler. Like, there's all different gameplay styles woven into this game, and it has a really crazy story. It definitely warrants more than one playthrough, which I was not able to do. I did beat it once, but the characters are very memorable. Just very bizarre. If you're into fantasy and a mix of sci-fi with just a bit of weird, definitely check out Nier. Halo Reach, I'm sure this is another one a lot of you all know about. I was enjoying the single player until my save game. I had a little bit of a problem with that, but the single player was actually pretty enjoyable from what I've played of it. Online, once again, just like most Halo games, it doesn't last more than a month, a couple of weeks for me, so not for everybody. Another one I'm sure you all know about, Call of Duty Black Ops. Run its course with, I ran my course with this game just like the other Call of Duties. Well, I shouldn't say that. I really enjoyed playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 and Call of Duty 4. This one, the online, couldn't keep me hooked. Okay, next up is Fallout New Vegas. Didn't capture me as much as Fallout 3, but I still would highly recommend this to fans of open world RPGs. If you're a fan of Fallout 3, I'm sure you've already gone out and bought this. I could not get into it as fast as I did in Fallout 3, mainly because it was more of the same. I felt at times myself getting drawn into the game, but of course this came out at a very bad time when there were tons of other games coming out, so I just did not get the time to invest everything that I wanted to invest into that game. This is a game I highly recommend. This is Vanquish, made by Platinum Games, which you guys do know I put Bayonetta on my top 10 list, and I really enjoyed that. This is from the same developers. Over the top, third-person action game with cover-style gameplay similar to Gears of War, but this is so over the top. Think Japanese craziness Gears of War, and that is Vanquish. It's a little too over the top at times, I personally think. I really couldn't get into it too much because it was so much constantly in terms of, it got kind of repetitive for me. I can definitely see why people love this game though. Definitely check it out if you're a fan of over-the-top action games. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. This is one of my favorite racing games of the year, aside from Sonic All-Star Racing. I really enjoy the Need for Speed series, and I had a lot of fun with this one, especially going online, getting to play as the cops, getting to chase people down online, working together, trying to take people down, trying to run away from cops, and the single player is enjoyable as well. It looks really great too. This is a very good looking racer. Definitely recommend it to racing fans. And Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. I still have not played Assassin's Creed 1 and 2, and let me just tell you one thing: if you have not played Assassin's Creed 1 or 2, do not play the single player in this, because you will be lost as I was. I could not understand what the heck was going on, but the online was a lot of fun until you get to the point where people start unlocking abilities that make them see through your camouflage and everything, and it ruins the fun. The first couple of hours online, maybe the first 10 hours, are a blast, because you're playing with people of lower skill level that don't have all the abilities unlocked, but after a while it kind of wore thin, but the online was a lot of fun. Alright, hey guys, I got my list on hand here of some games that I wanted to talk about from this year's E3 2011. Now granted, this list is not every single game that I'm looking forward to. It's sort of a list that I just put together of some games that I felt might have went under the radar and unnoticed because of all the high profile releases. And there are some really high profile games on here that I'm really looking forward to as well. So I got a fairly large list here. I just want to say, though, that there weren't a lot of surprises at this year's E3, so this list, a lot of the games we already knew were coming, but I just want to talk about them because there was probably, some new trailer, some new gameplay that was shown off, and there's some new surprises in here as well, but not too many. Got a large list here, so I'm just going to go through them fairly quickly, in no particular order. But the first game on my list is actually probably my most anticipated game for this year, and that is The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. The new gameplay that they showed off, it looks phenomenal. The battles versus the dragons and the random scripting of the dragons, and the dungeon gameplay that they showed off with the waterfalls and the caves, the enemies, it looks phenomenal. I cannot wait to lose myself in this game. I plan on spending at least 100 plus hours. I was a huge fan of Oblivion, one of my favorite games of all time, as well as a very big fan of Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, and needless to say, I'm super excited for Skyrim. Next, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. I have to admit, guys, I was actually kind of blown away by the gameplay they showed. I didn't expect to be this excited for Modern Warfare 3, because I'm actually starting to wear thin a little on the Call of Duty series. But man, the gameplay they showed in the ocean with the ships and the helicopters and the planes, you know, out in combat, in the sinking ship, it looked phenomenal, especially the stuff outside when everything was going on in the water. Everything is scripted, but damn, does it look fun. I can't wait to play the single player in that. SSX, I'm really impressed with where they're going with SSX. I think they dropped the Deadly Descent subtitle, which I think was a good idea. But what I'm really most interested in is it looks really good. They're going to use satellite technology to basically map all the mountains in the world that you can snowboard on and put those into the game. So definitely looking forward to SSX coming out on PS3 and 360. Tomb Raider, the gameplay they showed off for Tomb Raider, it looked really good. It is very scripted. It seems a little hand-holdy. I'm not really a fan of games that sort of outline things for you, so while the gameplay looked really awesome, and it was very scripted in terms of, you know, there was a lot of quick button stuff going on, but they added an element where you can highlight things in the game world that you have to use to advance through it. So it'll highlight boxes and torches and lifts that you have to use. But wasn't the point of Tomb Raider games always the sense of discovering stuff around your environment and not having it handhold you? If you remember back to the old Tomb Raiders on PlayStation 1, you had to do some pretty good exploring in those games to find where you needed to go. So I'm really interested to see how much this might ruin or help the experience. So I'm really interested to see how this hand-holding element in the new Tomb Raider is going to play out, but it looks really good. Next is From Dust. This is a new game from the creator of Out of This World, a classic game, and this is his new creation. It's a god simulator game where you're really manipulating the environments. So it's sort of like a puzzle game mixed with simulator and think like black and white. It's a really interesting concept where you can kind of morph the landscape to help and move along the civilization on the land that you're trying to help out. Looks really good. Definitely interested in seeing how this comes out. This is coming out on the PlayStation Network and the PC. Next is Rayman Origins, which Ubisoft opened in their press conference with a long gameplay demo. And there were so many people complaining, like, Ubisoft, get this 10-minute demo of Rayman's off. And I was like, hell, bring on more Rayman, because what I saw of Rayman Origins was actually one of the best games I saw at the show. Looks phenomenal, looks like a very solid platformer, very fast-paced. The online, or I shouldn't say the online, but the multiplayer in it looks super fun. It looks challenging as well, but this is definitely one of the best-looking platformers I've seen in a very long time. Zone of the Enders HD, this was announced at Konami's pre-E3 briefing. I'm super excited for this because I'm a huge fan of the original Zone of the Enders. I think I was one of the few people that bought that game for Zone of the Enders instead of the Metal Gear Solid 2 demo. But the greatest thing is, I was actually planning on going back and restarting that game soon. Now I gotta hold off, unfortunately, to play the remake, so gotta hold out a little bit longer. It's also including the second Zone of the Enders, which I've never played before, and I've heard that's even better than the first. So, definitely looking forward to that collection. Bioshock Infinite, what can I say? This game looks really good. It's probably one of the best looking games at this year's E3. The environment, I totally want to be there. I want to be up in the sky, skydiving, not in scripted events. You can just start skydiving and grab onto the rails with your weapon and just go all around this place. I can't wait to see what the story is like. I can't wait to see what the environment is like. Bioshock really reinvented the first-person shooters with its sense of environmental and storytelling and set pieces. So I can't wait to see where they go with Bioshock Infinite. Alright, hey guys, welcome to episode 26 of games I bought recently. This is part 2, where if you want to watch my 3DS games that I picked up, make sure you watch part 1. Part 2 here is going to be everything else that I bought for all my other systems, put together collector's edition. Alright, next up, some of you might remember I did a video of an unboxing of this because it came in an art book and a soundtrack, and that is for Divinity 2: The Dragon Knight Saga. This is actually an updated version. Divinity 2 has been out on the 360 for some time, but the first release actually had some problems, some bugs, really bad slowdown and such, and Atlas took it upon themselves to kind of rework it a little bit, give it a new camera angle, give it some better frame rate, and it's basically an updated version of that with the expansion that came out with it. So if you're looking for a pretty good action RPG, I have to admit that some things I like better about the original, like the camera angle. I'm not too big of a fan of it in the updated version, but they really fixed up the frame rate. This is a very enjoyable game if you're into... It's not really an open world game. It's a semi-open world, but it's a bit linear, more linear than Oblivion, that's for sure. But if you're into third-person fantasy RPGs, definitely check out Divinity 2. Okay, so next up is probably the biggest game that I'm going to talk about here out of this episode, and that is Child of Eden for the Xbox 360. And I just want to mention, I want to thank Steve Payne from Facebook very much for sending me this awesome Child of Eden shirt. I definitely appreciate it because I have to admit, I'm a huge fan of this game. For those of you that don't know about Child of Eden, this is the spiritual successor to Rez, which is actually one of my favorite games of all time. So, needless to say, I had a lot of expectations for this game. First of all, I just want to start off by saying it's not as good as Rez. Nothing can replace my first experiences playing Rez because, let's face it, at the time Rez came out, there really wasn't much out there like it at all in terms of style and gameplay. Child of Eden, though, it's just as good as I hoped. I actually bought the Kinect. Yes, I bought the Kinect to go along with this, but let me tell you, I'm going to be returning the Kinect because I can't do it. There's limitations in my room that it just makes the Kinect really hard to detect me while I try and play. And unfortunately, Child of Eden on the 360, it only uses your hand, but it still has to detect your full body, so I have to stand up and play this game, and it just doesn't work the way that I have it set up in here. And I do realize that Nyko is bringing out a new lens for the Kinect that'll make it a little bit more friendly for smaller rooms. So I might pick up a Kinect later in the future. We'll see how that goes. But anyway, getting back to Child of Eden. This game's awesome. Is it worth buying a Kinect for? I would say so if you're a fan of the original Rez. It's basically an on-rails game where, let's say you're playing with the Kinect, you just use your arm and you wave your arm around as the firing reticle, and you just lock on the enemies and shoot them, but everything that goes on is influenced by the music, so every bullet that you shoot impacts the music. It's a very graphically intensive game, it's very beautiful, the soundtrack is amazing. It's very unique, it's a very relaxing game. You can beat the game, technically, in about an hour and a half, but there's a lot of replay value in terms of high scores, in terms of unlocking extras, new skins, new levels, all kinds of stuff. I personally absolutely love this game. I can't highly recommend this enough to people that already own a Kinect. If you don't own a Kinect, you should highly look into checking this out. But for me personally, I'm really happy playing this with the controller, so hey, I have fun playing it with the controller. I'll get my $150 back for the Kinect. I highly recommend it. I'm a huge fan. Rez fans, check it out. Alright, hey guys, I got an unboxing to do for you today for the wacky and crazy game, Catherine for the Xbox 360. This is the special Love is Over Deluxe Edition. So first of all, for those of you that have no idea what this game is, and you're all saying, what the hell kind of crazy game is Pete buying now? Well, this is one of the crazier ones. Catherine is a game that was released in Japan for the Xbox 360 and the PS3, and honestly, fans over here in America never, ever, ever expected this game to come out over here because it's so wacky and so far outside of what American audiences are used to, even the fans of Atlas. I mean, this is basically a love simulator slash adventure game slash puzzle game. Let me just read you the back here and you'll get a decent idea of what it's about. Vincent has a hard choice to make. Marry his longtime girlfriend Catherine or move on to the incredible blonde he just woke up next to named Catherine. That's with a K and a C. The worst part is, if he makes the wrong choice, he could end up dead. Vincent's story of love, lust, and determination is revealed in the addictive puzzle action game from the makers of the Persona series. So the game has like anime cutscenes and just a really overall different kind of look to it. Also, for those of you that don't know what comes in this collector's edition, I'm not going to spoil it for you. Let me just say that you are going to be surprised. This has some of the craziest and wackiest things I've ever seen in a collector's edition, and that's why I wanted to do this video for you guys, because I can't believe that they put this out. So, let's get ahead to opening this up and finding out what's inside. And by the way, the game was published by Atlas and developed by Atlas as well. Alright, so first things first, you take off the slipcover, and the game comes inside of a pizza box. The Stray Sheep Special Delivery Pizza. Hot, ready, and delicious. And this is sort of a play off of the main character. Now, I haven't played the game yet, obviously. Not even the demo, because I've been waiting to get my hands on the actual full retail copy to not spoil anything. But a lot of the game takes place inside of a pizza shop, which is sort of the adventure portion of the game, so they put the contents inside of a pizza box, which I thought was pretty funny. And we open it up, and the first thing that we have is
bag with a whole bunch of goodies inside of it right here. First, let's get to the first piece of wacky merch in here that I think a lot of you are going to be like, what the heck? It is this pair of underwear. Yes, Catherine comes with a pair of boxer shorts. Why, you ask? Well, the main character in the puzzle portions of the game, Vincent, runs around with his pillow and only his boxer shorts. What did I tell you? This game is something else. So let's break open this bag here and see what else we've got. Alright, next up, so that you can always think about this game in bed while you're trying to sleep, we have a Catherine pillowcase. Standard size. I can guarantee you guys I'm not going to be using this, but it's just the wackiness and the thought of a game coming with a pillowcase. What other game besides Catherine? But this is actually because Vincent carries around a pillow with him through the puzzle games, just like I said. But yeah. And the girl that's shown on here is the Catherine that he wakes up in bed with. So there's sort of like this little love triangle going on. Haven't played the game, but I'm curious to see how that story unfolds. Next up, we have a t-shirt, which might look a little bit familiar to some of you. It's sort of a play off of a classic series that we all know as Zelda, but the main character supposedly wears this in the game, and then the Catherine that he wakes up in bed with steals the shirt from him. So it's just a little nod to an in-game item. It's pretty funny. For pre-ordering, I pre-ordered mine from Amazon. It also came with a soundtrack and art book for the game, which comes like this. The soundtrack is actually in the back and a sleeve, and then the art book itself has quite a bit of art and details on the characters in here, which is nice actually, because a lot of art books generally just tend to be a couple of big pictures, but this one actually goes into some detail on the characters, that's pretty cool. And the soundtrack has like classical remixes of classical songs. It's definitely interesting, and of course here's the game. I'm not going to unbox this for you guys because, well, there's a disc inside with a manual. So there you go, that's Catherine. I'm going to go ahead and jump on and play this game right now because I have been waiting to try this game out for such a long time. I resisted the demo. It looks very story-driven and very challenging. It's sort of like a mix between Q*bert and I don't know how to describe it, but it's a puzzle adventure game by the makers of Persona. That's Catherine. Thanks for watching, guys.
Captain America Super Soldier was released in July of 2011 for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. It is developed by Next Level Games and published by Sega. Now I know what you're all thinking, oh boy, another movie-based superhero game, but let me catch your attention here. The combat in Captain America Super Soldier is actually based off of the Batman Arkham Asylum combat system, and, believe it or not, it's actually fun and it works really, really well. So let me start off by talking about the combat, because that is by far the most redeeming quality about this game, and then I'll get into the game's downfalls, which, believe it or not, there's quite a lot of them. First of all, the combat. As you can see from the gameplay videos here, it works just like Batman Arkham Asylum, meaning that it's, for the most part, a simple button masher, so there really are no button combinations to pull off any kind of combos. Combat is tied specifically to one button. For your normal string of attacks, there's also a button that you can use to dodge attacks, which will in turn fill up your blue meter on the bottom of the screen, which is used to pull off finishers, which I'll get to in a second. And then there's another button which you can use to pull off enemy shields, or basically deflect their attacks and make a counter attack. And then you also have your trigger button, which can be used to aim and throw your shield. It may sound quite simple, but when you're in a pretty big battle with a lot of enemies, you got to be able to deflect enemy bullets from ranged attackers. You have to be able to deal with enemies with shields, and of course the big, more advanced enemies with their blast weapons and such. It can get pretty complex. However, it really would have been nice to see a few more different enemy types throughout the game, because throughout the campaign I only saw maybe a handful, 5 to 7 different enemy types maximum, and after a while it got to be a pain seeing and fighting the same enemies over and over again. With that being said, however, combat never got old for me. Even all the way to the end of the game when I finished it, I was still craving being able to take my shield and bash it into the enemy's skulls. As minor as it may sound, it really was satisfying to hear the clings and the clanks of the shield just hitting into the enemies, and it really has an impact. It feels like you're really giving it to the enemies, and that really kept me
going throughout the entire game, as well as the finishers, which never got old. It's just, you know, it's simple, slow down camera, shows you finishing off the enemy, but damn if they look cool every single time. Now it's time to get into some of the aspects of Captain America Super Soldier that really hold it back from being a great superhero action-adventure game that it could have been. Let's start with the upgrade system, which is very poorly implemented. At the start of the game, you have 3 different options to choose from. One of them basically upgrades your shield, one of them upgrades your ability to counter enemies, and one of them gives you a new ability. But the problem with this is the upgrades come so few and far between. You get experience from killing enemies and doing combos and finding collectibles throughout the game, but the upgrades come so slowly, and at times they don't feel impactful enough on, you know, advancing the character. You do unlock abilities such as a shield bash and an area of effect stun attack, but that's really all there is to speak of. I mean, what's the fun in spending all of your experience on being able to throw your shield and hit one additional enemy? In my opinion, most of these abilities should have been on the character at the very beginning of the game to really open up combat right from the beginning, because by the time you reach the end of the campaign mode, which takes roughly 5 hours to complete, you're, you know, unlocking abilities that you should have had hours ago, whereas now you're getting them and the game is almost over. Speaking of collectibles, if you are into gathering and finding hidden items and not so hidden items obviously placed throughout the levels, Captain America Super Soldier is not going to disappoint. This game is littered, and I mean littered, with collectibles to find. It does unlock artwork and such through the game's extras options, but there's just so many of them. I'm telling you, every turn and corner that you take in this game, you're going to see little collectibles to pick up and find. But after a while, it just got to be so monotonous. There are just too many, and they're too obviously out in the open, and after a while I just started to ignore them, as it was just not worth my time to go and explore these levels, which, by the way, the level designs are quite boring. There's really not too much to look at besides the portions of the game where you go outside, which can look quite impressive at times. The level designs are just very boring to look at times and kind of uninspired. The game also tries to trick you into thinking that it's an open world game, which in a way it is, because when you open up the world map, all the areas in the game are interconnected, and you can backtrack if you wish to collect old collectibles that you might have missed, but enemies don't respawn, so there's little point to it. The problem with this is the game plays in a linear fashion, so it's constantly pushing you from one area to the next, and I found it kind of surprising that by the end of the game, and we're talking within the last hour of gameplay, it opens up a sewer system which lets you travel to old areas of the game fast and easy, but what's the point of that when you're about to beat the game? Honestly, I felt it to be pretty pointless. To break up the monotony of running through the levels when you're not in combat, they also incorporate jumping segments where you jump from bars and ledges, and really these segments look cool in the video, but they're not a lot of fun to perform. It encourages accurate button presses in, you know, quick and accurate timing jumps, but there's really no penalty to missing the timing of your jumps, and all it really boils down to is mashing on the A button as you tilt the joystick in the direction you're supposed to be going. There's also 2 different door opening puzzle mechanics that repeat throughout the game a lot, and it gets to be very tedious after a while, and they really don't do much to break up the gameplay. If anything, they're just quick little distractions. To help you get through the game though and not get stuck in terms of finding switches and ledges to jump on and such, there is a vision mode in the game very similar to what's also found in Batman Arkham Asylum, which will highlight key points throughout the game world, including ledges, collectibles, and anywhere in the game world that you're supposed to go, including checkpoints. You may think this would take fun out of exploring the game, but it actually helps speed it up really well, and let me tell you, I was happy it was in the game, because there were times where I had no idea where I was supposed to be going, and activating this vision mode really helped me carry through the game at a nice pace. Despite all of the game's downfalls, I would still recommend it if you're a fan of Batman Arkham Asylum, superhero games, or action games in general. It's going to be up to you whether or not it's worth the full price of admission, but I can safely say that the combat in this game was really a treat, and it was a lot of fun. It played just as good as Batman Arkham Asylum, and that's saying quite a lot. So if you can look past this game's downfalls, you'll find quite a fun combat system, and it might be one worth checking out. Anyway guys, thanks for watching.
That's better. Felt naked without this.
Alright, hey guys, and welcome back to another episode of games I bought recently. Okay, next is a game that I'm sure you all know I picked up because I did an unboxing video for the special edition, and that's Catherine. Boy, what can I say about Catherine? I don't want to spend too long on it because I can go on and on about this game. First, let me say what I love about Catherine. The story and the characters are so engrossing and I just could not stop playing it. The first day I had this game, I had to see where the story went. I was so enthralled with, you know, this over-the-top, like, love triangle story that's just insane. And it's really not as bad as some of you may think. That, you know, based on how provocative the art book and, you know, the cover of this game may seem, it's really not that bad. It's not that graphic at all. You really don't see anything, if you know what I mean. But what I didn't like about this game, towards the end, the puzzles, it's a block pulling game, so it's a puzzle game. 85, almost 90% of this game is spent in the puzzles, and the rest is the story, or interacting in the hub world, which is the bar talking to characters. But what I ended up hating was that the puzzles got to be too hard. I'm sorry, but those of you that are great at the puzzles in this game, you know, all the power to you. But they start off easy enough, and they're fun. It's like, oh yeah, I solved that puzzle. But then every single level, they introduce a new mechanic that they kind of want you to learn, a new technique or a new hint. And it starts to pile up and pile up. And by the time you get to the end stages, especially stage 6-2, I think it is, it gets insanely difficult, to the point where it's aggravating and I just want to see what happens in the story and I don't want to deal with these puzzles anymore. And it got to the point where I didn't like it anymore. I hated the puzzles. I dreaded the puzzles in this game, which is unfortunate because it got to the point where I'm at the end of the game. There's like 2 or 3 more stages to go. And I just can't finish it because the end levels, I can't stand it. I'm sorry. As much as I want to see where the story goes in this, the puzzles. Maybe I'll give it another chance, but it just started to wear on me a bit. Okay, now on to the game that's been taking up a very large majority of my time, and that is Dark Souls. I got it on the 360. There are multiple reasons for that, but in short, I wanted to get it on 360 because I didn't want to be put on the PS3 servers because people on there would probably kick my butt in the PvP in this game, and I didn't feel like having to deal with that. The server system's a lot different than in the Demon Souls, so I won't really get into it, but honestly, it didn't really matter if I got it on PS3 or 360. Like I said, I wanted to be paired with the newbies, because it's been a really long time since I played Demon Souls, and I didn't want to be invaded constantly and killed all the time. I'm not going to really go into all the different mechanics of Dark Souls and whatnot, because it's kind of very similar to Demon Souls, so definitely watch my review on that if you're curious as to how the game is about. But it's a lot of fun. It's an open world game now, and man, I played this game for like 17 hours, and the first 2 days I had it, it was really that good. And at first I said this is the hardest game I've ever played. But as time went on, and I started to learn more of the mechanics and leveling up and whatnot, it got a little bit easier. But what really draws me into the world and universe of Dark Souls is the very innovative online when it works. Unfortunately, it's a little broken now. It's very hard to get paired up with people, but hopefully in the upcoming patch they'll fix that. But the atmosphere, the world in this game is so unbelievable. I'm telling you guys, if you're a fan of fantasy or horror or anything like that, this game has an amazing world to explore. And the fact that it doesn't hold your hand, and let me show it off while I'm talking about it, but I did pick up the strategy guide, which is a monster of a book, hardcover, tons of pages, a lot of information in here. But I'm playing through the game without the walkthrough. I bought it specifically just for information on NPCs and what items they sell, like upgrade paths for my weapons. The way to play Dark Souls is without a guide, I'm telling you. The sense of not knowing what's around the next corner, because if you guys didn't know in this game, when you die, you have souls, which is basically the currency of your experience and the money that you use in the game. So when you die, you leave your body on the ground and you have to trek back to it. And if you die again, you basically lose all the experience, or the money, or the souls is what they call them in the game that you had. Unbelievable game. It's very challenging. I would not recommend this to people that are not up for a challenge, because the beginning of the game is, the first 10-ish hours are very, very hard. But if you are playing it and you want a little hint, use a spear and a shield. That's the best weapon combination you can use. But I've been really enjoying this. I'm about 40 hours in right now. I'm at the Tomb of the Giants, for those of you that are playing and if you know where that is. My biggest complaint with it, though, is that the online is broken. It's so hard to get summoned or be summoned into someone's game or summon other people into your game, because it's on peer-to-peer servers and it's not on one dedicated server like Demon Souls was, where you're constantly getting summoned and invaded. And just one aspect that I'll mention for those of you that don't really know how Demon Souls and Dark Souls work is that it's basically an MMO single-player game where you're in a single-player world. You can actually be invaded by other players while you're playing, and not even in this game, not even be notified. So you'll be playing, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a playable character, like a real person, will invade your world. You won't be notified, and they can backstab you, kill you, and you die, and they get your souls and whatnot.
And it's so over the top and crazy in this game that you can actually disguise yourself as items within the world. So you can disguise yourself as a pot or a bush, and then like come out of disguise and kill somebody. You can go invisible and kill somebody. You can summon super powerful demons and curse their world, so that the person that's cursed, that you cursed and made their game really difficult, has to invade your world and kill you to get rid of all those super powerful enemies that you put into their game. This game is brutal, and I love every moment of it. Every time I die, it can get frustrating sometimes, you know, it can get kind of hard and get me kind of mad and cursing at the screen sometimes, believe it or not. But it's an unbelievable game, one of the best games that I played this year. Highly recommend this to anybody that's a fan of action, adventure, RPGs, or just for a challenge, or if you just want to experience an incredible world, definitely check out Dark Souls. Okay, luckily I get to make this one pretty short because I know I've been going on a long time here, but that's El Shaddai, Ascension of the Metatron. You guys can check out my review, my full review that I did for this game right on my channel. But in short, if you haven't watched it, I really enjoyed the art aspect of this game. The only thing I didn't really care for too much by the end of the game was the combat was getting a little stale, but otherwise this is a incredible, artsy, over-the-top, in terms of style game. Definitely check out the review. Alright, hey guys, and welcome to the final episode of games I bought recently for 2011. Alright, hey guys, today I'm going to be giving you my impressions for my most anticipated game this year that is finally in my hands, and that is the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. I'm sure you guys know I've been anticipating this game like no other. It's the sequel to one of my favorite games of all time, which I played on the Xbox 360, and that's the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion, which I'm sure many of you have heard of. For those of you that are sort of unfamiliar with this series, it originated on the PC, and then it really started to catch its footing when it released on the original Xbox with Elder Scrolls III Morrowind, which was the first time I had played the Elder Scrolls series, which I'm sure a lot of other people, it was the same case, and you know, that was the reason for me to own my Xbox. That game was unbelievable. These are first person, well, they can be played in third person, but I personally like them in first person best. First person, open world, fantasy role-playing RPGs, where, you know, there's a main story, but you can totally ignore the main stories in these games and just go off and do side quests and play any kind of character that you want. So if you want to play a mage or a thief or a warrior or a combination of any of them, you can do that. And that's sort of been the whole process of this series over the years, and Skyrim has finally come out, and I have to say it has perfected that formula. I'll just start off by saying that Skyrim is, without a doubt, the best game I've played this year. The best game I've played in the past couple of years. Quite honestly, I would probably, as of right now, put it in my top 5 games of all time. And I'll get into why that is. I've actually had thoughts that this may be the best game I've ever played. You know, I'm going to see how that goes, because this is a huge, massive game. You can play this game for hundreds of hours. And, you know, so maybe down the line my opinions might change. But currently I am 40 hours into the game right now. And it's funny because you would think 40 hours into the game, why aren't you reviewing it? Because this game is just that massive. First of all, look at the strategy guide. This is the biggest strategy guide I own, possibly the biggest I've ever seen for a game. I got the collector's edition hardcover, but just look at this. And let's see, this book is about, it's 700 pages. And it's not just filled with pictures and stuff, but it is filled with nothing but, like, text. This game is massive. This is for all the side quests and all of the, you know, different skills that you can learn in the game, all the main quests, the side quests, the armor in the game, all the statistics. This game is massive. When I first started the game, I went into this game spoiler-free. I really avoided videos. You know, I only watched the few trailers that they released and the gameplay that they showed at E3, you know, with the thunderstorm and the dragon that everybody saw. But that was the best decision I ever made. Going into Skyrim, spoiler-free for the most part, not knowing any idea of what to expect, how the game's going to start, you know, environments in the game, cities, towns. And I had such a strange feeling playing the game for the first couple of hours. I was so anxious and so excited and so happy to be playing this game. I hadn't felt this in such a long time. You know, I'm sure some of you out there with, you know, series, you know, when you get a new Final Fantasy game or a new Metal Gear or a new Grand Theft Auto, like, just I was overwhelmed by just how perfect they had created this world. Because unlike Oblivion, where one of the biggest problems that they had going in that game was the dungeons and the environments in the game. Sure, it was a big, massive open world that you could explore,
but it all started to feel kind of cookie cutter and cut and paste. You know, the dungeons started to feel the same after a while. The very first dungeon that I got into in this game was 100 times better than any dungeon in the entire game in Oblivion. The way it was crafted, the way that the traps were laid out, where the enemies were placed, just the environment with like beautiful waterfalls and caves and dripping water that you can, you know, hear as you pass by, and crumbling rocks. I mean, just the layout of the dungeon, every little detail was done to perfection. And I'm like, wow, you know, I guess because that was the first dungeon, they really had to make an impression. But as time went on and I started to explore the world some more, every single dungeon that I've been into in this game has been so much different from the past one. It feels like, you know, they had, I'm not sure how big the team is at Bethesda that worked on this game, but to me it feels like they had, you know, say a couple of people work on the design of one dungeon, and then a few other team members work on the design of another dungeon, and work on each dungeon. You know, that team of members work on that dungeon for like months at a time to perfect it. That's what it feels like to me. The environment itself is beautiful. You know, the map in this game is massive. As you're constantly walking around the world map, you're always discovering new locations. There's always a dungeon off, you know, in the distance that you can go explore, and it's totally optional, which gets me to my next main point. I might be 40 hours into this game, but I have barely scratched the surface on anything that, you know, you can accomplish in this game. The main story, I've barely even started it. For those of you that, you know, I'm going to make this impressions video as spoiler-free as I can, and this isn't really a spoiler, but for those of you that have played it, I just got done talking to the Greybeards for the first time. I've been doing side quests. I joined the Thieves Guild, so I've been doing some Thieves Guild quest lines. I've just been doing random quests as I make my way from city to city. And I'm 40 hours into this game, and I still haven't touched 4 of the main cities in this game. And I think there's something like 7 or 9. I think there's 9 main cities in the game. I could be wrong. I think it's 8 or 9. But I haven't even... And these are massive cities with shops and residential buildings and characters all over giving you side quests. I still have not even been to 3 of them. So I can tell you guys, this is at least going to be at least a 100-hour investment for me. I can see myself playing this game for a couple 100 hours if it really keeps my interest that long. But getting back to the main story portion, you can totally ignore the main story in Skyrim, and that's how it kind of was in Oblivion as well. But you can do the same thing in Skyrim. You can ignore the main story. You can go do whatever you want in this game. And speaking of customization and being able to do whatever the heck you want, you can also build whatever kind of character you want. And it's so much better than it was in the past games, you know, just comparing it to Oblivion. For example, at the start of Oblivion, when you create your character, they're kind of making you predict right from the start what kind of character you want to be. Do you want to be a thief? Well, you better pick, you know, your major skills to be lockpicking, stealing, stealth. Do you want to be a mage? You better pick those mage skills from the start of the game, or else if you change your mind later on, you know, there's really nothing you can do. What Skyrim does to alleviate that problem is, dependent upon how you play the game, is how you'll level up and what you'll become. Sounds simple, but it actually is very intuitive. It really works, and how it works is, there's no stat picking at the beginning of the game. Essentially, you pick your race, and that will give you certain stat bonuses in certain areas. But you know, you can pick a character with high stealth bonuses and then totally turn that character into a mage. It doesn't really matter. But let's say that, like for example, I wanted to become a battle mage. So just by using one-handed weapons and by using spells in my other hand, and by powering up, you know, just using my magic and using my one-handed weapon, I leveled those skills up. And by using these skills, there's no experience per se in Skyrim. Using skills levels up those skills, and then as those skills level up, it levels up your main character, which in turn lets you level up your health, your magic, or your stamina. Very simple. And you also get a perk, so very similar to Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. You get a perk which you can spend on your character, which say, I want to improve, you know, my magic casting to be more powerful. Let's say that I want to be able to craft more powerful armor. Let's say that I want to have a chance to behead an enemy when I kill them. Let's say I want to, you know, have a longer range to cast some of my trap spells. All different kinds of perks that you can even further customize your character. But just as an example, let's say you start off playing the game as a mage and you're doing nothing but spells, and you decide, you know, 5-10 hours into the game it's not really for you. You can start using stealth skills. daggers, sneaking around, block picking, speechcraft, and your character will start to move in that direction. And, you know, sure, you might lose a little bit of time spent, and you might have spent a couple of perks in some mage stuff, but you can totally switch your character class at any point in the game. For example, I wanted to try out thievery and stuff, so I equipped some light armor and some bows and snuck around, and after an hour or two I decided it wasn't for me. I didn't really invest any perks in it, so nothing lost. I got to try it out. I switched right back to my battle mage. So you really have a great sense of being able to customize and play the kind of character that you want, which is a huge step up from Oblivion, which sort of right from the beginning, you know, puts you right down. You gotta pick what you want right from the beginning and stick with it. I felt so overwhelmed with this game. The first time I made it to the first town, there's so many NPCs, and they feel much more lively than they have in the past. Because in Oblivion, there was like 5 voice actors throughout the entire game for the NPCs. It was kind of silly. Whereas in Skyrim, they've hired like over 70 voice actors, and they're really good voice actors. So every NPC you talk to really sounds fresh and different and like its own character as they do their daily tasks. Like they might, they do a daily routine. So you'll see them exit their house, they'll go to bed, they'll come out, they'll do their work at like the sawmill, they'll go to their farm, they'll do some farming, they'll talk to other characters. This world is unbelievably crafted. Just the amount of detail they've put into it. I've spent hours in this game. Every time I go into a house, or even just a dungeon, but let's say for a house example, I explore every shelf. You can pick up books. There's hundreds of books in this game that you can read, and we're talking novels here. You can sit, if you read every book in this game, it would be like reading a book like this, a couple of these, But I explore every shelf, every chest, because you find little nooks and crannies where there's like a hidden gem that's worth a few hundred gold, and it's just so satisfying to explore these areas. And because you find quests, you might pick up a piece of paper that has a note on it that will start a whole quest line, and that quest line can last hours. Let's see. When you talk to the characters in the game now, it's not like it was in Oblivion, where, you talk to them and it quickly pans and centers the camera on them, and it feels very stiff and robotic and kind of takes you out of the mood of the atmosphere of the game. Whereas in Skyrim, there's no camera shifting, there's no like pinpointing on the character. You're still free to look around, and if they're really far away from you and you start a conversation with them, they'll be really far away from you. It doesn't like zoom all the way into them, so it's not that awkward. Facial animations and stuff, they're not perfect. Some of the character models look a little strange, but for the most part, they look really good. I want to get back to the towns though, the ones I've visited so far. My God, there's a town that feels like Rivendell from like Lord of the Rings, where you're set out on this cliff, this rock that's like overlooking the water. It's unbelievable. There's cities where it's, there's a lot of poverty, and because the Thieves Guild is in that city, so there's a lot of stealing going on. There's another town, Whiterun, which is the main city in the game, which is like the central city in the game for trading. And there's all different factions that reside within each city, and I could tell you, getting overwhelmed is an understatement, because you'll take on a quest, and that quest will be like, okay, go to this other city, and you actually do have access to every single main city in the game from the start of the game almost, because you can take a carriage and kind of go around, so you don't really have to walk around the entire map to discover everything. You can fast travel any way you want right from the beginning. So you'll get a quest and it's like, okay, travel to the other side of Skyrim. And when you get to the new city, you're talking to all the NPCs and they're giving you more and more and more quests. So, man, my quest list at times started to get really full, so I tried to eliminate quests one by one and try and take it slow. That's why I'm trying to just stick to a couple of cities right now and finish the quest up in there. But what else can I say? The game looks gorgeous, which, by the way, I haven't mentioned yet, that I have bought it on the 360. I'm not really going to get into the specifics why I bought it on the console when I have a PC that could probably run it on max settings, but let's just say that I like the convenience of just being able to press the button on my Xbox, lay down, and play this game. Not have to worry about, anything else. And it does make streaming the game a little bit easier, which, by the way, you guys know I like to stream games on Twitch TV and stuff, but I don't like to stream Skyrim because I feel like I am in this world, like I'm invested in this environment, in this game world that they've created. I want to listen to the characters, I want to hear every single little drop of rain that falls in the dungeons. Like, I am totally into this game when I'm playing it, and if I'm streaming the game and kind of sharing this experience with others, and at the same time having to do commentary, it kind of takes me out of that world, as strange as it seems. Also, getting back to different skills that you can do in the game. I know I'm kind of jumping around here, but there's so much I want to talk about. I've created my character to be sort of a smithing enchanter, so I can craft my own items, and at the same time I can enchant them with spells and abilities. And this also levels up your character, so technically you can be a character that doesn't quite engage in a lot of combat, but you can still level yourself up really fast if you wanted to, if you just do smithing skills. Say you want to do alchemy or something, you can level up that way, which I wouldn't actually encourage power leveling yourself too much. Most people would be like, if they find out how easy it is to level when you do alchemy for the first time, they might want to level themselves up really fast. I'd avoid that though, because when you level up too fast, which, here we go, brings me to the next point in the game. One of the main problems in Oblivion was, and my main complaint really with the game, was the level scaling of the enemies. And a lot of people hated this, where as you make your way through the game, every time you get to a dungeon or an area or even past areas, the enemies level up with you. So in a way, most people thought it defeated the purpose of leveling, because the enemies are getting stronger. What's the point of leveling? Really, the only point to it was learning new skills and higher level spells and getting more magic. What Skyrim does, it sort of still has that system in place, but it's much better implemented. So now, every time you make it to a new area, it locks those levels of the enemies in that area. So let's say I enter a dungeon at level 10, and the enemies are too powerful there for me. If I leave that dungeon and come back 10 levels later when I'm level 20, those enemies are going to be locked to that level that they were locked to when I entered at level 10. So I'll be able to breeze through there and destroy them. But the benefit to this is, if I do enter an area where there's some tough enemies, but tough enough so I can still defeat them, as I level up through that dungeon, they don't grow in level. So I will get more powerful and be able to essentially defeat them a little bit easier if I'm in this area for long enough. What else? Just the production of this game, the music is incredible. Once again, the voice work of the characters, and there's not much more can be said about the game, but that it's just unbelievable. If you played Oblivion and you didn't like it, give Skyrim a try, because they've really fixed everything that was wrong with Oblivion and fixed it in Skyrim. The only reason I wouldn't recommend, or the only people I wouldn't recommend Skyrim to, are the ones that absolutely they cannot stand Morrowind or Oblivion or Fallout they can't stand it at all. If you can't play those games for the life of you, don't play Skyrim, because the mechanics for the most part are still pretty similar. They've just made some really big improvements. But other than that, guys, man, my time with Skyrim so far has been incredible. If I could play this game more than I have already, I totally would, but you have to make a very big time commitment to it. So the 40 hours I put into it, I felt was good enough to make this video and sort of give you my initial impressions, and it's been nothing but good. This game, the way the world is crafted and put together, it is the most fully realized and realistic game I've ever played. It feels like they've taken their lifetime to create this game. That's just how detailed this entire world is, and I just can't wait to see what's ahead of me, because, to be quite honest, I feel like I've only explored like 5 or 10% of what this game has to offer. So it's not, overhyped. Believe what you're hearing. This game actually has hundreds of hours worth of gameplay. But anyway, guys, if I went on anymore, I'd just be babbling on about how much I love Skyrim, and I'm just so happy to finally have the game. And if you guys can guess, yeah, this is definitely my favorite game this year, without a doubt. Time will tell if this will be my favorite game ever. I'm not quite sure yet on that, but definitely it cracks that top 5 without a doubt. But anyway, maybe in a few hundred more hours worth of gameplay, I don't know. Maybe I'll do a review, but for now, hope that suffices. Hope I've convinced some of you to give Skyrim a try if you were kind of on the fence. And, I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are. Did you play Oblivion? Did you hate it? Do you love Skyrim now? Is this your first time playing an Elder Scrolls game? Did you really like Oblivion, but you, for some reason, don't like Skyrim? Leave a comment below, or if you have a video response of your own, you can post that as well. I'd love to watch that. But anyway, guys, thanks for watching. Time to get back to some Skyrim. Also, of course, you all know I have been playing Skyrim, and I'll leave a link below to my impressions video, because my impressions as of right now are also very similar to what they were when I did that video, which was about 40-ish hours into the game. I'm still playing it every once in a while when I can, still really enjoying it. This is one of the best games I've played in a very long time. without a doubt, leaps and bounds better than Oblivion, but I'm absolutely loving Skyrim. For my full impressions on it, so I don't blab on about it once again, because I've talked about this game every week for the past couple of weeks on All Gen Gamers, and I'm not getting tired of talking about it, but I don't want to sound like a broken record here, so yeah, for my Skyrim impressions, listen to All Gen Gamers and check out my Skyrim impressions video down below. Okay, next is another game that I was really looking forward to this year, and that is Sonic Generations for the Xbox 360. What can I say? This is one of the best Sonic games to come along in a very long time. And just with same thing with Sonic Colors, it's going to be a shame because most people will probably write this off as being another bad Sonic game. Because let's face it, a lot of recent Sonic games, besides Sonic Colors, haven't been that good. But this is a huge fan service game to not just Sonic fans, but if you were ever a fan of Sega in general, this is just such a great throwback to classic platformers. For those of you that are not aware how Sonic Generations works exactly, there's classic Sonic and modern Sonic. You play as both in the game, and there are different zones and different eras. So there's 3 different eras. There's, the classic era with the Genesis games, and then there's the Dreamcast era with obviously Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, and then you have the more modern era with Sonic Colors and Sonic Unleashed and all that. But there's 2 acts per zone, so let's just take Green Hill Zone, for example. Act 1, you'll play as Classic Sonic. Typical side-scrolling 2D platformer, plays really great, feels just like the original Sonic Genesis games, which is a really good thing. There's no spin dash, nothing crazy like that, nothing over the top. And then the modern levels, where, let's say you play modern Sonic in Green Hill Zone, it'll play like it played in Sonic Unleashed, which is a really good thing because everybody loved the Sonic sections in Sonic Unleashed, but they didn't like the Werehog stuff. So it's really interesting to see how, even if you take classic Sonic and put him in, say, Sonic Colors, so you're playing a modern Sonic game as a 2D platformer, or say you take modern Sonic and you put him in a 2D level, such as Chemical Plant Zone. So it's really interesting to see what they did with the levels. The one thing that kind of disappoints me is it's very short, but that's not the main reason why it disappoints me. It's what they could have done if they had left out certain aspects to the game. Because they tried to do, it's a great fan service game, so they added in like artwork and trophies and all kinds of stuff that you can unlock. In the mission modes, there's all different types of things that they have you do. Some of them are not that fun. Like if you have to race your doppelganger, it's like a really hard time trial. Some of them you have to collect a certain amount of rings before another character. Others are just really well done and are completely different from anything else that you played in the game. But if they had left out all those missions and just focused on making more platform levels instead of just having, Act 1 and Act 2 per zone and just added in more levels and stuff, it could have been much more better than what it turned out to be. But I don't want to sound like, I hate the game because it's actually a lot of fun. If you're a fan of Sonic, if you're a fan of Sega games, platformers in general, you really owe it to yourself to check out Sonic Generations. Don't pass this one up, Same thing with Sonic Colors, another excellent Sonic game. Sega is really going down the right direction with Sonic games lately, so definitely check this one out. Okay, so the next one came out right around the same time as Skyrim, just about, and I meant to cancel my pre-order on this only because I knew I wasn't going to have much time to play it at the time, but I forgot to do that, so it showed up anyway. And that's Rayman Origins. Really great game. It's a 2D platformer with some of the best 2D visuals and animation I've seen this console generation. The animation in this is amazing. It's so colorful, it's like a cartoon come to life. If you're a fan of platformers, you really need to check this out. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to try the co-op in this yet, which sort of plays like New Super Mario Bros. On the Wii, in that you can do up to 4 players. And you play on the same screen, and if someone dies or something, you have to bring them back by touching their bubble, and they'll drop back down into the level. So it still really works as a single-player game, but it's kind of meant to be played co-op, which I did play co-op when I went to PAX Prime, but I only played it for 10 or 15 minutes. It seems very chaotic, but once again, highest recommendation for me if you're a fan of 2D platformers. This is a gem. We haven't had a game like this on the consoles that I can think of in terms of this presentation quality. It's really, is it worth the $60 price tag? That's a big issue for some people. But there is a lot of content to this. The game is actually quite challenging. There's a lot of collectibles to pick up. There's a lot of varied game worlds. I haven't beat it yet. I've only sat down to play it like once, which was for a span of about 2 hours. So
I'm not too far into it, but man, this game screams production value, and it will probably blow you away if you're not too familiar with watching gameplay from it. So, Rayman Origins, definitely check it out. Okay. Alright, hey guys, welcome back to another episode of games I bought recently. Okay, next is a game for the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox 360, and I have the Xbox 360 version, and that is SSX. Now, I was really looking forward to this game, and I tried out the demo. I really enjoyed the demo, so I was like, alright, you know what, I'm going to get this game, I'm going to buy it, and I didn't enjoy it as much as I thought I would, quite honestly. This is a very good game, it's a lot of fun, but I don't think it lived up to what I kind of expected it to be. Now, to be completely honest here, I never really played much of the original SSX games. I played the very first one on the PS2 when that first came out, and that's about it in terms of my experience with the SSX series. So I kind of went into this fresh with not too many expectations on what the previous series had done, but I knew what the games were about. The one thing is, I'm not used to playing extreme sports games that use twin joysticks, like, say, Skate or Tony Hawk games or something like that. So, it took me a while to get used to the controls in this game, and it does work really well, but in the end, I still feel like all I'm doing is just kind of flailing on the right joystick in different patterns, and it wasn't really clicking to me. Yes, I know you can use the buttons and everything like that, but the joystick just felt so natural, and it felt like the way you should be playing the game, but it just wasn't working for me. What has to be said about this game, though, is it is beautiful. It's extremely over the top. The moves that you do in this game are just out of this world. You know, snowboarding down these big, huge mountains and seeing, you know, from miles and miles ahead of you, and just the insane paths that you have in front of you. There's different paths. It's not a linear path. People that think of snowboarding games probably just think of a straight line down, you know, the hill. This game has multiple branching paths, huge jumps. I mean, it's a lot of fun. Now, the one thing that I don't like about this too much is there's different race modes. There's a race mode and there's a trick mode, essentially. And then there's the deadly descents, which are the specialized, you know, you're racing and you have to avoid certain obstacles that are in your way. But I don't like racing in this game. I love doing tricks and stuff like that and racking up points, but I don't like racing because racing, essentially, you want to trick, but you have to limit it to get just enough boost from tricking to be able to race down the mountain. And to me, racing is just not as much fun as doing tricks in this game. And I beat this game in 2 days. It's not a very long game. It probably takes about 8 to 10 hours. I beat the single player, and I really enjoyed it, but I just don't see myself going back and replaying it too much. And I tried out the online, and there's no solid, like, versus mode online. It's very strange how they do it. There's no online mode where it's like, okay, you get into a race and you all start at the same point and you jump down and you race to the bottom of the mountain, or you all start off at the same point and, you know, whoever gets the most points when you reach the bottom. It doesn't really have that. Essentially, you're just racing against ghosts of people that are also playing at the same time. It's done in a very strange way, and I totally understand why they did this, and it kind of does work, but to me, it's just not the replayability that I would have wanted. Especially because some people out there are insanely good at this game, and you know, from competing in the events that they have, and I'm not really ranking too high, there's no point to me playing online. Essentially, what I'm trying to say is this is a really fun, enjoyable game. Fans of extreme sports games will probably not be disappointed with this, but for me, I've actually decided to sell this, recoup some of my money while I can, because I beat it, don't really see myself going back to it. Maybe I'll buy it down the road when it's $10. Okay, next up is Final Fantasy 13-2 for the Xbox 360. This is the Collector's Edition. How do I say this? I had really high hopes for this game going into it, and I came out slightly disappointed. It does do a lot of things to correct what was wrong with Final Fantasy 13. It does give you the open world, the free roaming aspect. You know, there's a lot more customizable options in terms of your party now, even though you only have 2 characters through the whole game. There is a monster catching and training element now, which will make up your third party member. And you can switch between 3 of those during battles. But I still love Final Fantasy 13. I like it a lot more than 13-2 for the sole purpose of the story and the characters in 13 were just so memorable. I really enjoyed that game. And being introduced to that battle system for the first time was amazing. I still think that Final Fantasy 13 and 13-2 have one of the best battle systems in an RPG ever. It flows so fast, so smooth, it really works. And the battle system, for the most part, has been kept the same, except for the monster element, where you, as your third-party member, you can switch between 3 monsters that you can choose to put in your party, and they take on different roles. So you can switch between the 3 of those at will as you fight in the battles. But they took this in such a strange direction. It has a time travel mechanic now. And rather than being in like one big world, there's a menu essentially. If any of you have played Radiant Historia on the Nintendo DS, it works like that, where you can travel forwards in time, backward in time, alternate times where, say, something else happened instead of what did happen. You know, what would it look like? What would the characters be doing? There's stuff like that, but it's just, I've never really been too into time travel mechanics in games, especially RPGs. And the fact that I'm just not really interested in the characters that they have in here, because characters from the first game do make a return, but in a very minor role, essentially. Even Lightning, who is on the cover of the freaking game, is barely in the game. And I'm about 20 hours in. I haven't played it in a while, because of course I got distracted with other stuff. But I played quite a bit of this game to know that you really don't even have to play Final Fantasy 13. You can read a summary of the story and go into this just fine, in my opinion, because they've taken it so far from where the first game ended to where they brought the story in this game. I don't know, the story to me is just not really that interesting. People say towards the end of the game it starts to pick up, and I think I'm at that point now where it starts to pick up, but I'm still not captivated. 13 from the start had me gripped from the start of that game. I loved all the characters. The characters in this, the problem with it, you only have these two main characters, Sarah and Noel, from the start of the game till the end of the game. Those are the only two human characters that you can have in your party, if you don't count DLC and stuff like that. And I'm just not too interested in them. So having those two throughout the entire game, talking to one another, it's just not doing it for me. Visually, though, this game is beautiful. Wow, what a amazing looking RPG. And I decided to get it on the 360 because I have an old PS3, and I'm not going to be playing... when I can, I try not to play too long of games on that thing if I can avoid it, because I don't want it breaking down. But the game looks amazing. The soundtrack is really good. I'm a huge fan of the 13 and 13.2 soundtracks. I think they really fit well in the game. But I don't know. It's just not doing it for me. Like I said, battle-wise, you know, visual-wise, it really works. But just the story, it's kind of essential for this game, and I'm not interested. What can I say? Alright, hey guys, so I'm back from PAX East 2012, which took place this past weekend from April 6th to April 8th. And this was my second PAX East that I have attended, and once again, it was a blast. It was extremely crowded this year, though. Man, I tell you, there was so many more people there this year than last year, and it was especially apparent on Sunday, because not only was Sunday, where it's usually not as crowded as Friday and Saturday, but it was also holiday. But on that Sunday, the convention center was just as packed as it was Friday and Saturday, so needless to say, I was pretty exhausted, especially on Saturday. But I just wanted to first of all say thank you to everybody who came out to the convention and said hello to me when you ran into me within PAX East. I don't know how you picked me out from the crowd, but there were a lot of you, so I just want to give a general big thank you, and it was nice meeting all of you that came up and said hello to me. Let's get started. First of all, Friday, the first place I went to, I got in a little bit early than everybody else on Friday, and I headed to the Sega booth straight away. That's where I went, and I played Sonic the Hedgehog 4, Episode 2. And I have to say, I was absolutely blown away by this game. It's so much better than Sonic Episode 1. They really refined the controls, the way Sonic runs, the momentum, it's all fixed from Episode 1. The game looks beautiful. They've really overhauled the graphics quite a bit. And this time, of course, if you didn't know, you play with Tails. So Tails has a lot of mechanics that he works with Sonic, where on the fly, whenever you want, you can have Tails pick up Sonic. So if you're getting ready to fall down a pit, you can hit the X button, Tails will grab on the Sonic, fly with him. They can combine together sort of as a combined spin dash attack. All in all, though, I'm really excited for Sonic 4 Episode 2, and, you know, Sega's getting better and better in terms of giving Sonic and Sega fans what they want from a new Sonic game, so I'm really excited for that. And then also at Sega's booth, I checked out a game that really surprised me. I had never heard or seen of this game before, and it's from Sega, and it's called Hell Yeah. This is a 2D side-scrolling, I guess you can call it a combination of sort of a puzzle game and a platformer. You play as like this little skeleton rabbit who, his main attack in the game is a chainsaw that is bigger than the rabbit himself, or a blade, basically. And you go around the levels, and it's pretty simple. You have to find enemies that are scattered throughout the level, which is sort of laid out in a maze. Not exactly like a maze, but it's not linear in any way. There's multiple paths that you have to take. Sort of think of it like a Castlevania, Super Metroid type of style. And you have to kill enemies that are scattered throughout the levels, and when you kill them, you open up doors that lead onto the next parts of the level,
and then there's bosses. But what really sets this game apart is it's really over-the-top art and presentation. It's really humorous. It makes fun of a lot of other games. The animations and the kill sequences are so over the top. Like when you find enemies, it's not like you just hit them with your chainsaw and they blow up and that's it. Your chainsaw can fill up the whole screen, turn it into a bloody pulp. You can take out a big beam cannon and shoot them that way. Just really fun, over the top death sequences. This game really doesn't take itself too seriously, let's just say that. And I had a blast playing this game. Control-wise, everything like that, it felt really good. So hell yeah, it's definitely a game to look out for from Sega. One of the next games that I made sure I played was Steel Battalion Heavy Armor. And this is a game that had a really long wait because the demo itself was like a half an hour. So I made sure I made it over there early in the morning on Saturday to make sure I had a chance to play this game. Because this is the game that will make me rebuy my Kinect. And I have to say, from what I played, it wasn't perfect because the Kinect that I was using was a little bit finicky. It was a little jumpy, which is expected because, you know, you're not playing it in a bedroom, you're playing it in a convention center with people passing behind you. But for those of you that aren't familiar, Steel Battalion, some of you might remember on the original Xbox, was that game with the huge controller, the big mech game with the pedals and this huge plastic controller with like joysticks and tons of buttons and everything. Well, it's being brought back for the Xbox 360, but it's not just your regular Kinect game. It actually uses an Xbox controller at the same time as the Kinect. So you move your mech around with the controller, but then you also use the Kinect to kind of reach and grab. And, you know, let's say you want to pull down the binoculars or the scope. You have to go like this, pull it down, and then, you know, you aim with the controller. Or let's say you need to hit the, you know, pull a lever to sort of engage your engine or something like that. You have to reach over, and when you're reaching over, the Kinect, it'll show your hand on screen, grabbing the lever, and then you have to pull it back. When I tried it out, it was a little bit finicky. It wasn't perfect, but I'm telling you, this game is quite amazing. It's still got that hardcore feel of the original Steel Battalion. They took out some mechanics, I think, that made it a little bit hardcore like the Xbox version, so I don't think you fall down when you're running too fast, but it's still hard. I actually died in the demo. At the very end of the demo, I died, so that just shows you there that even at the demo at this place, it was still pretty hard. But I was really impressed with it. This is definitely, it's rated M for mature, there's cursing, there's lots of violence, and fans of the original Steel Battalion, I'm telling you, this is one to look out for. Also, from Microsoft and the Kinect, I checked out a game that I was really, really anticipating, and that's Crimson Dragon. For those of you that aren't familiar with this game, it's sort of the spiritual sequel to the Panzer Dragoon games. It's not really Panzer Dragoon Saga at all. It's more along the lines of the original Panzer Dragoons, where it's an on-rail shooter with some elements. I was talking to the Microsoft rep that was on hand there, and I asked him, you know, does it bear any similarities to Panzer Dragoon Saga? And it does have an element where the dragons kind of evolved based on the weapons that you're using, which is a little similar to the way Panzer Dragoon handled the dragon evolution in the game. But here's the biggest thing. It's Kinect only. No controller support. So when I played it, the controls were not optimal. You know, I'm showing you footage here of another kid playing, and in order to move your dragon, you have to move your whole body left and right and lean back and lean forward. And it works similar to Child of Eden on the Kinect, where you have to use your hand, left and right hand, to sort of do the lock on with your right hand, to shoot the bullets with your left hand, and then there's like an over attack where you raise both hands at the same time. But so it wasn't, when I played it, it wasn't synced to me. It was synced to the rep that was there. So maybe that had something to do with it. He was a bit taller than me, so, or hopefully because I was in the convention hall. The controls, let's just say, they weren't perfect. But the game itself looks really great. It's going to actually have 4-player online. And this is only an Xbox Live arcade game, so it's not going to be a full retail game. But being a big Panzer Dragoon fan, I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully it turns out to be a little bit better in the control department when it comes out. I also played some Borderlands 2, and admittedly, I'm not the biggest fan of Borderlands. I absolutely love the first game. I played it quite a bit, but I wasn't one of those guys that bought all the expansions and everything like that. But I wanted to check out Borderlands 2 because it was one of the biggest games at PAX East 2012. And I have to say, from what I played, I was pretty impressed. It's more of the same. It's Borderlands 1, just with some new classes, some updated visuals. There were 2 character classes you can play as. One of them was the Gunzerker, and the other one, I forget the name, but it was the one that's similar to the Siren, where you play as the girl Maya. And she sort of has these telekinetic abilities where you can lift enemies up in the air and sort of suspend them in space. I couldn't capture any footage of it for you guys because they were very strict on recording and pictures and everything. But I'll just say this. Fans of the original Borderlands, you have a lot to look forward to here. The game is shaping up to be a really good game. I also really quickly checked out Rock Band Blitz, and I'm not really one for the Rock Band Guitar Hero series, but this one captured
my eye because it's very similar to Frequency and Amplitude, and I was a big Frequency fan. It also looks very similar to Rock Band on the PSP, in that you don't play with an instrument, you play with just the controller. But the thing about Rock Band Blitz is you can import all your songs from Rock Band into Rock Band Blitz. So when you buy the game, it's going to come with 25 songs. But all the songs you have for Rock Band can import in. Now, in my case, I don't own any Rock Band games or any Rock Band songs, so my purchase on Rock Band Blitz, I might have to pass on it, but I'm just letting you guys know that are fans of Rock Band or music rhythm games that this game was a lot of fun. It only uses 2 buttons, but there's 5 different tracks. Each track represents a different instrument, so like drums, vocals, keyboards, guitar, bass. And you just alternate between either the left and right triggers, the face buttons, and you just go to the rhythm. It might seem really simple, but it's actually really hard, and it's a lot of fun. So I just wanted to let you guys know that Rock Band Blitz is definitely one game to look out for. It's going to be downloadable only, so it's not going to be a retail release. Okay, let's move on to the Xbox 360. To be quite honest, you know, some of the games look really good on there. I'm not going to be buying the Gears of War games. Maybe Assassin's Creed, I don't know, Halo 4 maybe. But there's a couple of games here that I really want to talk about. And these are all Xbox Live Arcade games, but these are games that not many people are talking about. One of which is Darklight. This here is another one of my most anticipated games. This is sort of a game that's similar in style to Out of This World, Flashback. It's one of those sort of old side-scrolling platforming adventure games, but it has an amazing presentation and art style. Really looking forward to that on Xbox Live Arcade. Also, Dungeon Fighter Live. It's going to be a 4-player online co-op, hack and slash action RPG. Definitely seems like my kind of game. Looks pretty interesting. And also Dust, an Elysian Tale. This is a 2D side-scrolling beat-em-up game that has a very heavy emphasis on combos, and the graphics look really fun. The combat looks really fun, of course, and that's also coming out on Xbox Live Arcade. Really quickly, I just want to touch on a PC game, and that is Wizardry Online. Unfortunately, this is going to be a free-to-play MMO. I know, I was really hoping for a new Wizardry game, old-school dungeon crawl, but what really interests me about this is death in this MMORPG can be permanent. So it's sort of a roguelike MMO. Think hardcore mode in Diablo 3, but on an MMO scale. So think you're playing World of Warcraft, or Final Fantasy XI, or Rift, or Star Wars: The Old Republic. And when your character dies, there's a chance, depending upon what kind of items you use to decrease that chance of it happening. But your character can die. You can lose your character forever. All the items that were equipped, and that's my kind of game. So I can't wait to try that out. That's coming out on PC. Okay, and last is just multi-platform games, first of which is Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2. From what I can find, they only showed off a new trailer, but I was a big fan of Castlevania Lords of Shadow on the Xbox 360, which was also on the PS3. I know some people kind of didn't like that game because they didn't think it was like Castlevania, but I thought it was a really excellent action-adventure game, so I'm definitely looking forward to the sequel, and the trailer looks really good. Guardians of Middle-earth. This is going to be a downloadable game for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, and it's going to be in style of the MOBA kind of game. So League of Legends, Heroes of New Earth, stuff like that. Except this is going to be a console game, not a PC game. I think it's exclusive to the consoles. It could be on the PC. I'm not quite sure. But if it does anything like what Battle for Middle-earth 2 did for the consoles, where you take an RTS and you put it on the consoles with a really good control scheme. If they can do that and adapt the MOBA engine into a console game, I'm all for it. So, and for those of you that don't know what MOBA is, it's sort of like 5-on-5 battle arena games where you're in an arena, you just battle other heroes. So let's say you have like Aragorn, Legolas, Smeagol, all the characters from Lord of the Rings, and they come and battle together in sort of this third-person top-down battle arena game. So definitely looking forward to that. It'll sort of be my first introduction to that style of games. Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed. They showed off a new trailer, of course, the gameplay and everything. It looks like it's going to be a really fun game. I'm a huge fan, as you guys know, of the original All-Star Racing. One game that took a lot of people by surprise. This game kind of exceeded my expectations of when South Park Stick of Truth was first announced, and they were like, we're making a South Park RPG. I had all these thoughts in my head, I used to watch South Park when I was younger. I don't really anymore, but I respect these series, and I think it's, worthy of how long it's been running. But I had all these thoughts in my head of what a South Park RPG would look like. Because as we know, South Park games in the past have not been the best of games. But when they showed off the gameplay or the trailer for Stick of Truth, it looked like an episode of South Park. And the battles, the turn-based battles, still look like an episode of South Park. It looks amazing. I think this game has caught a lot of people's attention, and I can't wait to play it.
This is another one of my most anticipated games, and that's Star Wars 1313. This is going to be a third-person action shooter. It looks to play pretty similar to, say, I don't know, Uncharted, maybe? I don't know, that's just the way, or Gears of War. Your typical third-person shooter, but it looks amazing. You actually play as a bounty hunter, and the name 1313 comes from, on Coruscant, there's like thousands of floors to this one area in the world. And you play on floor 1313, which is sort of known as the dark, grimy, dark world of Star Wars that hasn't truly been explored in the Star Wars universe. So we're going to get to see an M-rated, I'm assuming, Star Wars game that has some really over-the-top action, and the graphics, at least in the trailer and the actual gameplay, looked amazing. Watch Dogs, a lot of people are anticipating this. They showed it off at the end of the Ubisoft press conference, and it looks really pretty impressive. I don't think I'm quite as wowed as some people are, because I want to know more. I want to know the core gameplay elements of how this game will play online. How do you interact between the characters? You know, what happens when at the end of the gameplay it shows the camera switch from one character to another. But in the gist of things, it seems like you play in a world where you play as a character that can hack anything. You can hack traffic lights, you can hack cell phones, you can find out, you know, everybody around you, information about them, what diseases they have, their hostility towards you, how likely they are to attack you. There's a lot of mystery shrouding this game. The graphics look very impressive. It's a third-person action adventure. It kind of started off looking like a very slow-paced Grand Theft Auto open world, where you sort of try and blend in and not get noticed, and it sort of evolves into this futuristic, in terms of the technology that's being used, sort of really sci-fi third-person game. It looks really impressive, and I can't wait to see how that game develops. The new Lara Croft game, Tomb Raider, looks to be shaping up really well. I was very happy to see that in the new gameplay that they showed, they didn't really over-abuse the sort of item highlighting that they did when they first showed this game off, sort of holding your hand to show you exactly all the things that you should be interacting with in the game. It looks more like a very cinematic third-person action game now that I'm really looking forward to. And lastly, one game that not a lot of people probably even know was announced is Xenoclash 2, which is coming out on the PC, PS3, and Xbox 360, I believe. And the original was on the Xbox 360 PC, and it was a first-person fighting game, action game, adventure game. Very weird, very surreal. The graphic style, character designs were very out there, sort of sci-fi fantasy, very creepy, atmospheric, and eerie. I absolutely loved the first one on the Xbox 360. The combat just felt right. Left punch, right punch were mapped to the trigger buttons, and it just felt like combat really worked well with the controller. Sequel, because the first game was sort of linear. Sequel is going to be open world and multiplayer with online, drop in and out. Can't wait for that. Xenoclash is a game that not many people played, but you definitely have to check it out. And that'll about do it, guys. I might have left a game or two out here, but I hope you enjoyed my games that I'm looking forward to that were announced sometime around E3 2012. Alright, hey guys, and welcome back to another episode of Games I Bought Recently. These pickups here are from the past couple of months. Okay, O2 Media's Excellent for the Xbox 360. This is the special edition version. It's a shoot 'em up by Konami, and this is a game that I wanted to get when it first came out, and I didn't get around to it, so I was happy to get a pretty good deal. I think I only paid like $30 for this, and it used to retail for $40. And it comes with a pillowcase and soundtrack and everything, so another shoot 'em up, another special edition. Alright, hey guys, and welcome back to Games I Bought Recently, episode 32, part 3, to an Xbox 360 game, Lollipop Chainsaw. I never went to go see the demos of this at PAX or anything like that before, so I went into this sort of with a fresh mind, not really knowing what to expect, and I have to say I was pleasantly surprised. It's a really over-the-top third-person action game from the creators of No More Heroes, and it's a Suda51 game, so that will tell you a lot right there. I still have not played Shadows of the Damned, but I'm looking forward to trying that out. But from what I hear, it's got a lot of the same kind of humor as that game. Really, really dirty language in this game, so do not play this around your kids. I'm talking words that you typically never hear in video games are in this game. The first boss kind of took me by surprise, and those of you that have played this will know exactly what I'm talking about. But you play as this cheerleader who basically, her high school is getting taken over by zombies. Her boyfriend gets eaten by a zombie, and to save him, she chops his head off, and she carries him around with her throughout the game. It's filled with comedy, it's filled with really over-the-top action, really quirky sense of style. It's really colorful, and, you know, it's unlike any game I've seen before in terms of its presentation. The only thing that I don't really care about with this game is The combat doesn't really flow so well for me. You know, don't go into this expecting the next Bayonetta of third-person action games. The combat, it feels really stiff. The combos don't flow well. They don't, you know, it's just the combat is the one thing that drags this game down for me. But don't let that deter you. Is it worth $50, $60? Not at all, because it is also a short game. But if you can find it for $10, $20, $30 maximum, I definitely recommend it. I also have a sealed copy, I have not gotten around to playing this yet, of Akai Katana. This is a new cave shooter exclusively on the Xbox 360. Of course, it is also in the arcades, I believe, but of course we don't have that here in America. I know exactly what to expect with this. Cave shooters are definitely always challenging, and I'm looking forward to getting into this one eventually. Alright, hey guys, and welcome back to another video. Today I'm going to be doing a response to Ball and Nick 1982, who a few weeks ago posted a video that I really enjoyed, and I thought it would make an excellent response as a video of my own because I love the subject that he picked, and that is his most anticipated games of all time. Needless to say, of course, since I anticipated Morrowind so much and I loved it so much, the wait leading up to Oblivion was very hard, and this game blew me away harder than Morrowind did. I'm sure a lot of you that played this for the first time had a similar experience to me, where when you first start off in the game, the tutorial dungeon underground, the first time that you emerge from the cavern underground and you see the world with the light shine, you know, it's just this wide open forest with the stream on one side, you know, the birds are chirping, such realistic lighting effects, the grass is blowing on the ground, the trees are blowing, this epic fantasy score comes in, you got your sword in hand, and you're just thrust into this world, and you're like, wow, where do I go from here? And you just start wandering. And then you happen upon like a bandit camp, and you go in there and you slay some enemies and you get some loot and some gear, and then you take that gear and then you happen upon the first major city in the game. And then you go in there and you spend a day in there just wandering around, talking to shop merchants, being amazed at all the voice acting, you know, being amazed at the freedom of being able to steal items and not get caught, being penalized for stealing and getting caught and going to jail. God, Oblivion is, you know, one of the fondest gaming memories I have, and this game is without a doubt worthy of all the praise it deserves. And probably my most anticipated game this past decade. I wouldn't say most anticipated, but it would definitely make my top 5. I was dreaming about this game for so long when it first got announced, up until the release date. That's Skyrim. And it lived up to all my expectations. I mean, this game, it was everything Oblivion was, but better. You know, a better realized world. Just the attention to detail. You know, it was everything I hoped and dreamed for, really. There's just so much content that it became overwhelming over time, but it doesn't help the fact that, you know, the wait leading up to this game was just killer. And it was one of those games where I didn't really look up much information online. I tried to avoid videos. I only watched like the first main trailer they showed off at E3 with some gameplay, and that was it. So going into this game, I really had no idea what to expect, and God, one of the best decisions I ever made, because I was absorbed in this game for the first few days that I was playing. This one here, I remember every day, my friends, we'd get online and we'd look at the new info or anything that was shown off new for this game when it was coming out, because at the time for the Xbox 360, we had hardly anything like this on the system, and being a big RPG fan, this was quite a big deal for this game to come out, and that's Lost Odyssey. You know, the team working behind this at Mistwalker, we had so much faith that this game was going to turn out to be amazing. Just the graphics alone and the music just really drew us in. The battle system just looked like Final Fantasy, but on a more epic scale. It really lived up to my hype. You know, all the excitement for this game, it paid off for me, and Lost Odyssey is like one of the definitive RPGs for this generation of consoles. On the Xbox, I mean, this game is very unique unto itself until Child of Eden was released for the Xbox 360. And when I tell you guys that I was taken by such a big surprise when this game was first revealed at E3, you wouldn't believe, because I never thought in a million years that we would see a sequel to Rez. Maybe the HD remake was a little bit of a hint that something was coming, but oh my god, when they showed Child of Eden, and they didn't call it Rez 2, I knew right then and there, because it was Q Entertainment that was doing it, that this was the official sequel to Rez. and I was floored. The second I saw that, I was like, oh my god. I didn't care if it was Kinect, I didn't care if it was controller only, I was going to own this game. And my anticipation led me to buy Kinect specifically for this game. Unfortunately, my conditions here didn't allow me to play this the most optimal way in terms of space and everything like that. But, yeah, this game, leading up to the launch of this, was some of the hardest waiting I've ever had to do. And it definitely lived up to the hype that I had. Mirror's Edge for the Xbox 360. I remember looking at video for this game and saying that is like the perfect game for me. Love the graphic style, love the concept of, being a messenger in a world where the government doesn't want mail being sent around, so you have to play somebody that runs on rooftops to deliver information. And it's a game that, it's like a first-person platformer. It doesn't encourage gunfights. It encourages first-person running and platforming and running from enemies. I thought the concept was so awesome. This was actually one of the first games I reviewed on my channel. So if you want to watch a really old video review of mine, you can check out my channel and watch the video review of this. And of course, Final Fantasy 13, because we all know we were all anticipating 13. Now, some of our opinions may be different on this game, because yes, we know it's linear, yes, we know they made a lot of changes, but I still think it's a phenomenal RPG. And the long, and I mean long wait leading up to this game was worth it. I know when they first showed off gameplay for this, people were like, no, there's no way. That's a Final Fantasy. That's a next-generation Final Fantasy game. That's what it looks like. And when we finally got it in our hands, I mean, it lived up to those graphics in early, gameplay demonstrations and stuff and trailers. I mean, this game looks amazing. It's probably the best-looking RPG out this generation right now. Alright, hey guys, and welcome back to another episode of games I bought recently. Now, let's get started here. First up, I'm going to start with some modern games. And I finally got a game that I'd been putting off for quite a while because, well, I was waiting for the price to drop, and I was able to get this for, I think, like $25, which is like the exact price I wanted to pay for this. And that is Asura's Wrath on the Xbox 360. Now, I had played a demo of this game back before it had actually came out, and the way that the demo was presented, they made this game seem like it was nothing but quick time events and hardly like any user input for the most part. But let me tell you, once you actually start playing Asura's Wrath and, put the whole story in the context and why you're doing these crazy, insane battles on, like, Dragon Ball Z proportions, I mean, this game is really over the top. It all starts to make sense, and I have to admit, I'm pleasantly surprised by Asura's Wrath. I really enjoy it. And for those of you that aren't too familiar with it, it's a game from Capcom. Just think, like, all the QuickTime events that you've ever done in games these days, like think Heavy Rain, God of War, pair that with like the over-top like battles of an episode of Dragon Ball Z, and put it into a video game, and that's essentially Asura's Wrath. It's sort of a revenge story. I guess it's not a spoiler because it happens really early on, but you play as Asura, and his wife is killed and his daughter is kidnapped at the beginning of the story by these 7 deities. And it's sort of, you get wrongfully blamed for a crime that you didn't commit, and everybody's out to kill you, and you're out trying to get revenge, and Asura gets very, very mad throughout this game. I'm a few hours in, and I have to say I'm really enjoying it. It's a pretty short adventure, but this is definitely one of my favorite games in terms of uniqueness that I've played in quite some time. I haven't played anything quite like this that really comes to mind. Next up is one of my favorite games of the year so far. I wasn't really following this game at all, to be quite honest, and it came out of nowhere. I just sort of watched some gameplay before it came out, and I'm like, oh my god, that game looks amazing, and that is XCOM Enemy Unknown. This is out on the PC, PS3, and Xbox 360. Now, please do not get this confused with the first-person shooter XCOM, which is still, I think, coming out supposedly next year. That's a first-person shooter. This is a strategy game. And it's by, I forget the developer's names already, Firaxis, and they worked on the Civilization Revolution series, so that kind of gives you an idea of, control-wise what to expect, because those games that they worked on for the Civ Rev games, especially on the consoles, they really got the controls down really well for an RTS on a console. And the same can be said about this, but what makes XCOM so enjoyable is it gives you the option to play this game with an Iron Man difficulty, which essentially means when your characters die, they're gone for good, and you can't reload saves. So you play with one save file, and if you make mistakes, well, then you can't reload. And this is the kind of game where you can play it for 20 or 30 hours and get so screwed in terms of finances that you have to restart the entire game over. Now, I haven't gotten to that point yet. I am playing on normal difficulty on Iron Man settings, so I am not able to reload saves. But that's what makes this game so great as a strategy game, is that every little movement that you do in the battlefield, and I should say, this is themed around UFOs and aliens and everything first. And the premise is you're part of the XCOM project, where all the countries in the world sort of finance you to combat the aliens. Admittedly, the story in this game is almost non-existent. It's almost insignificant to the point of it doesn't even matter what the story is. But just as a basis for the gameplay, all the countries in the world fund you as long as you protect them. So you have to send satellites and interceptors to guard, say, like Asia and Africa, and all these countries, Japan, China. And if they get shot, you know, if their panic level gets too high, you'll lose their funding. And if that happens, you get less money to upgrade your units, upgrade your equipment. You know, you have to make really critical decisions like, man, should I invest in this upgrade for my armor, or should I invest more money into building a satellite, or should I invest more money into expanding my research facilities, or should I put more money into this or that? And the thing is, with XCOM, you never have enough money to do everything that you need to do, so it's really critical thinking. And in my file, my first game right now, a couple of countries have already bailed on me, so I'm in dire situations right now, and I will get a game over eventually. I don't foresee myself completing my first playthrough, but that's the fun in it, you know, when I'm in battle and you know, you have an 80% chance to hit an alien between life and death between your best unit. You know, I could have spent 10 hours building this guy up or more, and, you know, you can get one-shotted in this game quite easily, and you lose the character, there's nothing you can do about it. There's different character classes that you can level up with their own skill trees, so you have like a medic, an assault class, a heavy, and a sniper. You can level them up in their own certain ways, and towards the end of the game, no spoilers, but there's some really awesome upgrades you can give to your units. This is without a doubt one of the surprise hits for me for this year, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this is within like my top 3 favorite games, based on what I've played so far. There's still a lot coming out this year, but that's how much XCOM has impressed me. So I highly recommend it for anybody that's a fan of strategy games. And if you can, please try and play it on Iron Man. I think that's just the best way to play the game, because it just, you have such an attachment to your characters and your decisions that's unlike anything I've played with any other RTS game out there. Alright, next is Persona 4 Arena for the Xbox 360. You guys know I'm a pretty big Persona fan. Persona 4, I should say, in particular. And I was really looking forward to this game, but, you know, I think I have finally come to the conclusion that I'm going to take a long break from fighting games. You know, graphic-wise and everything, this game looks beautiful, music is excellent, you know. Everything about a fighting game that I like, similar to the BlazBlue series, which, hey, this is Arc System Works worked on this as well as BlazBlue. It has everything that you'd look for in a 2D fighter. However, you know, when I go online and I'm fighting these fighting game veterans and that's all they do is play this game for 10 hours a day, it gets to the point where I think I'm done with fighting games. Single player wise, this game does deliver if you're into a really in-depth story, because let's just say that the first like 45 minutes to an hour that I played story mode, I didn't do a single fight. So it's a continuation after the events of Persona 4. And it's all like static screens and character portraits talking, and it gives a lot of backstory and everything, and a lot of character development. It's really good if you're looking for a Persona 4 continuation of the story. But for those of you that want to get into the thick of things and just fight it out in story mode, you're going to want to play the sort of abridged mode, which is arcade mode, where they'll give very, very brief story elements before you get into the fights. But I didn't play this as much as I thought I would, to be honest. I mean, they make it appear like it can be played by, you know, casual fighting fans by introducing a single button combo system where you just hammer on one button to unleash these massive combos. But then when you start looking into the other systems in the game, like, I don't even remember what they're called, but there's like all these different counter systems, and man, it's pretty complex. Much more so than they lead you to believe initially. The one thing that really sets this game apart from other fighting games, though, is that you have a persona with you when you fight. So not only do you have your character, but think of it as a assist system, similar to like the Marvel vs. Capcom games, only in this one, the assists are mapped to like your regular attacks. So you can keep on unleashing your persona as your assist. And if it gets damaged, it can go on a cooldown timer and you won't be able to use it for quite some time. So in that aspect, it's pretty unique, and the fighting game community has really taken on to Persona 4, and it sold a lot more copies than Atlas had planned. I just dropped the game, but that's okay. Overall, I'd highly recommend it for anybody that's in the fighting games, but for me personally, the only fighting game I plan on picking up in the next probably year or two is going to be PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, which, by the way, is a fun game. Alright, hey guys, welcome back to another episode of games I bought recently. I'm assuming most of these are from Black Friday. First up is Dishonored for the Xbox 360. This was a Black Friday deal. It was only $25. And you know, something that Black Friday really made me realize is it's a really good idea to hold off on buying games when they first come out these days, unless you're dying to play them, because there were so many games this Black Friday that were really, really cheap, and they were not old games by any means. They had come out, you know, just a few months ahead of time. And I decided to pick up Dishonored because I heard really great things about it. And it's developed by, what is their name? Arcane Studios, and they actually developed Dark Messiah of Might and Magic Elements for the Xbox 360, which is actually one of my favorite little hidden gems from this generation in terms of, you know, action RPGs. That's a really great game, and the fact that they developed this, I'm like, you know what, I'll give it a shot. And I have to say, I'm really pleasantly surprised based on what I've played so far. I really love the open-endedness of this game. And for those of you that aren't familiar with Dishonored, it's essentially a revenge story set in a first-person stealth action game. You can play it one of two ways, or three ways actually. You can play it pure carnage, where you just destroy and assassinate everybody. You can play it pure stealth, where you don't even get into a battle or kill anybody the whole game. Or you can mix it up as one of the two. I'm kind of doing a mix-up for myself. That's just the way I prefer to play. It's not an open-world game. However, it's set in linear levels that have an open-endedness in the fact that you can choose the path and goal that you want to take to getting to your objective. So there's never like a surefire way to get to where you need to go. There's all these different routes that you can do, all these different objectives to reach that goal. So for example, one of the standout moments for me so far playing this, and I'm still fairly early on, is you have to get past this electric fence. Now you can hack the machine to turn it off. You can call a guard over, like zap all the guards, kill off all the guards. There's all different kind of things. You could turn into a rat and like sneak by because you could possess animals in this game. I just chose to blink up the wall. Blink essentially is a teleport ability. I just blinked up the wall, hopped on top of the wall, and just ran across. Just bypassed the whole entire electric gate. And it wasn't a very obvious solution, but it was one that I found. And I thought that was just so clever and a lot of fun. And that's basically how the whole game is. There's so many different ways to solve getting to your objectives and your assassination targets and everything that it's really a lot of fun. I'd highly recommend it. I mean, for $25, to me it was a steal. Okay, now this one might surprise a lot of people. If any of you have been listening to the All Gen Gamers, you probably already know my opinions on this, but Sonic All-Star Racing Transform. Now, I will just say this is an excellent game. By far, it's much better in terms of additions to gameplay and content than the first Sonic and All-Star Racing. But the fact is, I played so much of the original that I got so used to the controls and the characters and, I don't know, just the feel of drifting in that game. And the first game was just so magical, like just experiencing an excellent kart racer for the first time. This game makes a lot of additions with excellent levels, really good music, a lot of new characters, just a lot of new refinements to the gameplay. However, it does control differently, and I'm finding it hard to adjust to that. I'm just not feeling it as much as the first one. The weapons just are kind of flat in this. They're not really that exciting. You can transform into planes and boats. The planes are pretty fun. The boats are flat out hard to control, and they're not that much fun. Now, I will just say that I don't like this as much as the first one so far from what I've played, to be quite honest. The first one just has some sort of magic that's lost for me in the second one. However, I'm going to be in the minority. 95% of you are going to absolutely love this game over the first. And if you've never played the first game, ditch it in the dust and just pick up this one. This is the definitive version of Sonic All-Star. I'm just in a very weird minority where I'm sort of like stuck in my attachment for the first one. Still over this one. I'm still going to try and go back and play some more of this, though. It's definitely a really fun game. Akai Katana. I don't remember if I had mentioned this before, but I did pick this up when it came out, so I don't know. I didn't play it when I picked it up, so I have now, so I can't even remember if I mentioned it, but this is a cave bullet hell shooter, and you should know what that means. Lots of bullets on screen,
really challenging and a lot of fun. This is not an entry-level shooter by any means for cave fans. It's got a lot of mechanics to it where you have to switch between two different stances to reflect bullets, to power up your shots, to switch between gathering like two different material types to power up your weapons in this game. It's a pretty complex game. It took me a while to play it, and anytime I go back to try and play it, I always have to spend 5 minutes readjusting myself to all the controls and nuances in this game. But once you get it down, it really opens up into a really fun shoot 'em up. There's different modes you can play, but my mode of preference is slash mode, essentially where you can power up like these katanas that you can shoot out at enemies, and it just decimates everything on screen. This is more of a score-based shooter. I kind of prefer to play my shooters on a sense of not dying, trying to get as far as I can without dying. This game, I wouldn't really play it for that. It's more for score, getting a high score. So anybody that's a fan of bullet hell shooters, definitely check out Akai Katana. Alright, hey guys, and welcome back to another episode of games I bought recently. Okay, next is a game that I hoped I would like, but in the end I didn't end up liking it quite as much as I had hoped I would. And that is Anarchy Reigns. I have to say I wasn't the biggest fan of this game. It was a budget price title. I think it launched for like, what, $30 or $40 or something like that. It was not a full budget or a full price game. I didn't play any single player. I jumped right in online because that's where I heard the heart of this game was, and it was fun, but it was just, oh man, a lot of people were comparing it to like a new Power Stone game, like Power Stone meets like Streets of Rage or something like that, and I don't know, I just wasn't feeling it. The online was very chaotic, high learning curve if you're not, because a lot of people had played the game before on the PS3 or were playing the beta or something like that, so it's very, very easy to get your butt kicked in this game, and it's not enjoyable when you're, not able to pull off a single move. That wasn't the case for me all the time. I was actually okay at this game, but it just was basic. It's just fun. It's chaotic. It was fun for a day or two, but after that I had to pass up on it. Not saying the game is not worth anything. If you can find it for $10, $15, definitely pick it up. Next is an import game on the Xbox 360, and that's Ginga Force. This is a side-scrolling vertical shoot-'em-up, and this is a really, really challenging game in terms of the gameplay, I have to say. But it's very addictive and fun. It's got a save system to it, or not a save system, but a checkpoint system. So it's not like every time you die you got to restart from the beginning of the game. It'll go level by level, so it's quite forgiving in that sense. But it has a lot of customization in terms of weapon layouts and things you can equip to your ships and everything. And I've been having a lot of fun playing it. So if you're looking for a challenge, it's region free, so you can pop this right into your US Xbox 360 and give it a go. Check out Ginga Force. I also picked up the new Tomb Raider, which I put a couple of hours into. Like I said, I wish I could play more of these games and finish them, but I might be doing that when I get back from Japan, most likely. But from what I've played of this, a couple of hours, I'm really enjoying it. I love the whole crafting system. I think the game looks amazing, and I like the new Lara Croft. I think she's portrayed fairly well. I know some people aren't the biggest fan of her in the new game, but I like it. Overall, though, I think it's a really good game. I definitely think that the environment itself where this game takes place is quite amazing, exploring around the island and everything, and it's sort of got that epic blockbuster AAA feel to it in terms of Uncharted type scripted events where things start happening, and it's not quite on the level of Uncharted insanity, but it does a really good job of sort of putting you in these crazy situations. And as you're playing through the game, you notice that Lara is starting to sort of come to grips with what the heck is going on around her, and it's some interesting character development. But anyway, if you're looking for a good action game, check out Tomb Raider on the Xbox 360, PS3, PC, whichever version you prefer. Alright, hey guys, and welcome to my top. What do you say we get started with my number 10 game of 2012, and that is Asura's Wrath on the Xbox 360. It's also available on the PlayStation 3. Now, when I first played the demo of Asura's Wrath, I didn't like it, but when I picked up the retail release and I was able to put everything into context, into what I was seeing on screen and all these crazy actions that are going on that are sort of paired with tons of QuickTime events, the story was actually really over the top, and that's what made it really fun and exciting to play. You just wanted to see what happens next. What next over-the-top thing can Asura get himself into? How is he going to recover from, that event in the game, or fighting this huge enemy? I mean, the world that is crafted in Asura's Wrath is really out of this world, and you really have to play it. If you're a fan of over-the-top games, especially if you're a fan of like Dragon Ball Z, if you want to play sort of a Dragon Ball Z, but not Dragon Ball Z, quick time event type game with all new characters and stories and events. Do yourself a favor, check out Asora's Wrath. Despite being, you know, for the most part, nothing but a quick time event game with some pretty mediocre action sequences, it actually does a really good job in wanting you to always see what happens next and see the game through to its end. Just a quick little tidbit though, you can't see the game's true ending unless you buy it in DLC, which I did, and trust me, it's worth it. The game is really, really fun. Coming in at number 3 is one of the most tense games that I played in 2012, and that is XCOM Enemy Unknown. This is also available on the PlayStation 3 and the PC. Now, XCOM Enemy Unknown, I will say, like most people that played this new entry into the series, I never played an XCOM game before, so this was sort of new for me getting into this series, and I have to say I absolutely loved it. I actually started the game on Iron Man difficulty, which means that you only have one save. You can't manually reload saves if you make a mistake. So my first time playing this game, I played it on Iron Man, and man, was I was on the edge of my seat, because if you lost a character, they're gone for good. You can spend 20 hours leveling this character up. They die, so long character. If you can lose your only medic. If you make a wrong decision in terms of investing your money, instead of, say, upgrading your character's equipment, you instead buy a satellite, but that ends up being the wrong decision. Too bad. Iron Man was an amazing experience with XCOM, and I can't recommend it enough. If you're going to play XCOM, Iron Man might be a bit difficult for most people, but do you ever get attached to your characters and your decisions in this game if you play it on that difficulty? But that aside, the game is absolutely phenomenal. It sort of creates... There's no story to it for the most part. Just know that aliens are invading Earth and you have to try and defend them. There's really not too much to it besides that. But the fact that XCOM has this perfect balance between you never have enough money to do everything. So going on missions and, you know, shooting down a UFO, pillaging the crash site for materials and selling those and using them for upgrades. You're always advancing your troops and sort of your technology in the game world. But the fact that, you know, let's say you have $100 or 100 credits and you have to make a decision between building interceptors to fight off the UFOs or use that money to, say, upgrade your weapons. There's a lot of tough decisions you have to make in this game, and it really, it's so much fun to sort of build up your troops and build up your technology and advance through the game and take on harder aliens and invade alien bases. I mean, this game is phenomenal. And I will say that going back for my top 10, I went back to my Iron Man save for the first time in a while, and I played a mission and my troops got wiped out by like a single grenade. So an entire game file with hours upon hours of gameplay gone in an instant. I started another game up. This time I didn't put it on Iron Man. And I started another game and now I was drawn in once again. I played for like 5 or 6 hours straight on my second game file, and oh man. XCOM, if you guys haven't played it, please check it out. It is so worth it. Okay, my number 2 game for 2012 is The Walking Dead on the Xbox 360. It's also available on the PS3, iOS, and the PC. First of all, I just want to say one thing, guys. Don't be like me. Do not buy the retail version of this game, at least not right now until it's patched, because the retail version has a lot of hitches and glitches, and oh man, it almost ruined my experience, but it says a lot that the game is so good that I can actually get over the hurdle of having my game hitch and pause, and it's because the story of The Walking Dead was just so amazing. The characters, I never felt so involved with characters in a game in recent memory. I can't even remember. Maybe Final Fantasy 13 would be the next closest thing where I got really invested in the characters in the game, but The Walking Dead, oh my god. I mean, no spoilers at all, but this game made me cry. It made me really feel for the characters. It really, because all the decisions that you make in the game, it really feels like you are making decisions that are affecting the outcome of the characters in the game, which is sort of true. There are certain outcomes that can't be avoided, but for the most part, you do change so many things in The Walking Dead with the decisions that you make. Telltale did an unbelievable job in crafting this cast of characters that you just really feel for. Now, I will say that I played episode 1 when it first came out, and then I bought the retail version and I played through episodes 2 through 5 all at once, back to back. So I was so invested. I played an episode a day. I just could not wait to see what happens next in this story. And You know, gameplay aside, the gameplay is not the greatest. There's a lot of action sequences that just don't feel quite right. But when you're down to those pivotal moments where you have a certain amount of time to make these critical decisions, deciding between one character or the other, who do you save? You know, do you do this or do you do that? And there's extreme circumstances that, you know, go along with each decision. I mean, this game had me on, once again, just like XCOM, on the edge of my seat. I was so involved with the story of Walking Dead. I can't recommend this game enough. You don't have to be a fan of the show or the comics. You can just go right into this game, guys, and experience a story that is an experience that is unlike anything you've probably played in recent memory. An amazing adventure game that will go down in history of games, to be quite honest, for being sort of the pinnacle of adventure games in storytelling. Alright, hey guys, and welcome back to another video. It's time for another mystery unboxing, but it's not just one package, not 2, not 5, not 7, not 10, and it's not 10 because it's actually 9. So I've got 9 mystery unboxings here for you. Okay, so we got an Amazon box here. I think I remember what this one is just based on the weight. And this is a game that I ordered on Amazon, and I'm like, I don't know if this is going to be the limited edition or not, because I am pretty sure that this game only received a limited edition release. And of course, the pull tab has broken. So hopefully I can still open this thing pretty easily without damaging what's inside now that that is broken. This game here is, what can I say without quickly giving it away? The art style is very, it's very specific to this development studio. Let's see, Xseed published it. It's very similar to a game that was originally exclusive on the Wii, action game, eventually made its way to the PlayStation 3 as a move game. It got some really polarizing reviews. One, because the story is apparently really hard to follow, and it's just wacky overall. It features a main character with a big samurai sword, it looks like. I haven't really looked into too much of this game, because I want to kind of experience it for myself and kind of judge it. I think all the hints are done with. That is Killer is Dead on the Xbox 360, the limited edition, which comes with an art book and looks like a soundtrack. The typical limited edition stuff, but this was only $20 brand new for Black Friday, or sometime right around after Black Friday, Cyber Monday, whatever. So this game came out for, you know, 60, 70, whatever it was, $60 for the limited edition. Wait a little bit, 20 bucks. Really looking forward to trying this out. Who knows, if I get around to playing enough of it, it might make my top 10. We'll have to see. But besides Lego City Undercover, I have not played a Lego game since like Lego Star Wars, so I kind of totally passed up on all the other Lego games. This one here, $10, and that is Lego Lord of the Rings for $10. This game just came out not that long ago. It still retails for $40. I even checked eBay, and they're still going for like $30 on there. So $10 was like an absolute steal for this game. I've heard from the reviews, from what they say, that this is the best Lego game to come out in a very long time. So I think if there's a time for me to give the series a try again, outside of Lego City, which is sort of a bit of a departure from typical sort of Lego stuff, hey, I figured I'd give this a try. $10, can't beat it. Anyway, I think I need to speed this up because my battery is about to die, guys, so let me be really fast here. I might have to do a mid-edit if I don't make it through, because I still got one more big package here. Alright, hey guys, and welcome back to another video, and today I'm going to be talking about games that made me cry. Okay, so the next game, and this is the one that, like, whew, this is another inspiration for this video. This is the game that I've gotten the most upset over out of all the games here, and that is The Walking Dead. And yeah, pretty big spoiler here if you have not played The Walking Dead, so I'd advise skipping over this if you plan on playing through this game. But anyway, at the end of episode 5, you go through the whole game with Clementine and Lee, and you know, I played this game one episode every day, so I didn't play it all when it first came out. I played the first episode when it came out, but then I waited until all 5 episodes were out. So I had like an emotional roller coaster of playing through the entire game, you know, 1 episode a day. So I got really attached to the story and characters, and come to the end of the game, Clementine, which is the little girl, and Lee, which is the main character, Lee gets bit, he's turning into a zombie, and you have to make the decision as Clementine, or make the decision as Lee, to tell Clementine to either shoot you or leave you alone. I made the decision to shoot Lee, and I made the decision to also choose the option that says, I will miss you, Clementine, and like, remember to keep your hair short, like all these, like, I watched the ending one more time before recording this video, and I, like, got pretty sad once again. Like, it's a crazy scene. I'll provide a link to it below, but man, that made me not just cry, but like, it felt, you know, like,
you know, I'll just say I got really attached to those characters, and yeah, I got really emotional with that scene, as I'm sure a lot of people did. Okay, so Final Fantasy 13. This one, I don't really have a specific moment in here where it's like I was really sad. But I'm one of those, I guess I'm one of the few people that absolutely love the story and characters in here, and I think that some of the cutscenes and like interactive sequences with the characters talking back and forth with one another for the story, I thought some of them were really super well done and well acted and well told and believable. I know some people hate the characters in this game, but I really loved it. There was a scene towards the end of the game where, you know, they're getting ready to go fight the final boss, and like I think it was Lightning was like doing this hugely inspirational speech, like getting everybody all ready for their impending doom and all this, and like it was some insane stuff. And I mean, there were a couple other scenes, like, you know, the wedding scene was nice, and I don't know, like, oh, and of course with oh my god, what's his name? Saz or Zaz, or I forget his name, the guy with the afro. I forget his name, it's been so long. There was a great scene in there with him too, with his son and everything. So yeah, Final Fantasy 13, an emotional game throughout, and definitely one that I really, really enjoyed. Okay, and Lost Odyssey. This one is sort of well known for one scene in here. But before I get to that one scene, this game also has story sequences that are told all through text with some really emotional like piano music in the background, and some of those are pretty emotional too. Even though there's no characters on screen, no voice acting or anything, it's just reading, and those are really powerful. But the scene in this game that really did it for me was it was a scene where, and it's been a long time since I played this, I looked up the characters' names before I did this just so I can kind of make sense here. But Kaim, which is the main character, he comes across what I remember to be like his daughter or something like that, Lirum, and she's like dying in her bed, and she has her two kids there, and this scene is so powerful because the kids are like crying and weeping and you know, they're screaming, but their acting is so well done that like it's super believable, and it's just this like 7-minute scene of like an emotional like roller coaster of like he's happy to find his daughter, and then, you know, she starts to die and the kids start crying, and a crazy scene, definitely made me cry, as well as many other people. It's a very memorable scene. Great game too, great RPG. Alright, hey guys, and welcome back to another video. Today I picked out a fairly large stack of RPGs here where I'm going to be talking about the music. But I didn't just pick them out just to talk about the music for any old reason. I picked them out because I feel that the music is really underrated. Some of the games here are fairly well known, but I don't think a lot of people know just how good some of the music is in some of these RPGs. So I'm gonna, you know, show you a whole bunch of games here, and what I'm gonna do, because of copyright reasons, I can't litter this video with tons and tons of songs. What I'll do is in the video description below, in the order that I mentioned them in, I will include 2 songs per game so that you can go and check out the music that I'm talking about. And hey, maybe the music will convince you to play some of these games. Okay, I just have to quickly mention Blue Dragon. I'm sure you all know about this game. Maybe you've played it, maybe you haven't. But the reason why I want to mention it is this has one of the absolute best final boss battle themes I've ever heard in any RPG. The only thing that might come close is like Final Fantasy VIII's The Extreme, The Legend of Heroes, or Sora no Kiseki III's final boss battle music, which, search that song, it's amazing. The final boss battle theme in Blue Dragon, I've never beat the game, I got like maybe 20 hours into it, and I am a fan of the regular boss battle theme, believe it or not. I know some people hate it, but do me a favor and just, if you're going to listen to any song in this video, check out the final boss battle theme by Nobuo Uematsu for Blue Dragon, because it will put you in the mood to basically pick up this game and kick the final boss's ass. Because one time I was just sitting around at my friend's house, we were listening to some music, and I'm like, hey, could you just search Blue Dragon final boss theme? And we're listening to it, and one of my friends is like, can I borrow your copy of Blue Dragon? Because he really wanted to play this game after hearing the final boss theme in this game. So this game has, the music in this game has the power to make you want to play it. So check out the links below. Alright, in the next game, I may have invested thousands of hours in this game across, you know, several years. A good portion of my life I spent playing Final Fantasy XI. But I have to say, guys, I know some of you are never going to play this game, you have no plans to, but oh my god, if I am not a strong supporter in believing that Final Fantasy XI probably has one of the best soundtracks in any RPG. Yes, it's an MMO, but that doesn't matter. If you listen to the songs I post below, they're relaxing, they're so freaking good. You might, you know, give this game a second look. Of course, you probably won't go and play it today because it's been out for freaking ever, but at least appreciate the soundtrack for one of the best games that I ever played in my life. I have so many memories listening to these songs. I've spent hundreds of hours listening to these songs. Well, I played the game for thousands, but I've listened to, well, whatever, you know what I mean. I spent a long time listening to the music in this game, so check it out. Alright, and next is Eternal Sonata. Now, this is a game that's based on the composer Chopin, so it's a musical RPG, so you better believe that the music in this game is amazing, and it does have some of the best battle themes that I've heard in an RPG in a long time, especially some of the boss battles. So check out the links below. If you've never played this game before and you're a fan of RPG music in general, I think this is one giving a shot. It does get very repetitive in terms of the gameplay after like 20 hours or so, but it's worth checking out for the music alone.
Alright, hey guys, and welcome back to another video. So today I wanted to talk about my memories of the launch of the Xbox 360 here in North America. And I just cannot believe that it has been over 10 years since the launch of that system. I mean, time has just flown by. Now, it came out on November 22nd here, and I picked mine up around mid-December. It was the second shipment that I was able to get my hands on one. Reason being is I sort of underestimated, I guess you can say, the launch of this console. I headed out at midnight on release night on November 21st to, get in line to be there for the release of the console at Target. And the line was packed. There were enough people in line to secure their position to get one of the non-core bundles. So the only ones that they had left were the ones with the memory card. They didn't have the one with the hard drive anymore. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to spend all my money and wait in line for a really inferior version of the Xbox 360. Like, nobody wanted the core. So I called up Best Buy. They were totally packed out with the line. I went to Walmart, same thing there. So I'm like, you know what? I guess I'm just not getting an Xbox 360 at launch. So I had to wait until the second shipments were arriving, and I chose to go to Best Buy. This time I was more prepared. It was in the middle of December. It was freezing cold. I got in line. I was probably in line for about 19 or 20 hours or so. And I'm talking, I went full on blowing out. I brought a lounge chair out there, a sleeping bag. I had, I was wearing like 3 layers of clothes. I remember forgetting hand warmers and having, there was like someone in line that went out and bought a whole bunch of hand warmers for everybody. So I had hand warmers on in my gloves and in my feet. I fell asleep in the line for probably like a half an hour. It was quite the experience waiting out there. It was so cold. But I got my hands on the Xbox 360 and I picked up a few games to go along with it. So just so that I don't forget any particular games, because I have a habit of doing that, I have my iPad here on Metacritic with every game that was released on launch for the Xbox 360. And I'm just going to go in order here. So we're going to start off, well, before I get to that, don't forget that getting in line and waiting in line 20 hours, this was during a time where you couldn't pre-order a system. Like, if you wanted a system like the Xbox 360 or the PlayStation 3, you had to go and get in line and wait. There was a uncertainty in line where there were like rumors always going around, like, how many did they get in? Did they get in 80 of them? Did they get in 60 of them? Did they get in 100? Nobody really knew for sure, and Best Buy wasn't really allowed to say. So people towards the end of the line were basically like sort of unsure if they were really going to get one. I was towards the front, so I had no problem at all. I would say I was within the first 15 or 20 people. But yeah, you couldn't just go on a website and put down a $10 or $50 reserve for a game system and then just have it shipped to your house, or have the leisure of just being able to walk in whenever the heck you want and pick it up. You had to get in line, and I missed those days. I was always excited about console launches and having to sort of really kind of work to get it. Now it's just so lazy and boring. Like, for the launch of the PS4, I just pre-ordered the thing and it got shipped to my house. What's the fun in that? That's not fun to me. The fun is waiting out in that freezing cold. But anyway, we're getting too off track here. Let's get to the game. So, Cameo Elements of Power is probably one of the, I guess you can say, under the radar. It's a well-known game, but I think at the time of the launch of the Xbox 360, it was still one of those sort of undiscovered, hidden gems, if you want to use that term, for the launch of the 360. It was one of the final games put out by Rare that sort of had that Rare feel to it before they were sort of pushed by Microsoft into doing nothing but sports games like Kinect Sports and all that kind of, well, not my kind of games, let's just say. So this is one of their last efforts, except for maybe Vita Pinata, where they had their own creative freedom to do whatever they wanted. Was it Rare's best game? Was it the best launch game of the Xbox 360? In my opinion, no. It was a very good game. Really colorful. I just remember being really blown away by it, because at the time of the launch of the 360, there were no other games like it. It was a really well-realized world that felt like a CGI cartoon of sorts come to life. And I just remember really enjoying like exploring the world. It gave me that feel of playing, say, Banjo-Kazooie for the first time, or Super Mario 64 for the first time. Was it on the scale of those games? No, but I think it was a fantastic launch title to go along with the Xbox 360, and some would even say possibly the swan song of Rare before they sort of, well, started going downhill. I didn't play enough Viva Pinata to really speak on that game. All right, next is Gun. Gun is not it was not exclusive to the 360. It was available on other platforms, but the 360 version received a 365, or well, that's not even a word. It received a 360 coat of paint, I guess you can say, as some other games did as well. What that means is it just had better textures in the game. It didn't really look all that fantastic. But to tell you the truth, I didn't pick this up at launch. I picked it up a little bit afterwards. I actually really enjoyed Gun. I thought it was, well, for those that don't know, it's sort of like an open world, not quite on the scale of a Grand Theft Auto game, but it's a Western open world game that places a fairly heavy emphasis on the story, finding hidden collectibles. I actually had a fairly decent time roaming around, but it was still within the launch-itis period of 360 where I was excited to play anything new for the system. Okay, so next we had AMP3. AMP3 was one of my favorite games for the 360 launch. Not a title I picked up along with my console, but I picked it up soon afterwards. AMP3 is, in my opinion, one of the best snowboarding games I've ever played. I haven't played, all the essentials. I'm not the biggest fan of SSX games. I know I might get a little bit of hate for that one, but I didn't play a lot of SSX, but there was just something about AMP3, the style of it, the story was really over the top. Graphically, I thought it looked amazing. The draw distances and being able to see the mountains way off in the distance was very impressive. It was a little silly at times, a little too silly for my taste when it came to the story, but I thought it was a really solid launch game. Okay, next was Project Gotham Racing 3, which I was still getting warmed up to racing games at the time, and I remember not really caring too much for Project Gotham Racing 3. I enjoyed another racing game much more, which I'm going to get to in a bit here, but from what I heard, a lot of people were disappointed because it was sort of like Project Gotham Racing 2.5, where it wasn't expanded upon enough to make it feel like a worthy sequel, but it still got universally praised and highly reviewed, and I liked it, but not enough to really call it one of my favorite games on the 360 launch. It was another game, Tony Hawk's American Wasteland, another one of the 360 coat of paint type games where it was available on other systems and it just received sort of better textures on the 360. It didn't really look all that next gen, to be honest with you, but I've always been a fan of Tony Hawk games. I've stopped playing them recently. I haven't played a lot of the newer ones, but I'd say American Wasteland was the last Tony Hawk game that I really picked up and really enjoyed playing. Is it the best Tony Hawk? By no means, but I enjoyed my time with it, and well, let's just say that the series seems to be going downhill quite a bit, according to fans. All right, next was Need for Speed Most Wanted. This wasn't the racing game I was talking about, but I loved Need for Speed Most Wanted. Now keep in mind, this is the 2005 release, not the one from 2012, obviously, just to clear that up. This game was another game that was, it received a coat of paint for the 360, but man, did it look good. They touted the fact that it was 30 frames per second, which, hey, it ran at a steady frame rate. Now, the expected standard for racing games is no less than 60. But at the time, this game looked really impressive. I hadn't really dabbled in Need for Speed games too much prior to this one. If you wanted to say, this may have been my first true exposure to the Need for Speed series. So I really enjoyed the cop chases and running away from the cops. It was really dramatic, a little cheesy with the sort of real-time filmed cutscenes that they had between the racers and everything, but it had this really unique feel, and Need for Speed was a really great launch game. All right, Condemned Criminal Origins. Now, let me just say that this is touted by many people as the best launch game for the Xbox 360. I can see that. I didn't play it because I played the demo, and you guys, some of you might know that I do not enjoy games that are all about jump scares. I'm very picky and choosy when it comes to my kind of horror-esque, scary games, and when I played the demo for Condemned, I'm like, I won't be able to enjoy this. Like, the fact that every 30 seconds something is jumping out from around a corner, scaring the heck out of me, I knew it wasn't the game for me. Was it a great game? Did it control great? Did it look great for the time of the launch? Absolutely. But for me personally, I passed on that one. Ridge Racer 6, one of my favorite games of all time on the Xbox 360. I haven't played a racing game since then within the arcade racer outside of kart racers such as Sonic All-Stars Racing or say some of the more recent Mario Karts or something, but when it comes to arcade racers that are not kart racers, nothing is top Ridge Racer 6 for me. I put so much time into that game, over 120 hours, playing a ton of online. I 100% of the single player mode, which any of you that have played Ridge Racer 6 and attempted that know how hard of a feat that actually is. It's a lot of work. But it was so rewarding, and unfortunately, I lost my save data. There was a time where I went to go play it again and something got corrupted and I cleared something out of my hard drive, some DLC. I lost the entire save data. So a little disappointing, but I have great memories with that game. And it was almost traditional with console launches, especially for a Sony console, to have a Ridge Racer game at launch. So something just felt sort of right having Ridge Racer 6 during the launch. Call of Duty 2. This was the start of my love for Call of Duty games before I lost my love for first-person shooters. I guess you can say Call of Duty 2 was sort of my true introduction to... I always liked first-person shooters, but Call of Duty 2 was the first one that I ever truly became addicted to. The single player was so action-packed, the aiming and everything just felt right. The controls were spot on. I don't think there was, at the time, anything that I would have changed, to be honest with you. Playing on veteran mode was just so hard, so rewarding when I beat that. It just felt like a true accomplishment, one of my biggest accomplishments at the time in gaming. Online was so much fun. I actually, before I recorded this video, I watched a video on YouTube of like people playing Call of Duty 2 online, and it just brought back so many memories of that pinpoint accuracy of just turning a corner and you have like literally half a second or less to like shoot someone in the head before they kill you. And it was so much fun. I really miss it. In my opinion, probably the best game that you can pick up at the launch of the Xbox 360. Perfect Dark Zero, the game that started my hatred for Steelbox games. So I have it right here. This is why I don't like Steelbox games. This is the first game I ever bought that came in a steel box like this, and I don't know why I got it, but here it is. And why did I hate it? Well, because when you put this on a shelf next to your other 360 games, it just looks so out of place. And ever since then, I just never liked buying steel books because I didn't like how out of place it looked next to all of my other games. It just stood out too much. But as a game, Perfect Dark Zero, looking back at it, if I look at it now, if I watch gameplay now, and I'm sure if I played it now, it wouldn't age that well. The controls are, they're not, I don't remember them being the greatest. They take some getting used to, especially with the jetpack stuff and all that. Graphically, at the time, I thought it was phenomenal. Like, it had, everything in that game had a gloss to it. Everything had a shiny sheen to it, where everything looked like it was like coated in oil or something, or ice. You know, it's just, they did that because, you know, previous console generations couldn't apply that sort of technology to graphics, and it just looked amazing. I remember like walking down, even the wood had a glossy metal look to it. I'm like, wow, this looks amazing. The most memorable scene to me was this ice level sort of early on in the game where you're out in the ice and snow, and oh my god, the ice walls just looked incredible. One of the coolest looking things I've ever seen in a game at the time. I played the single player, but the sticking point for me with Perfect Dark Zero was the online. It was fast, it was frantic, you know, depending on how many people you had would expand the size of the map. And when you're playing in a huge map with the jetpacks, I mean, it was pretty epic and pretty grand in scale at times. Did it take way too long to shoot and kill people? Without a doubt. But for a launch game, I thought it did a really great job. Alright, there was Quake 4, which I played a little bit of. The frame rate and everything just kind of put me off. It didn't really look next-gen either, but keep in mind that a game like Quake 4 coming out on the launch of a console like Xbox 360 was a really big deal, because this was sort of the start of the transition. You know, yeah, they were first-person shooters on PS2 that were ports of PC games, but this was the first like real attempt at during the next generation to sort of port PC games over, and they didn't quite get it, but it was almost there. It wasn't until I played Unreal Tournament 3 on the PlayStation 3, and eventually when it was ported to the 360, that I really felt that first-person shooters ports from PC games had really found a home on consoles. But Quake 4 was a good attempt. One of my favorite launch games, I'd probably put it in as maybe number 2 or 3 of my favorite launch games, and it's not a widely accepted game within people's top lists of launch games. Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie. So looking back at it now, if you were to look at this game, if it was released today, people would just look at it and say, oh, that's just licensed garbage. It's, you know, put out just to promote the film. And I'm sure a lot of people thought that when they saw the game released on 360, especially because the name, the official game of the movie, I mean, it just reeks of, you know, licensed games, and typically they're not always the best. But let me tell you that King Kong was one of the games that got me most excited for Xbox 360. I remember before the launch of the system, I had gone into, I think it was a Kmart or a Walmart, and they had a 360 on display with King Kong playing. I remember walking past that TV, and it was in the level with the T-Rex where it's just raining outside and you see the reflection on the stones and the reflection from the lightning and all the reflections from the water just hitting the surface of the level, and it was during the nighttime, and it was just, everything was moving, all the plants. Don't forget, you know, before this on the PS2 and stuff, most, in a game like this, in an outdoor jungle environment, most of this kind of stuff would be static. There might be a tree moving here or there, but, you know, seeing everything in motion, everything lit up from the lighting of the water, it blew my mind. I was like, how can graphics in games ever get better than this? You know, of course they did, but at the time this game looked amazing, and it was also really, the game played great. There was no HUD. This is actually, it was very unusual for games during this time to not include a HUD, and by that I mean there were no life bars on screen, no ammo indicators. It was all visually just the game, so it really drew you into this experience. And yeah, the game was a little bit sort of repetitive, and the puzzles were very rudimentary, and you know, it was, gameplay wise it could have been improved, but it was overall a really great package, one of my favorite launch games for the Xbox 360. Okay, and then when it comes to retail releases, that looks like it's about it. There were sports releases and other games, but those are the ones that I owned or had played at some point. Let me just briefly talk about the launch of Xbox Live Arcade. That was probably one of the biggest moments for the launch of the 360 for me, because it really brought in this sense of online connectivity, playing with friends, because yeah, you know, you were able to play big name releases on Xbox, on PS2, you know, even as far back as Dreamcast, like Phantasy Star Online or something. But there was just something about being able to pay a few dollars back when, you know, the most expensive game was $10 and most of them were like $3 or $5. Being able to just put down a few dollars and get an arcade game like Gauntlet or Smash TV and go online and play with friends. 4-player co-op, 2-player co-op. You know, one of my fondest memories was playing Robotron with another friend, where the 2-player online co-op was one of us moving the character and the other one moving the direction of where you would shoot. You know, and Xbox Live Arcade was just so mind-blowing for me. I picked up almost all the releases that they came out with within like the first year or so, and it was fun. It was great to be able to have these unique online experiences for a very cheap and affordable price that, you know, the original Xbox and PS2 didn't have. And, you know, over time it got oversaturated, because of course at the start of 360 they were released in very, you know, maybe 1 game a week, 2 games a week or whatever it was, but eventually it just became too much to keep up with, and I really miss those times. Anyway, it wasn't until December 29th that we got finally another retail release, so it was over a month before Xbox 360 owners were able to purchase a new game, which was Dead or Alive 4. I was looking forward to it. I wouldn't say I was the biggest fan of Dead or Alive games or fighting games in general at the time, but it was just really exciting to finally get my hands on a new game for my 360. And I didn't have to wait quite as long as some people, because I picked mine up. I had to wait maybe 2.5 weeks, but the wait was excruciating. I just wanted more games to play. Graphically, Dead or Alive 4 was awesome. The physics, if you know what I mean, were quite impressive. Very over-exaggerated at the time. And what came after that? Let's see. I think it was full auto on the Xbox 360, but you know what? I don't want this video to go on too long. If you guys want to hear more about me going on about games such as Oblivion and the launch of full auto, which was like one of the, after Dead or Alive, that was one of the next games that you had to wait forever to get. Anyway, leave a comment below. Let me know if you enjoyed this, and if there's enough demand, I'll make a second part where I'll just continue into, you know, 2006, 2007 time of Xbox 360, which is like its prime. Once Oblivion came out, people were like in heaven. So anyway, guys, thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in another video soon. Alright, hey guys, and welcome back to another video. So I wanted to cover a topic today that I'm sure is on all of your minds, because it's really been on my mind for quite some time. And as I'm sure you all know, the collecting landscape is completely changing for video games. You know, systems that used to be fun and affordable to collect for are basically out of reach for most people these days. Systems such as the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis, and even stuff like the PS2 now, prices are just climbing and climbing, and they're showing no signs of slowing down. even for cart only. You know, it doesn't even matter if it's a complete in box anymore. So what I wanted to do today is show you guys what I consider to be my top 5 systems to collect for right now. Of course, it's a little biased because it's only systems that I find fun to collect and stuff from my collection. So, you know, I'm not really an NES guy or an Atari 2600 or ColecoVision kind of collector. So these 5 systems are, you know, my own personal opinion. So what do you say we start with one from last generation? And that is the PlayStation 3. And I'm going to put this one coincide with the Xbox 360. I'm going to put them both as sort of like the same thing because there are a lot of games that share a release on both platforms. But this is the absolute perfect time. And then to go along with that is, of course, the Xbox 360. So the Xbox 360 right now, you can get games so cheap. This is the perfect time to do it before stuff starts to rise in price, because we all know it's inevitable, it's going to come. But this is when to do it. Why? Because GameStop is like liquidating and trying to get rid of all this stuff. I don't personally shop at GameStop, but I know I always hear all the time of these sales of like buy 2 get 1 free constantly, and then you got like deals on top of that. You can get RPGs like Eternal Sonata, Divinity 2, which is, despite having a really bad frame rate, actually a pretty decent game. Infinite Undiscovery. Now, of course, some of these games you might have to shop for online, but you can still get them pretty cheap. And one of my personal favorite RPGs of all time last generation is Lost Odyssey, which I believe you can get for less than $10 now. So now is the time to jump on it. And then I've got a selection of titles here that are some of my absolute personal favorites from last generation, such as El Shaddai. Such a sleeper hit that if you have not played El Shaddai, please, the game has to be like $7 by now. Dark Messiah of Might and Magic Elements, a fantastic game. Even if the online no longer works, it's still really good. Nier, who can pass up Nier? Look, even back then, I paid $13 pre-owned for Nier. This game now, I'm sure it's even cheaper. Games like Vanquish. You know, maybe you couldn't stomach the fact of spending $60 for a game that you can beat in, you know, a few hours, but now, I'm sure you can probably pick this up for, you know, $10. Asura's Wrath, one of the best games I played last generation, and it's probably criminally underplayed. A lot of people probably have still not touched this game. It's on both platforms. Please, Asura's Wrath has to be dirt cheap these days. Please give it a try. Enslaved, one of the, oh my god, I just can't, I picked out so many good games here, I'm sorry. Enslaved is one of my favorite games of last generation as well. Another game that's probably dirt cheap. Castlevania Lords of Shadow. I mean, a lot of people avoided this game because they looked at it and they were like, that's not Castlevania. Maybe it's not, it shares some themes, it's got some nods to the series, but oh my god, is this a good action game. And then you have games like Lollipop Chainsaw, which started coming out towards the later end of the 360's life cycle, and you know, I paid full price for this, and now you can probably get this game for $8, is my guess. Alright, hey guys, and welcome to another video. As you can see, it's a nice, bright, sunny spring day, and I guess the weather affected my mood to really feel the need to want to make a YouTube video today talking about my top 10 favorite consoles of all time. And alright, number 4. This one, I almost wanted to bump it up one more slot, but absolutely deserving is the Xbox 360 coming in at my number 4. Xbox 360, during that generation, with the war between the 360 and the PS3, was probably one of my most memorable times ever as a gamer. Just the war between those two consoles, the ability to easily get online and play with anybody through Xbox Live. You know, this is back when I was playing first-person shooters all the time, playing the Call of Duty games, playing the Unreal tournaments, the Unreal Championships, playing the Xbox Live arcade games. I think one of the reasons why this is so high up on my list as well is just the memory of the small indie titles that were released on there with online multiplayer functionality, where if you bought these games on day one, you'd be on there playing, you know, these $5, $10 games online with other people, playing Uno with other people. Absolutely phenomenal experience. 1 versus 100, who remembers that? Launch day, playing Gauntlet, 4-player online multiplayer, like, hello? It's amazing, right? Like, I think the Xbox Live Arcade doesn't get as much credit as it should. Games like Bomberman Live, right? Like, as I called it in my list of top Xbox Live Arcade games, my favorite Xbox Live Arcade game of all time. Weird games like Space Giraffe. They're just countless. Mini Golf Adventures. Oh my god, just the memories of these arcade games. And not just the arcade games, but obviously the games that were coming out during that generation. Games like Skyrim, the Call of Duty games, even though I don't play them anymore, I still have to give credit where credit is due. with those being, playing the orange box on 360, that was a huge deal for console players at the time, being able to play Team Fortress 2 on a console. Amazing. I eventually moved on to the PC. Goodness, RPGs like Lost Odyssey and Blue Dragon, 360 had everything for me. Even the launch was amazing. Games like Cameo and Amp 3 is another one that was sort of under the radar as a good launch title. I haven't personally played it, but I hear nothing but good things about Condemned, which I think I'll be streaming pretty soon here for one of my October months on Twitch. Call of Duty 2, oh my god, like, such just amazing launch, amazing lifelong library of games that released over the course of the life of the 360. There was just never a dry period really for that console. And the Xbox Live Arcade, I mean, it's just such a solid console. The Xbox Live service, worth every penny. I was a member of that for almost 10 years straight, starting with the original Xbox until I finally stopped subscribing yearly because I just slowed down on playing games online. But completely deserving, mind-blowing at the time for graphics. The leap from the Xbox to the Xbox 360 or the PS2 to the PS3, even though we're not talking about the PS3 here, we're talking about the 360, was probably one of the more significant graphical leaps. The leap from 360 to Xbox One for me just wasn't quite as significant. But anyway, number 4, Xbox 360. Alright, hey guys, and welcome back to another video for my top 10 games of the decade. Now, I'm going to be filling in these blank spots here on the left. And it is Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. This was a multi-platform game, and this one I felt really good about putting on this list, mostly because I still play this game today. I still play it, I still love it, I speedrun it now, it still looks as amazing as it did back then, and because this game has made my top 10 of this decade, or past decade rather, I'm pretty confident in saying that this is the best racing game that I've played in the past 10 years. Spoiler, there's no more racing games above this one. I really believe that this is sort of the pinnacle of kart racers, and yes, there were sequels that followed, such as Transformed and Team Sonic Racing, but they never quite matched the same magic as the original Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. It was pure, it was simple, there were no gimmicks, the speed was fast, the controls were perfect, the drifting felt so good, the track designs were creative, they were very, very different from one to the next, and in my opinion, many of the tracks featured in this game rival and exceed the best Mario Kart tracks in the history of that series, and I know that's going to upset some Mario Kart fans. I still love my Mario Kart, but I have to give love to what I consider to be one of my favorite racing games of all time. If you've never played it, get it on Steam and have some fun with it. It's an amazing kart racer. Okay, moving on to what is probably number 6. Good old Final Fantasy 13. I know this one's going to anger a lot of people. They're like, how dare you put Final Fantasy 13 on your top 10 games of the decade? Look, I love Final Fantasy 13. And this stems all the way back. Look at my top 10 games of 2010 that I made back in the beginning of 2011. I named Final Fantasy 13 my favorite game of 2010. I still stand by it. I love 13. I've actually grown to appreciate it more over the years, now that I've kind of invested time into learning the speedrun for this game and seeing the intricacies of the battle system. It really makes me come to appreciate this game even more than I ever did, because if you're not aware, the combat system in this game is actually extremely complicated and intricate. But you wouldn't really know that unless you really delved into it and looked into it outside of just the game's tutorials and even the strategy guide. The speedrun strategy guide opened my eyes to how far you can push Final Fantasy 13 in terms of the customization of your party and how you go about comboing in this game and killing things fast and increasing your damage, and really making me appreciate 13 more than I ever have since its release. I like everything about it. I love the characters. I love the story, as confusing as it may have been. The music is one of my favorite soundtracks in the history of games now. I do not mind the linearity of this game. I think that is sort of stressed a little bit too much, and the whole joke about the game not starting until you're 75% of the way through the game. I get it, look. But as a whole experience of creating a package of a compelling game that I felt compelled to see through to the end, I had to include it. And I understand if you don't like this game, because if you don't like the combat, you're probably not going to like the game. Or if you like the combat and you don't like any of the story or characters, look, I get it. But for me, this is one of the best RPGs ever made, and I stand by that. Alrighty, this one is lower on my list than I would have thought, and that is The Elder Scrolls Skyrim. So you're probably like, oh my goodness, I expected that one to be maybe number 1. It's not. It's number 4. So Skyrim, very important game for me. Yes, I love Morrowind, I love Oblivion, but those obviously could not be considered for this list, so I had to go with Skyrim. I loved the world of Skyrim, still love it. And what kind of confirmed that for me was I recently played, well, recently about, what was it, a year or two ago when the PSVR version came out. I played Skyrim again in VR, and I just kind of fell in love with the world and its immersion all over again from start to finish. Being able to put myself into it in first-person view, fully in virtual reality, was like, man, could you imagine when you first played Skyrim and someone would have told you, okay, you're going to be playing this in virtual reality, you know, in 5, 6, 7 years, whatever it was. You'd kind of be floored, right? And so having that experience with Skyrim kind of reminded me why I fell in love with this game in the first place, and that's because the world is expansive. I find Skyrim relaxing, just exploring, and I never forget moments where I'm just kind of up on a hill and I look out into the distance and I see a town that I can visit that takes me 5 or 10 minutes to run over to, and then you reach that said town and maybe you pillage a little bit, steal some stuff, and find a dungeon off in the distance, kind of hidden in a little alcove, and you go down there, and sure, there may not be a fascinating story to go along with the dungeon, but you kind of make your own story as you go along, right? Like maybe you're more of a stealthy approach playing these kind of games, or maybe you just run and gun and kill everything. I had a lot of memories with dungeons that were not necessarily tied to any kind of lore, but more so the experience going through them, because I kind of forced myself to never lower the difficulty in this game. So, I had a lot of moments where I'd come up against something that was way above my skill level, and just remembering how I tried to conquer it, and a lot of times often failing, and just embracing the beautiful nature and how organic and not so copy and paste most of the dungeons feel. The beginning hours of Skyrim for me are always still some of my most memorable experiences in a game of all time, especially sort of the opening dungeon, as you're kind of delving through that with underground waterfalls and rivers and little scenarios and things set up within the dungeon, like mini things that you can completely pass over. But if you solve this little puzzle on how do you dodge these enemies that will probably overpower you so that you can sneak in and steal the chest, kind of thing, like stuff like that, is just, that is Skyrim to me. Sort of making your own story when the main story itself may be lacking in some areas. It's more so how you choose to roleplay your character. And I always found that the most fascinating aspect about Skyrim. And sure, the series gets a lot of much warranted discussion in terms of how glitchy it is and how imperfect it is in a lot of areas. But man, as a whole package, Skyrim, I went back and actually watched my initial impressions video that I made all those years ago and just listened to what I was saying about the game and trying to remember why this game was so important to me back then. And hey, that's why it's on the list. Alright, hey guys, and welcome back to another video. And it also got me brainstorming new ideas for new series of videos. So I came up with the idea of this new series that I'm going to be calling Price Check, which essentially kind of plays into, I would say, my expertise, or at least what I would consider to be quite knowledgeable on, because I do this at least once a week. I spend many hours a week on my streams looking through eBay, seeing price trends. I have a lot of experience kind of predicting where prices go. And over time, I've done streams where I will predict where a game's price will be a year out from where we are, and my accuracy on that tends to be somewhere between 60 and 70% in accurately predicting the prices of games in the future. So I figured, why not do a series where I put my knowledge to use and make YouTube videos kind of giving people some insight on a little bit of a deep, not too deep, like a shallow dive into the price history, what the current price is of a game, where I see it going in the future. Will it go up? Will it go down? Will it stay the same? Why is that? And we'll kind of go into a little bit of, where I see the price going for a game in the future. I will say this video is not meant to, by any means, it is not meant to drive prices up. I just have a lot of fun sort of talking about the prices of games, trying to pick out games that people could buy now and probably save a lot of bit of money, whereas if they waited too long, it might be too expensive. Leaving me a like would be a way for me to know that you enjoy this series, and maybe we'll see more of these in the future, but that is the plan. I would love to do more of these because this is a lot of fun for me. So let's start with a game. Oh, and by the way, all the games that I'm going to talk about, I will list them in the description. So if you want to see what games I'm going to be talking about and in what order, they will be listed there. Let's start with Sonic the Hedgehog, also known as Sonic 06, also known by a lot of people as the worst Sonic game ever. So this one has been interesting. So I figured what we'd do is we'll start in price charting. We'll see the price trends over the past. Then we'll dive into eBay. We'll kind of see what's available, what the current selling prices are, and then we'll go from there about where I think the game is going to go in the future. So Sonic 06 has pretty much remained steady at about $10 to $15 for a very long time, and that sounds about right. Like, nobody wanted this game. It was always trash talked. It was always looked down upon. People just didn't care about Sonic 06. However, there are multiple ways and reasons why this game would go up, as we see here around the beginning of 2020. Obviously, we're going to see a lot of price increase around this time because of the pandemic. Stimulus checks, yes, that definitely plays a part in this. However, we do need to factor in other elements, such as the fact that this game used to be listed on the Xbox Marketplace, and it no longer is. It was pulled by Sega because they essentially want to wipe history of this game. They were like, we got to pull this for quality control, when they did a little bit of a cleanup to remove games that they didn't want on there. And this one was apparently because it didn't meet their standards. And it's not backwards compatible, probably never will be. So this game is doomed to be on the 360. Now, yes, there is a PlayStation 3 version, but we are specifically focusing on the Xbox version because it does have a better performance. The loads are a little better, as abysmal as they are. But this is the version that you're probably going to want as opposed to the PlayStation 3 version. And as you can see here now, for the past year or more, it's starting to get a little higher. Now, some of these prices, I have seen it go higher than these $20, $25 prices. So let's jump into eBay here, right? This is what's available right now. 28 copies available, and it should be noted that the Platinum Hits versions of this game can actually reach the same price, if not more, than the regular version of it. And you can see there's a lot of people. I mean, look at these asking prices, right? This is a tell. So here's the thing. You might look at these prices and say, well, it's not selling for $50, $55, right? But when the copies that are around the current market value ever dry up, then people are going to have to start looking at these more expensive copies. So somebody might buy this $30 copy, $33 with shipping. And then once that dries up, people might start moving into the $40, $50 ones that are on here. There's not a whole lot of these available, right? If you're looking through here, and you don't always just want to look at the sold prices of games. You also want to look at what is available, because that can be very telling for what is to come in the future. And if we look here, as you can see, it's a lot of Platinum Hits. The regular version of this game is really, really scarce. Okay, this is very important. This is a general eBay tip that I would have for people that are kind of on the lookout. You look through this, look at that. There was only what, two $30-ish copies of this game. The other ones are asking 50 or more. So now let's go into the sold listings and let's see what people are actually paying for this as of recently. So these all ended recently. So I do include shipping into these prices. I think that is very important to include shipping because, well, people that have free shipping, that's a factor of the price, right? So the shipping cost should be factored into the price. So you can see here, people are getting desperate. Okay, this is very telling and also very important. Notice what copies are selling. The Platinum Hits versions. Normally that's a last-ditch effort for a lot of collectors. They don't want the Platinum Hits versions. They want the original versions. So the fact that affordable regular versions of Sonic 06 are really not available for a decent price. People are buying Platinum Hits. And eventually that's going to make people break into having to spend a bit more money for the normal version. So we see here, normal version for 28, 25. I have seen copies of this actually sell for as much as 35, and I think the most expensive one I've seen for the normal was 40 like a month ago when the prices were really starting to spike for this. So as you can see, normal copies and Platinum Hits are around the same price, and this is usually not the case with games. So why are people after Sonic 06 again? Well, like I said, it goes out to multiple different collectors. It goes out to Sonic collectors, and Sonic collectors are used to pain and suffering, right? Not all the Sonic games are amazing, so they're okay with investing into a game that they know may not be the greatest, but they see the price, kind of going up, and they're curious. Maybe they tried playing this game when it came out, they rented it, it was terrible. maybe a lot of the videos that are put out for this game have kind of given them a good laugh and they want to experience for themselves and see how bad it is. My personal take on Sonic 06, it's a pretty bad single, like a casual first playthrough. It's pretty bad. In a speedrun setting or a second playthrough where you're like maybe looking up glitches and how to do the glitches in this game and like warping across the maps, getting out of bounds, that stuff is really fun. It's really fun to kind of bust this game open and play it for the broken mess that it is. But that's just my kind of personal take. This also is for Xbox 360 collectors because this is essentially stuck in the console place, right? So not including the PlayStation 3, people that are collecting exclusive 360 games or 360 games that are just simply not available anywhere else but physically, this is kind of their market here. So where do I see the price of this going? Do I continue to see Sonic 06 go up? I absolutely do. Sonic is such a strong name brand, and I really fully believe that unless Sega just is on some kind of crazy marketing or like money attempt at releasing old games or something, I really don't ever see them re-releasing this game in any fashion. They're trying to wipe it from their history. Even though their Twitter account makes fun of it a lot, I see this game absolutely continuing to climb up in price. Where do I see it in about a year's time? I can easily see this game starting to go for the $35 to $40 range consistently in about a year. I can see it eventually, a couple years out from now, I can see this starting to top out at around maybe 60 once the 360 boom happens. I still think 360 games have not quite hit their peak in prices and people focusing on collecting for it. So this is one to keep your eye on. Still relatively affordable if you keep your eyes open. All right, so I wanted to try and mix it up. We're going to do a couple different games for different consoles. So, generally every game I'm going to talk about, I'm going to try and make it for a different company. Alright, hey guys, and welcome back to a new video. So for those of you that aren't aware, Microsoft has done something really cool for the 20th anniversary of Xbox, and I figured I would take a first look at it here live with you guys and kind of share my experience looking through my personal Xbox museum. So if you're unsure what this is, and I'm going to dive in here in a second, they've essentially created this virtual museum that you can move around in and look at stats that you never knew before, sort of in this really cool display. It's also got sort of historical virtual museums for all of the Xbox consoles, but the main thing I'm going to be looking at here is my Xbox museum. So what do you say we jump in? And if you want to do this yourself, all you have to do is just go to museum.xbox.com, log in, and you can look through your own virtual museum. All right, so this is my first time looking at this stuff, and I just thought it would be quite interesting to look at this live with you guys. So let's see what we've got here. Number of games played. So I've played 621 unique games. That's not too bad, right? Total achievements. Oh, just too shy of 3,000. Too bad I didn't know that ahead of time. I would have got 2 more just to make it an even 3. Number of rare achievements. So the one thing that you need to know about me, I used to be really into Gamerscore. I used to be addicted to it, honestly. I would rent games from Gamefly just to get the Gamerscore, and then eventually I did just drop all interest in achievements. So you can kind of see here throughout the years how well, this is already at the point where I stopped caring about achievements. But once, the Xbox Series X started kicking in, as you can see, I've been doing a lot of backwards compatible games in 2020, 2021. We're back at it, playing a lot more games, getting a lot more achievements. First console played, the original Xbox, of course. I actually did not have the original Xbox on launch because it came out around almost the exact same time as the GameCube. I can only pick one. I chose the GameCube, but I got the Xbox not too long after. And I have been an Xbox Live member since release date of the service. And as you can see here, I still have my original Xbox Live kit that I bought in a store. I had to walk into the store and buy it back on release day. So I've actually, there was a time where I lapsed my subscription for a year or two. So I don't have 20 years on my profile, but it's pretty close. One of the first games I played, Quake 4. That's not incorrect. Obviously, this is only tracking 360 and not original Xbox, but yeah, Quake 4 is one of the games that I played with my 360 launch, so they are definitely not wrong with that. One of the multiplayer games you played? That's what they pick? Anarchy Reigns? Of all the multiplayer games they could have picked, I barely touched Anarchy Reigns. I bought it. I played online for like maybe an hour and was just not very happy with it. Never touched it again, so that's pretty interesting. First sign on the live, November 23rd, 2002. There you go. I believe that is the launch date of the original Xbox Live service, so there we have it, the proof. First log on of each console, 360, December 18th, 2005. The 360, I don't remember if I got that. Yeah. Oh, obviously I didn't get it on the launch, but as you can see, I was waiting out in the freezing cold to get this thing right before Christmas, and I was waiting in line to get my 360. It was a very exciting time. First log on. They have no record of my Xbox One. I don't know why that is, but I do have an Xbox One, and I did get that on launch. First play of the most played game. Oh boy, I think I know what's coming up here. April 19th, 2006. Alright, it's leading up to something. If you guys are curious to see what my most played game of all time is, well, you're about to see it. First game per console, Quake 4. I have a hard time believing that, but maybe that's true. I mean, I guess I popped that in first before anything else, I suppose. I mean, I had other launch games for 360, but I guess that was the first one I popped in. Xbox One, Forza Motorsport 5. That seems about right. Series X, the first game I played was the Falconeer. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess they're not wrong. I kind of remember that. I didn't really care for that game. First achievement, Flawless Lap. Oh, that must be for Ridge Racer 6 or Need for Speed Most Wanted. First rare achievement, First Blood. That must be for Quake 4. Here it is. Most played game each year, Back 4 Blood Standard Edition. Yeah, I was playing a lot of Back 4 Blood recently. 2020 Final Fantasy 13 for 2020 and 2019. Oh my god, these most played games. Okay, so apparently that was when I was learning the speedrun for Final Fantasy 13, and it was my most played game for both years. That's something. I mean, I know I played a lot of it. To learn the speedrun. It's a pretty intense speedrun. My most played game of 2018 is Sonic the Hedgehog. Now, you might be like, oh, cool, Sonic on Genesis? No, this is Sonic 06. Yeah. I was speedrunning Sonic 06, so that would explain it. Super Lucky's Tale. Yeah, I was routing Super Lucky's Tale for a speedrun as well. Really enjoying my playthrough of that game with the Xbox One, so that makes a lot of sense. Most played game of all time for me on the Xbox 360 or the Xbox platform in general, Final Fantasy XI. Now they are saying this is Seekers of Alduin, so that it's just one of the expansions, but as a whole, I don't even think I played that expansion, to be honest with you. That's the one that added the new jobs. But most played game, Final Fantasy XI, that is not a surprise to me at all. I've played that game for, you know, a couple thousand hours for sure, and that's definitely not a surprise. Oh my goodness. Top 5 most played games. Wow, okay, this is interesting. Bomberman Live. I played a ton of Bomberman Live on Xbox Live Arcade. A ton of it. I was very addicted to that. And was playing the online multiplayer for that quite a while. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. See, people think, oh, Pete doesn't play shooters, right? No, I played a lot of shooters back in the day, especially online competitive ones, and I played a ton of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. If you're familiar with my old, like, top 10 games lists, that made it onto one of the lists. I used to play a lot of competitive shooters online. I used to do a lot of knife-only stuff in Modern Warfare 2. RPG, obviously Final Fantasy XI Online MMO, by far the most played game. Strategy game, Halo Wars. I did play quite a lot of Halo Wars online. That's interesting to see that on here. What a nice variety of games, huh? And other Play Online Viewer. This is hilarious because if you know what Play Online Viewer is, it's essentially, in order to sign on the Final Fantasy XI, you had to go onto their own sort of interface to sign into the game, and that's what Play Online Viewer is. So one of my most played games of all time on Xbox 360 is the service to sign into Final Fantasy XI. That should tell you something. That should tell you something. It's kind of funny. Most rare achievements, Crimson Skies. Elusive, not so scary after all, room for reflection. This is a little silly because I'm not even sure what these are from, to be honest. I don't know. If you guys know, and leave a comment below if you know what all of these achievements are from. I would love to know. But apparently they're the hardest ones to get that I have. Some of the ones for Final Fantasy XI are quite rare. Let's see here. My current game score 75,000. Most played game Final Fantasy XI. There it is, all the stats all together. Of course, I got all the consoles. Let's see what happens if we step onto here. Hit enter to activate the story. Oh, I see. Okay. So that's just a summary that I can share with people. Pretty cool if you want to share that online. And then this over here is a way to get back to the portal. So that's really cool. You know, some of the things are a little vague. I wish there was a little bit more information, like maybe hours played on some of these games would be really interesting to know. Or maybe I don't want to know those stats. There is another thing where you can kind of like go through the history of the consoles. I'm not really going to get into that too much here, but if you guys want me to look through of all of these in a future video, let me know. I definitely wouldn't mind going through these. Just to give you a little preview of it. It does kind of, with the recording software that I'm using, it does tank my video quality here, so you have to forgive me. But as you can see, there's a bunch of other people apparently in real time exploring the museum. So it might be really cool to make a video on each of the platforms and kind of go through, you know, my history with each console, because I have, you know, played all the consoles, and see what they have in the museum here. But, you know, this might be a little long for this video, but first of all, really cool of Microsoft to put this together. I hope they keep this around permanently, or at least for the foreseeable future, and I hope to see other companies doing the same thing, to be honest. This was a really cool way to kind of glimpse back in more than just looking at stats in an email or something, at your history with a platform. And well, here's the 20 more years with Microsoft and their future consoles. I've always been a fan of Xbox consoles going forward, and lately I've been really enjoying my Series X with all the amazing backwards compatibility stuff, and just, you know, some of the exclusives that come out on both PC and Xbox consoles. So, hope you guys enjoyed. Thanks very much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Alright, hey guys, and welcome back to another video. So today's topic of discussion is pretty important. You may or may not know, but something is approaching next year that I like to refer to as the Xbox 360 apocalypse, where Microsoft not too long ago announced that they will be shuttering and closing the digital storefront for Xbox 360 games. Now you might be saying to yourself, but Pete, I don't buy digital games. I don't care about the arcade games that are on there. It's fine. But you really should be worried, because you have my word, this will greatly impact the price of physical games, even physical games that have nothing to do with the digital marketplace. This is not a video that's going to make you get all crazy with FOMO and start buying. I'm not going to be really naming specific games here. I'm not going to be holding up games and be like, go buy this game before it's too late. But I am going to show you guys some examples and break it down for you as to what you need to look out for. Which games are going to go up in price but are definitely going to come back down. What types of games. What games are going to go up and come down but are going to definitely see a price increase for the foreseeable future. And what kind of games are going to go up and may not ever come back down again. So I've got a lot of examples for that kind of stuff for you guys, as well as comparing it to what happened when Sony announced the PSN closure for stuff like the PlayStation 3 back in April of 2021, and how that kind of affected the market. So we're going to take a smart look at this. I'm going to break it down for you guys and let you know everything that you can expect as to how and when and what you need to look out for when this 360 apocalypse starts happening next year, or whenever it decides to start occurring. But before we begin, if you're new to my channel, be sure to hit the subscribe button, because this is what we do here on my channel. We have a lot of these sort of sit-down discussions when it comes to the collecting side of the video game market and all kinds of fun stuff. So if you enjoy in-depth, deep dives on stuff like this, be sure to subscribe and hit the like button, and welcome to the channel. So I'm going to swap over here real quick for you guys. Actually, before we do that, let's talk about this a bit. So how is it that Xbox 360 physical games that have nothing to do with the digital marketplace will be impacted? Well, that's just because when the time draws near, right now there's not a lot of people making videos on YouTube, right? Because you'll have a few people that are like, hey, these are some of the best games you need to get before the 360 store closes, but a lot of people procrastinate. Let's all be real here. Most of us are not going to do anything until the final week or the final days, when we start procrastinating for the next year, and then we start panicking in the last week or two, and then we start buying all the games that we want physically, even digitally, of course. But a lot of us are going to wait until the last minute, and so do a lot of video makers. Content creators know this. They're going to wait until that last like 30 days to kind of maximize on the FOMO effect. So you're not going to really see this astronomical rise and demand in prices for Xbox 360 games, essentially until it's too late. And then by the time you start seeing these videos, prices are going to skyrocket. So I'm going to walk you through how to avoid that scenario and what to keep a lookout for in the next like 8 to 9 or 10 months or so, but I'd say, you know, maybe closer to 6 or 7 months is when you need to start planning. So what's going to happen here is people are going to make videos specifically about digital games that you don't want to miss out on, but this is going to have a residual effect that definitely bleeds into physical games, because there's going to be this huge focus. I guarantee you that pretty much any channel that is focused on retro games or covering Xbox 360, people are going to be putting out videos. I mean, I'll probably be doing it myself with some recommendations at some point, but we're not focused on that right now. But there's going to be this huge boom in channels that are recommending games, whether it be, even if it's just digital games, there's going to be such a laser focus on the 360 that you're going to have a ton of people that are like, man, I don't want to have what happened to the PS3. I need to get these 360 games now. And there are going to be people that are just buying physical games, even though they have no care in the world about digital games. You have my word on this. It's going to happen. So that's sort of why you're going to see physical game prices completely affected by the fact that just the digital storefront is closing down. Now, let me show you an example on this slide here about what happened to PlayStation 3. So some of you probably remember it was a pretty big deal at the time. In April of 2021, Sony announced that they were going to be closing the PSN store, and people went nuts. People went crazy. So as you can see, in April 2021, Folklore, a game that used to be about $20 to $30, even after 2020 pricing, right? Look at this, 2020, you know, a lot of games kind of saw a pretty crazy increase in 2020. Folklore for the most part was unaffected. But oh my goodness, Sony's closing the digital storefront, even though Folklore is just, you know, it's not a digital exclusive, it's just a pretty decent, pretty good exclusive for the PlayStation 3. Look at this. It goes from $30 to $90. That is insane for a price increase. But then what happens? Sony says, "Oh wait, we're not actually going to close the storefront. We heard you. We're going to wait. We're not going to close it." So the price on Folklore comes down. However, as you can see, the cheapest it ever starts to achieve is about $40, as cheap as it gets. Right now it's kind of sitting around the $50 mark. So it is a notable price decrease. But the thing is, now that all this attention has been placed onto the exclusives in the PS3 library, almost all of the games are now permanently increased in price just because the market had such a huge boom and spike. So my advice on this is, yes, games will go up in value, but if you're the type of person where maybe you can't afford or maybe you forget to get these games before it's too late, do not pay these crazy prices for the first year. Wait about 6 months to 12 months, and as you will see, the prices will come back down, but they will never be the same. And this is true. This is going to be true for any Xbox 360 exclusives. Anything that you can only get on an Xbox 360, whether or not it's on the digital storefront or not, heck, it's going to see a price increase. Probably you're going to see it spike. Most games at least 100% in price, and then they will probably, the price afterwards will come back down by about 50%. Another example here is 3D Dot Game Heroes once again. A game that was similar to Folklore, kind of sitting around the $20 to $30 range, even during the pandemic pricing. And then all of a sudden, they announced the store's closing. It goes from $30 to almost $80. And then similar to Folklore, as you can see, hype dies down. People kind of get their copies. Everybody that was fearing of missing out on this game got their copies, and then it kind of stabilizes. But price is permanently increased. Now, let me show you a polar opposite of what will happen to a lot of 360 games. We have an instance here with Ridge Racer 6, where prices will go up, but then they will almost stabilize back down to where they originally began. Now, this is a game that I use as an example in my streams when I was discussing this with people. What happened here with Ridge Racer 6, the game was added to the backwards compatibility list, so that means that instead of having to play this game on a 360, you are now able to play it on your Xbox One, Xbox Series X, whatever have you. And then people panicked. They're like, oh my goodness, I need to get Ridge Racer 6. But you're probably like, okay, so what happened here? Why did the price come back down? That's because Ridge Racer 6 is not a rare game. And this is the one of the biggest pieces of advice I have for you is whether you're going to do it now or after, do not buy any 360 games for increased prices around this sort of panic closure mode until it dies down. So what you should do if there's a game you're interested in buying and maybe you can't get it right now, or just in general, check eBay. And if a game has, say, at least 50, 30, 40, 50 copies available at any given point, you see them in lots all the time. In the case of Ridge Racer 6, this is a common game. There's always tons of these available on eBay. So any game that has a lot available, you've always remembered seeing it in bargain bins and everything, chances are that game, it is absolutely going to go up in price. Like Ridge Racer 6 will probably see a bit of a price increase again during the 360 apocalypse, but it will come back down. So as you can see here, it used to be about a $9, $10 game. It had that huge boom because of the panic. Everybody's making videos about, the new games getting added to the backwards compatibility list. The copies dry up, but there's so many copies of Ridge Racer 6 in circulation. Over time, it kind of stabilizes it back down to just slightly above what the price of Ridge Racer 6 has been for many, many, many years. So keep an eye out. Don't go crazy on any common games. They're not going to suddenly disappear overnight. But now let me show you an example. This is a game that I have not played, but I do think it is a good example on 360 of a game that was sort of a sleeper, kind of low-cost game for a long time. And then it was affected by pandemic pricing a bit. As you can see here, it kind of almost doubled in price. And then you get the backwards compatibility addition to this game. It goes up to almost $120. But then when the hype dies down and people realize that, it's an uncommon game, but it's not like super rare or anything, the price comes back down. But it is way more expensive than it used to be. And I think this is a good example because I think this is what's going to happen to most Xbox 360 games when this price increase, the 360 apocalypse, happens. Because there are a lot of 360 exclusives that kind of fall into this 50-cent blood in the sand category where it's not a super common game, it's not a rare game, it's uncommon, and there's not always a plethora of these to go around, but generally anytime you check online, there's going to be a good handful of copies. So when the supply starts drying up for these, when the store closure gets more imminent, you will see a price increase on this, but I don't think you're going to see it kind of go back up to these $120 prices. However, I do believe that when the apocalypse happens, you're going to see this game going from being about $60, $70, and I do think it's going to kind of get in a midway point between $120 and $180. It'll probably go up to be like an $80 game. It will see sort of that after effect of this new focus of attention on the 360 library. Now, I don't mean to show this game to like make you all scared and go buy a bunch because it is, a fairly common, uncommon game, but I think this is going to be a good example of what I'm talking about here. So Beautiful Katamari is, to this day, still 100% exclusive to the Xbox 360. You can't get this anywhere else. They are known for porting a lot of Katamari games, and who knows, maybe in the next year we'll actually see a port of this, which would be awesome, because Beautiful Katamari is amazing. It's one of my favorites in the series, of the ones I've played at least. But this is a perfect example of a game that's kind of had a very stable price for many years, had a little bit of a price increase here at some point, but it's been pretty stable, right? But this is what you need to look out for. You need to look out for these games that are sort of in this $20 to $25, maybe $30 price bracket, because what does that mean? The game is not common enough to be a $10 game. It's uncommon enough and desirable enough with a fan base to sort of fall in that $20 to $30 range. I call these like the sneaky 360 games. Any 360 game that you see on the used market going for between $20 to $30 or $35, you need to keep an eagle hawk eye on, because those are the games that are going to go crazy, because the price that they're at right now is not exactly super cheap. It's not expensive. It's like that mid-tier pricing that will absolutely go crazy because there's apparently enough of a demand and fan base to have these prices as it is, and a scarcity of the game in general to kind of have these types of prices, and especially a game like Beautiful Katamari that is backwards compatible. This is like all the areas that you can think of to kind of be a game that is probably going to get. I can foresee this game, and once again, I'm just using this as an example, not like making you all go buy a copy of Katamari Damacy. But if you do, I have an eBay affiliate link in the description below. I appreciate it if you use it. But that's not my intention here. It's just a game that I can absolutely foresee, if no reprint of this is made or re-released, this will be $40, $50, $60 easy. It will see a price decrease afterwards, after the hype dies down, but this will no longer be a $15, $20 game. It's probably permanently going to raise up to a $35, $40 or more in the future once, you have this huge wave of people coming in. A couple more examples for you guys. Once again, not meaning to make you panic on these games, just kind of using these as good examples of what I'm talking about here. A game like Lost Odyssey, exclusive. As you can see, it's had a lot of price bumps and hills and things along the way. I'm not sure what happened here in October of 2016 for it to go up to $30. It's pretty interesting. Probably got highlighted in a YouTube video or something. But as you can see here, it's kind of had a rocky road, and it seems to have settled very calmly around this $20-ish mark. But here's the thing. Lost Odyssey is one of those mid-tier $20-25-ish games. It's exclusive to 360. Seems unlikely to ever get released. It's backwards compatible. It's an RPG. That's a huge deal. The 360 RPGs, I think, are sleeping giants, and Lost Odyssey kind of harkens back to a time where people crave these kind of Final Fantasy-esque RPGs. In a lot of people's minds, and in my mind as well, this was sort of like an unofficial Final Fantasy game, at least in my opinion. So this is the kind of game where it's like Final Fantasy VII. How is Final Fantasy VII still going for $40, $50 in some instances on PS1, despite how many copies exist out there? It's because there's a big demand, there's a big fan base. Now, does Lost Odyssey have a fan base like Final Fantasy VII? It does not, but it also didn't have a print run like Final Fantasy VII. So I think the print run of Lost Odyssey is in line with sort of like how many fans exist out there for it, and especially fans that have not discovered the game as of yet, and they know that they'll love it. I absolutely see the price of Lost Odyssey and Blue Dragon going up in price when this price increase apocalypse happens. So, not to make you panic, but I would keep your eyes out for a copy of Lost Odyssey over the next 8 months or so, and try and get a copy while you can at reasonable prices, because you have my word, you may potentially regret it if you wait too long on that, and other 360 RPGs. Now, Blue Dragon is an interesting one, because unlike Lost Odyssey here, which has kind of been all over the place and like gradual increases, nothing crazy, Blue Dragon has been on a steady increase now since the pandemic, and it's not showing any signs of slowing down, which is interesting because most games during 2020 saw a huge price increase and then they kind of dipped back down. Blue Dragon did not see that decline again back down to the $10 where it used to be. If anything, lately it's been going for almost $30 in some instances here, it seems, but as of right now it's kind of like $20, $25. Now, same thing as Lost Odyssey, this kind of falls into the same category. Just an example of what you need to be looking out for. Exclusive, backwards compatible, an RPG, a cult classic for many people. It's spelling of disaster if you wait too long on a game like this. And this can apply to other genres, not just RPGs. You need to keep a lookout for any kind of anime-style, Japanese-developed, niche, weird, strange little games that just seem to kind of have a small fan base, but believe me, the fan base and the collectors that are out there now trying to get these games that we just seemingly don't get anymore, those sort of like 360 PS3 era action hack and slash beat 'em up style games that are just so hard to get these days, that kind of replicate that nice simplistic era of action adventure games. Those are the ones you need to keep a lookout. And if you guys ever want me to make a video, I'm sure I'll get around to it at some point, please leave a like, let me know that you found this video helpful, leave a comment, and I will be sure to, at some point, not too soon, not too late, I'll make a video with some of my recommendations on what you guys should be keeping a lookout for. Maybe I'll do it sooner rather than later to kind of get ahead of the curve here so you guys actually have a chance to try and get some of those games before it's too late. I don't have any kind of crazy impact on this kind of stuff like some people do on YouTube, so sure, if I make a video like this, yeah, some games might, start having a bit of a hard time buying them on eBay, but that'll clear right up in no time. So that's one of the advantages you have here being subscribed to me on this channel. It's not like when I make a video like that and you miss it by a few hours, all the games are going to be sold out already. You'll get a chance, at least by watching my recommendations. Anyway, thanks so much guys for watching. I didn't want this video to be too long. Like I said, if you're new to the channel and you enjoy these kind of discussions, be sure to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright, hey guys, and welcome back to another video. So today I wanted to give an update on prices and trends in the market that I have seen for Xbox 360. Now, for those of you that are unaware, at the end of July, on July 29th, the Xbox Live Marketplace will cease to stop supporting downloading Xbox 360 games, Xbox Live Arcade games, DLC, add-ons, stuff like that. And I made a video, some of you may recall, about 7 months ago. It wasn't like some kind of Nostradamus moment or anything. It was essentially just me giving a sort of like, hey guys, you may want to know about this. This is what I think is going to happen to prices of 360 games. I just gave a general overview on my thoughts on what's going to happen to prices, why they're going to go up, and why games that have absolutely no tie to the Xbox Live Marketplace whatsoever, why I thought those games would also be going up in price. And sure enough, that time is now here. I told people you had, a good amount of time to pick up games, no need to panic, but it may be time to stop procrastinating. I myself, I've been procrastinating. I still got a lot of 360 games to pick up myself before it's too late. But in today's video, I'm going to go over and show you a bunch of examples of games that are both low in price and seeing an increase, and games that were sort of high in price and have seen a meteoric increase. And in some instances, games that were cheap and have still seen a huge price increase. And why I think this has happened to certain games and not others, and why some have seen bigger price increases. Do I think these prices will hold in the future? Do you need to buy them now, or is it going to be too late to buy them if you wait? So don't worry, I got you covered here. Hopefully a lot of you took my advice back 7 months ago when I told you to, hey, start looking at 360 games, because the time has come. People are starting to stock up and prices are rising. So to start us off here, I'm going to start with an example of a game that a lot of people probably already own. It's usually one of my #1 examples. When I tell people, if you want to see if and when the Xbox 360 is increasing in price, you got to keep an eye on the RPGs that are on the 360, because there's not a lot of them. And RPGs are typically the games that go up in price first before other genres, no matter what the console is. So if you've tried to buy an Xbox 360 game lately, you've probably noticed one thing. Some games are just completely gone from the internet. You cannot get them anywhere. It's like a dry desert out there. Welcome back to another video, guys. Today is a bit of a follow-up to my previous Xbox 360 video where we talked about prices skyrocketing for 360, and now we're going to talk a bit about the fallout what happens when games are just completely unavailable to buy. How long are you going to have to wait before the market starts to get saturated again? What games have absolutely no chance of ever being the previous cheaper prices that they once were, and what games will remain cheap and you don't have to really worry about, or what games also will come down in price if you wait long enough, and how long will that be?
Can't believe I finished that in time, guys, in one take. Thank you so much for watching. Here's one last shot of all my 360 games.